Chapter 29 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Bruce Peary. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 29 by Thomas W. Knox. The Spider and the Fly, Mock Auctions, Bogus Horse Sales, and Other Traps for the Unwary. Personal Experiences. Legislators have for a long time sought to put an end to a form of swindling carried on under the pretense of selling goods at auction. Lawyers have exhausted their ingenuity in framing measures for the suppression of the mock auction fraud, but every time they secure the passage of a bill with that object in view, somebody equally shrewd will discover a loophole in it. The snake has been scotched but not killed. Some of the mock auctions have been broken up, while others continue to flourish. The heaviest blow was struck when the law required that auctions should be advertised in the daily papers with the list of the articles to be sold. This put an end to the establishments along Park Row and Chatham Street, where the swindling was very thinly disguised, but it did not strike some of the dry goods auctions on Broadway. All that was necessary to do to evade the law was to keep a standing advertisement in an obscure paper announcing sales every day of assorted lots of gentlemen's furnishing goods, calicoes, ginghams, muslins, and other fabrics, the property of concerns that desired to make clearances of old stock, etc. I used to stroll occasionally into one of these establishments and watch the operations of those who ran the place. The first time I went there, I was evidently looked upon as a promising customer, as the auctioneer began knocking down things at an alarmingly rapid rate to half a dozen men who stood around a table and were evidently buying liberally. "What name?" said the auctioneer as he knocked down a dozen pairs of socks to a thin, smooth-faced man of about 60 years. "Barmore," was the reply, and the auctioneer called out, "Mr. Barmore," to the clerk who stood just behind him. The package was charged to the gentleman, and then another lot, this time of 5 dozen pairs, was put up. This lot was quickly sold. The auctioneer demanded repeatedly, "How much am I offered for these socks by the dozen? How much? How much, gentlemen?" Lot after lot was sold, and there were numerous glances in my direction. I showed no indication of making an offer, and one of the buyers, who had remained constantly by my side and was disposed to be communicative, asked me if I didn't want some of these goods, which were going very cheap. "I don't care for them," I answered. "They're cheap, it's true, but just now I don't want any." He told me he was a merchant at Trenton, New Jersey, and had dropped in by accident. "Things are going so low," said he, "that I've laid in enough of some kinds of goods to last me a whole year." Business began to lag when another man dropped in, evidently a stranger like myself. Then the activity and eager buying and selling were renewed, and the buyers took everything that was offered. The stock of gentlemen's footgear seemed inexhaustible. The stranger bought one of the 5 dozen lots, and as soon as the goods had been knocked down to him, he and the other purchasers were asked to step to the rear of the store, where the bookkeeper would make out their bills. At this point, the auctioneer suddenly announced that the sale was over for the forenoon and would be resumed at 2:00. It was his time to go to lunch, he said, as he had breakfasted very early that morning, and he hoped to see all of us at the hour named for the resumption. As I could frame no good excuse for remaining, I departed, leaving Mr. Barmore and the other purchasers to settle their accounts. You ask what happened after I left. Well, the stranger, who was a bona fide purchaser, received a bill for the goods at a rate which astonished him. He had bought 5 dozen pairs of socks at 70 cents by the dozen. and expected to pay $3.50 for the lot. But the bill was made out at 70 cents for each pair, or $42 for the quantity he had purchased. He demurred. The auctioneer explained that by the dozen meant that they did not sell less than 1 dozen pairs to anyone. They never broke a package. Mr. Barmore and the other fraudulent purchasers sustained this view of the case, and with great alacrity proceeded to settle their bills at that rate. Meantime, the doors had been closed, the stranger realized that he was caught in a trap, and he concluded that the best way out of the difficulty was to pay the bill and put it down to experience. Had he refused to pay, he would have been threatened with arrest, and as all the other buyers held precisely the same views as the auctioneer, the victim would have had no witnesses in his behalf. Half an hour later, I again entered the place, and the auction, which had been postponed until 2 o'clock, was in full blast with the same buyers as before. For years the same crowd was there, and whenever I went inside, something was knocked off to Mr. Barmore. But I was always recognized, and no effort was made to induce me to invest in the goods offered for sale. I always observed that the articles to be disposed of were by the dozen, and the dozen was evidently a combination very popular with the managers of this fraud. After many arrests and escapes, the chief promoter of the mock auction business was sent to state prison. For a long time the law was powerless to suppress the fraud, and the mayor could only give protection to citizens by sending out a daily procession of men and boys to parade up and down the street, bearing banners on which was painted the legend, "Beware of mock auctioneers." A story was current at this time to the effect that Henry Ward Beecher, having come over to New York to study human nature, went into one of these auction rooms, and in order to hide his purpose, bid, and successfully, for some small article. As the auctioneer knocked down the great preacher's purchase, he horrified him by shouting out his name. Mr. Beecher hastened to make payment, and said in a low voice, "How did you know my name? I did not want to be recognized." "Oh, Mr. Beecher," was the loud reply, "I've had a pew in your church these last 2 years." Doubtless the story is an invention of the enemy, and yet it might have pleased the large-hearted pastor of Plymouth Church had it been true. Another fraudulent auction is that of cigars. They are sold by the box, but the fraud does not consist in following the same plan as in the dry goods swindle, but in selling goods that would be dear at nothing at all. 5, 10, or 20 boxes are offered in a lot, and one box is opened as a sample. The cigars present a good appearance, and a customer may smoke one from the sample, if he likes, and if he does, he will find it fairly good. They are in boxes of 50, and go readily at from $1 to $2 a box. The economical smoker thinks he has found a good thing, and buys liberally. If he wishes to look on the inside of each and every box, no objection is made to his doing so, but naturally the inspection is a hurried one. The cigars are all right to the eye, and he is well satisfied with his speculation. It is not until he undertakes to smoke one of his purchases that he learns how badly he has been deceived. They are, as before stated, all right to the eye, but there is where their goodness ends. As men do not smoke with their eyes, they have little use for this kind of cigars, which are made of straw, wrapped in paper colored so as to exactly resemble the tobacco leaf, and they are altogether the basest kind of counterfeit. Of course, the sample that the purchaser smoked was from another lot. I narrowly escaped buying 500 of these cigars the first time I dropped into the place. My suspicions were aroused by the rapidity with which several flashy men were purchasing, and so I concluded to wait. Meeting a friend a block or two below, I told him of the cigar auction and how cheaply the goods were going. "Yes," said he, "I bought 200 there last week and took them home. I tried to smoke one, then tried another with the same result, and then I broke a dozen or so of them open. They were all alike, nothing but straw and brown paper, and I threw the lot into the ash barrel. I wouldn't insult a tramp by offering him one of those cigars." One of the most flourishing swindles in the metropolis is that of the bogus horse dealer. In some of the morning papers may be found every day in the year an advertisement of 1, 2, or more horses for sale at a private stable, the property of a gentleman about going to Europe or to the South or to California for his health, or some other reason is given why the animals should be disposed of immediately. Here is a copy of one of these advertisements, clipped from a paper now lying before me. "A gentleman's continued ill health compels him to sacrifice immediately his very handsome, stylish, fast-trotting road and family horse, 15½ hands, a free, easy, pleasant driver, kind and true in all harness, afraid of nothing, and perfectly gentle. Also, pet horse for ladies' driving. Both warranted young and sound. Great bargains to quick purchasers. Apply to groom at private stable 137 West Street." You and I know a good horse when we see it, and as we are not averse to a purchase at fair rates, we will answer this advertisement in person. We go around to the stable and find it is in charge of a man who says that he is the groom referred to in the advertisement, and that he represents the owner of the horses. He states that the owner, Mr. Blank, lives at Yonkers, and has sent the stock here for sale and taken the private stable in order to avoid the tricks of the precious rascals who are always to be found at public establishments. At length he shows the horses, and dilates upon their superior qualities and wonderful pedigrees, and then asks if we are engaged in the horse-dealing business. We tell him we are not, that we are buying, if we buy at all, for our own use, either here or in the country. He is apparently relieved by this information, and then returns to the subject of the sale. The driving horse looks very well, and is apparently in good condition, and is especially praised by the groom, who says it is well worth $300, but Mr. Blank is willing to close it out at $200 to a private gentleman who will appreciate and care for it. While we are talking and discussing the merits of the animal, a stranger, well nigh out of breath, enters, who states that he has read the advertisement and wants to see the horses. He is a pompous, bustling sort of man, and evidently accustomed to quick transactions. After looking the stock over, the newcomer finally settles on the horse that was just offered to us for $200, examines it carefully, and pronounces it a remarkably fine beast. Then he meditates a moment, and says, offhand, "I like that horse pretty well, and will come to business right off. I'll give $250, spot cash, for him, and not another cent." "Are you a dealer in horses?" queries the man in charge. "Yes," is the reply. "I'm Anderson of New Haven. Everybody up that way knows me. I buy hundreds of horses in New York every month, and have 10 carloads on the way from Kentucky now." "Then you can't have this horse," says the other. "Mr. Blank gave me strict orders that the horses were not to be sold to any dealer, but to private parties only. You see, he's much attached to these horses, and wants to be sure that they go where they'll be appreciated and well treated, just as they always have been." Mr. Anderson is greatly surprised at these remarks, and says a little impatiently that his money is as good as any other man's. "It isn't a question of money at all," is the quick reply, "but a whim of Mr. Blank's. He's rich enough to give away the horses for nothing if he's a mind to, and he'd never feel it either. And if he can't sell 'em to the right parties, private parties, mind you, he'll send 'em to Squire Wood's and pay their board and keep 'em doing nothing for the rest of their lives." The discussion grows hot, each party becoming more and more excited, and during this war of words the horse is offered to us, as we are private gentlemen, for $200. We decline to purchase, and as we leave, Mr. Anderson of New Haven follows us. When we are well around the corner, he overtakes us and says in a low and confidential tone, "Look here, gentlemen, I suppose you don't mind making $50 in about 5 minutes? Go back and get that horse, for me, for 200. Bring him round the corner here, or over to the stable there, just around the corner on the next block, and I'll give you 250 for him, cash down. You know what I offered. The horse is well worth 300 easy, and I can make 50 on him, besides expenses to New Haven." We eagerly take the opportunity thus offered to make a neat profit of $50, and we return to buy the horse. There is some demur by the groom, because we are unknown, but not much, only enough to convince us of the sincerity of Mr. Blank and his trusty agent. The latter takes our word for it that we are what we represent, accepts the money for the horse, carefully blankets him, strokes his nose, fondly pats him on the neck, and we proudly lead him out of the stable and around the corner, where we confidently suppose Mr. Anderson awaits us. But he is not there. He is evidently at the stable he pointed out to us just around the corner. He is not in sight. Anxious inquiry at the stable reveals the fact that the people there know nothing about him. We tell our story. They bluntly inform us that we have been the victims of a fraud, as the horse is really worthless, having been doctored to make him look well. We have only the consolation of learning that hundreds of other victims have been trapped in precisely the same way. The game has been exposed in the papers over and over again, but it thrives just the same. Some years ago I wanted to buy a saddle horse, and one morning saw an advertisement of an animal that I thought might suit me. The place, as usual, was a private stable, and I went there not suspecting for a moment that there was anything crooked about it. A man and a boy were in the stable, and I thought nothing of the circumstance that the boy suddenly went out a moment after I entered. The horse was led out of his stall in response to my inquiry, and the man told me that the animal was 6 years old and belonged to a Wall Street operator whose doctor had told him he must give up horseback riding, which increased a nervous affection from which he suffered. The horse was a first-class all-rounder, he said. That is, he was excellent under the saddle and equally good in harness, was of gentle disposition, though spirited, and warranted perfectly sound and kind. He could carry my weight easily, as the Wall Street man was fully as heavy as myself, and had ridden the horse for 18 months. The price was $250. While I was examining the horse and learning his history, a large, beery-faced man entered the stable, and with an over-the-sea accent asked in a loud voice, "Where's the saddle horse Mr. Wakeman was looking at?" "Here he is, sir," replied the man in charge, indicating the very animal that I was considering. The beery-faced man brushed me aside, or rather took no notice of me, and for some minutes was entirely engrossed in examining the horse. He went over him critically, carefully inspecting his teeth, looking at his legs for ring-bone, spavins, splints, curbs, puffs, and I don't know what else, walked him around the stable, and made numerous other investigations supposed to pertain to the horse expert. Meanwhile, the boy returned, and when the examination was concluded, the stranger called him up and said in a loud and commanding voice, "Boy, go around to Mr. Wakeman's, number 192 on Blank Street, and say Dr. Bryan has looked at the horse he wrote about, and the horse is absolutely sound and just 6 years old, and worth $300 quick any day. Don't forget the name now, Mr. Wakeman, and say Dr. Bryan sent you. Remember, Dr. Bryan." The boy went to deliver the message, and the doctor went out almost immediately, never noticing my presence in any way whatever, or saying another word to the stablemen. The comedy was well played, with the exception of being overacted and leaving on my mind the impression that it was rather odd that Dr. Bryan entrusted his message verbally to a boy he presumably had never seen before. Needless to say, I did not buy the horse. It occurred to me that possibly I should find Dr. Bryan at the nearest bar-room. There was one opposite the stable, and through the half-open door leading into the back room, which could easily be seen from the street, I saw the doctor seated at a table indulging in a drink with someone who appeared to be an acquaintance. This was evidently the retreat where he could be found when needed for business. A petty swindle occasionally practiced upon residents of the city is the following. A merchant goes downtown to business in the morning as usual. Along in the forenoon, a man nearly out of breath calls at his residence, who says he is a clerk in the gentleman's employ, and that just as he was crossing the street in front of his office, Mr. Blank was run over by a dray in charge of a careless drunken driver. He was not injured at all, but was covered with mud, and his clothes were so badly torn that he is quite unpresentable. He is attending to business in his back office, but cannot see anyone until he receives a decent suit of clothes from home. He wants his spare suit, the one he wore before he got the last one. In her excitement at the news of the accident, and her pleasure to know that her husband was not injured, his good wife hurries to make a bundle of the clothing asked for, and delivers it into the hands of the clerk. The clerk hurries away at the top of his walking speed. She thinks it is his anxiety to restore his employer to a presentable condition as soon as possible. But the fellow's speed comes from another motive. He turns the nearest corner and then hies to a pawn shop, where second-hand clothing can be spouted or sold. When the husband returns home to dinner, his wife is waiting for him at the door. "Oh, I am so glad you weren't hurt," she exclaims. "It gave me an awful shock." "Shock? How?" queries the mystified husband. "Oh, your clerk told me all about it, how you'd been run over and knocked down into the mud and had your clothes torn, and why, I declare, you've the same suit on you had this morning." Then follows an explanation. The woman cries, and the man says something more vigorous than polite about the swindler who so cleverly got his spare suit of clothing. As they sit down to dinner, the husband and wife conclude to make the best of it, and feel happy that the scoundrel didn't take them in for more. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Bruce Peary. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 30 by Thomas W. Knox. The Beggars of New York. Tramps, cheats, humbugs, and frauds. Interesting personal experiences. Victims from the country. It is estimated that nearly 6,000 beggars live and thrive in New York City. It is not strange, therefore, that among this vast number of professional loafers there should be found some whose methods of extorting money are unique. Some of them make from $25 to $60 a week, and not a few of them are so well known as to furnish a topic of conversation among those who talk over the strange life to be seen in city streets. The Charity Organization Society recently issued a circular warning the public against professional beggars, adventurers, and other undeserving persons who obtain money by imposing upon the credulity of the charitable. Even ordinary street begging is apparently more profitable than honest labor. The great city is a home for a good or bad number of tramps and an occasional refuge for many more. With the advent of summer, the tramp who has passed the winter in the city hies to the rural regions. He is in search of occupation which he never finds. In summer he wants a job at ice-cutting, and in winter he desires work in a hay-field or a market garden. Whatever employment he seeks is sure to be out of season, and as he is unable to live by honest labor, he makes up for the deficiency by begging or stealing. The winter occupation of the circulating or tourist tramp is much like that of the permanent city tramp whose sustenance is obtained by begging or fraud. He haunts the sidewalk, especially at night, and pours a tale of woe into every ear that will listen. The ordinary tale will not be heard or heeded, and his ingenuity is severely taxed to invent something that will extract cash from the pocket of his listener. Some of the tramp's tricks are worthy of record, as they display a genius that would secure a comfortable existence in respectable callings, and, not unlikely, would bring a fortune to its possessors. About 9 o'clock one night I was accosted by a man with a strong Scotch accent, who asked if I would kindly favour him with a direction, as he was a stranger in the city. As I paused to listen, he said, "Can you give me the name of any Scotch benevolent society?" I regretted my inability to do so, and referred him to the city directory, which might be consulted at any hotel or drugstore. "I've looked in the directory, sir," he answered, "but can't find it. There's the St. George's Society, but that isn't open at this hour. Mr. Bedall is president of it, and the office is downtown." "I can't give you information as to any other Scottish society," said I. "These associations are things I don't know much about, and your best plan will be to ask at the nearest police station." "I've been there," was the prompt answer, "but cannot find anything about them. I am a glass engraver, and landed in New York a week ago today from Glasgow. I have been looking for work, and am promised a place day after tomorrow. Excuse my saying anything about it, sir, but the fact is I've spent all my money, and I want to find the Scottish Benevolent Society so that I can get lodgings and something to eat till I find work." He didn't ask me for any money or anything else, but the appeal was very direct. Though contrary to a rule I had long before made not to give money to applicants on the streets, I gave the fellow a quarter to pay for his lodging, and as he had eaten nothing, so he said, since morning, I accompanied him to a neighbouring restaurant and gave another 25 cents to the proprietor to pay for the stranger's supper. 6 or 8 months later, I was accosted by the same man, in exactly the same words, not more than 3 or 4 blocks from the scene of my first meeting with him. I led him on, and he told precisely the same story as before, with the exception that instead of being a glass engraver, he was now a printer. He had even come from Glasgow a week ago today, just as in the first instance. "How long did you stay in America when you first came?" I asked, when his story was ended. "I never was in America before," he answered in a tone of astonishment. "I landed in New York a week ago today, for the first time." "Now, my friend," said I, "your yarn is altogether too transparent. 6 months ago, you were a glass engraver, landed just a week, seeking for work, out of money, promised work day after tomorrow, and hunting a Scottish Benevolent Society to care for you in the meantime. You are the same man, story, voice, Scotch accent, size, height, dress, and everything. Here, officer, I said, as I beckoned over his shoulder to an imaginary policeman, run this man in. The fellow did not wait to be run in by the officer. He ran himself at a speed that would have done credit to a racehorse. And that was the last I ever saw of him. He probably made a mental photograph of me so that he should not repeat his mistake. That evening at the club, I told the story of my adventure and how I had been defrauded by this very plausible invention of a tramp. 6 members of the club listened to me, and when I ended, no fewer than 3 of them acknowledged having been defrauded by the same fellow within the past month, and 2 of them only the evening before, and within 10 minutes of each other. The city man may think he is sharper than his cousin in the country, but he is just as likely to be taken in. The only difference is that the tale that will catch the city man must be more elaborately constructed than for the rural districts. That's all. Some years ago I was called upon by a man who said his surname was the same as mine, and he wanted to know if I knew of one Darius P. Knox, a resident of New York. I confessed that I did not know Darius and had never heard of him. Then the stranger asked if I was a native of the city, and if not, what state of the Union I came from. When I told him, he said he was from the same state, but from a part of it nearly 100 miles from my birthplace. Our families must be related, he thought, though perhaps not very closely. I admitted the possibility, and suspecting that he might be after a loan on account of relationship, I suggested that a man in the city was not supposed to have any relatives anywhere, as his life depended pretty much on himself. He parried this idea by explaining that he had just come from a western state where he had been living for 20 years. He was on his way to the home of his boyhood, and the Darius P. Knox, for whom he asked, was a cousin with whom he went to school and who came to New York many years ago, about the time the speaker sought fortune in the West. He was a clerk in a dry goods house, Darius was, said my visitor, and has been a partner in it for 10 or 12 years. The last I heard of him he was in Worth Street, number blank. But when I went there today, I could not hear about him, and the store is occupied by a new firm that moved in last year. The man I saw said he did not know who the previous tenants were, and he didn't care. I suppose that's the way in a great city like this. Yes, I said, that's very much the way of the city. We care very little who are our next-door neighbors, as long as they do not disturb us, and we may live in adjoining houses for years and years and never become acquainted. Many a business firm doesn't know who were the previous occupants of their premises, and some don't wish to know. When I paused, he referred again to the Darius whose name was not in the directory. He had thought the best plan would be to look up a few individuals of the same surname, and thus he might find someone who knew his missing relative. The fact is, he said, with a considerable show of reluctance, I stopped at Niagara Falls and 2 or 3 other places on my way east, and did not count the cost carefully. When I started, I had ample funds to take me to my old home, but on arriving in New York this morning, I found I had only $1 left, and I spent that for breakfast and dinner. I didn't feel uneasy, as I knew Cousin Darius would let me have all the money I needed. Now that I can't find him, I am placed in a most embarrassing position, and hardly know what to do. I shall have to walk as far as Boston, where my brother John is in the hardware business. Goodbye, he said, with a perceptible tremor in his voice. Goodbye, I responded, and saw him to the door. Sorry to have troubled you. he added, "but I won't trouble you any longer. I can get to New Rochelle by night, sleep in a shed or barn, and make Boston in about 10 days. Goodbye again." He was off, and hadn't asked for a loan or even hinted at anything of the kind. My money burned in my pocket, and whatever conscience I had rose in my throat. I called back my kinsman, loaned him $3 for a deck passage by steamer to Boston. He suggested that a deck passage was all that he needed, and I felt happier. He noted my address very carefully and said he would remit the $3 as soon as he met his brother John. As for thanks, he covered me with them an inch thick and said he would always remember me for my trusting kindness. Evidently he has remembered me. He kept the $3 as a souvenir to enable him to do so. Years have elapsed, but I have never received the money, nor have I ever had a scrap of paper acknowledging it. But I have heard of the fellow a dozen, yes, 20 times, and each time he has played the same game on someone else. His surname is always that of his victim, Jones, Smith, Barney, anything, in fact, that enables him to suggest a relationship and give an excuse for calling on somebody in the hope of learning the whereabouts of his long-lost cousin. The story is always the same, and the money requisite to get him to his destination is from $3 to $5. He was born in more places than the poet Homer, but unhappily he has not died in any of them. The foregoing are samples of the tricks of the male tramp, but this kind of dishonesty is not confined to men. Women are adepts in it, and some of their devices are ingenious. An old woman with a shabby, genteel air used to stand on the corner of Broadway and 23rd Street at their intersection with Fifth Avenue. "Please tell me how I can get to the 42nd Street ferry," she would say to a passer-by. The route would be indicated, and the car which would carry her there pointed out. Then she would timidly ask, "How much is the fare?" "5 cents, madam," would be the reply. "Oh, I'll have to walk. I've lost my pocketbook. Somebody must have stolen it." The suggestion naturally resulted in awakening the sympathy of the listener, who contributed the necessary 5 cents and moved on. The nickel was dropped into a capacious pocket, and in 2 or 3 minutes, after the victim was safely out of sight, the query would be repeated, and another 5 cents secured in the same way. For the sake of variety, she changed her alleged destination at every third or fourth inquiry, and for some weeks she reaped quite a harvest. She made the mistake of accosting the same person 2 days in succession. The police were put on her track, and she spent a season on Blackwell's Island as the result of her money-making experiment. But as long as she was undisturbed, she managed to earn $3 or $4 a day. Another kind of feminine tramp is an Irish or German woman who pretends to be unable to read and thrusts a slip of paper into your hand with a request that you will read the address upon it and tell her how to reach it. The place is generally 3 or 4 miles away, and when the line of communication is indicated, she wishes to know how she can go there on foot, as she is out of money and must walk. The sequel is obvious. I once watched from behind a tree in Madison Square a woman who had an address for Harlem, 5 miles away, and saw her obtain her car fare, 5 cents, 4 times in succession within 20 minutes. There is another class called gentlemen tramps, men who were once respectable and in good circumstances, whose downfall has been gradual, and who grow more and more seedy in appearance every year. Some of them make a pretense of desiring work, and they are always going somewhere to answer an advertisement or to make an inquiry, but incidentally they are on the outlook for alms. One of these men, a tall and rather military-looking personage, about 50 years of age, with a white mustache and a head of curly white hair, has a regular route over which he has tramped and begged for years. He once filled a responsible position in a famous dry goods house. There is a pretense of blacking on what remains of his boots, and there is an air of ostentatious but fictitious neatness in his attire. He does not approach people promiscuously, but singles out his victims with great sagacity and care, usually selecting elderly ladies, never under any circumstances attempting to beg from a man. He walks beside his victim for some distance, looks pitifully at her, and at last he takes off his hat, approaches humbly, and plaintively pours out his tale of woe. His story is listened to courteously, and is so effectively told that the listener generally opens her purse and contributes to the tramp's relief. His polite manifestation of gratitude is extreme, and he succeeds regularly in getting contributions from the same victims many times over. At one time, a fellow made a good revenue by a shrewd trick of putting a crust of bread, the core of an apple, or some similar dainty, on the sidewalk or a doorstep, generally the latter, on some of the side streets leading out of Fifth Avenue. Then he would go 100 feet or so along the street, and when he saw a well-dressed person of either sex, he walked just a little in advance, with his eyes eagerly scanning the sidewalk and doorsteps. Suddenly espying the crust or apple core, he rushed to secure it, and crunched it between his teeth with the manner of a man nearly famished. His movements were sure to attract attention, and if the spectator was at all benevolent and unsuspecting, the performance was sure to be rewarded. No man or woman of the least susceptibility could allow a human being to be so near starvation. He kept the business up for years. Of late I have not seen him, and presume he has retired with a competence, the reward of his industry and genius combined. He always dressed in clothing too small for him, the trousers being fully 2 inches too short for his nether limbs, and the coat buttoned so closely that it threatened to burst. The garments were threadbare, but always clean, and altogether his make-up was well adapted to his scheme, and his acting was admirable. Quite recently, when a Fulton ferry boat from Brooklyn had reached midstream, a tall, stout man who sat near the door in the ladies' cabin suddenly arose and began an address in a deep bass voice. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "I have a wife and children at 37 Marion Street, and there has not been a morsel of bread in the house for 2 days. I am weak and unable to work. For 5 weeks I was in Bellevue Hospital with a crushed leg. You can see for yourselves." The man painfully pulled up his right trouser leg and exhibited a muscular calf bound with a new linen bandage from the ankle to the swelling muscle. Then he painfully straightened himself up and drew his hands across his moistened eyes several times, and said with great agitation, "Any lady or gentleman who wants to investigate, I will give them my name and address." His face was seemingly that of an honest man. He was unshaven, but he did not have a dissipated appearance. His clothing was old, worn, and faded, but not tattered. Several of the passengers gave him money as they passed out of the cabin. A gentleman asked him what his name was. "William H. Smith, sir," he promptly replied. "I live at 37 Marion Street." The gentleman proceeded at once to 37 Marion Street. It was a small wooden house. A man who said his name was Lavery opened the door, and said his was the only family living in the house, and he indignantly denied all knowledge of any destitute W. H. Smith in the neighborhood. Unquestionably, William was an unmitigated fraud. Another man goes about from office to office in the lower part of the city, and in a very hesitating and shamefaced manner, his eyes glued to the floor for the greater part of the time, He confesses to having been in prison for 6 months, or possibly a year, and has just been released. The crime for which he was sentenced was breaking a baker's window and stealing a loaf of bread for his children when they were nearly dying of hunger. He wants to lead a better life, and in order to do so he must leave the city. He will go to the country and find employment as a farm hand, and in that new life he will be able to become an honest man, as he will be free from temptation. He has no money to pay his fare, and meekly suggests that perhaps the listener knows some railway official who will give him a pass to his destination, generally mentioning some place easily reached from New York. The story is well told and very often succeeds in extracting a small sum, 25 to 50 cents, from the pocket of the listener. The alleged prison bird has never been under lock and key at all, however much he deserves to have been, and his narrative is altogether a pleasing fiction. He does not go to the country, nor does he intend to go there. He has found that the prison and reform story is a very good one for his purpose, and he lives by it. On one occasion, however, he came to grief, and this was the way of it. He was one day working in office where there happened to be calling a gentleman who had heard his tale and contributed to his traveling expenses 2 or 3 days before. From behind a screen, the visitor recognized the voice and the story, and managed to hint to the tenant of the office to detain the fellow a few minutes. The visitor slipped out another way, and soon returned with a brawny Irishman who was in his employ, and was to go that very afternoon to New Haven by boat. On the way back he gave the Irishman his orders. On reaching the presence of the reforming convict, who had professed his willingness to go anywhere if he could only get a pass or money enough to buy a ticket, the gentleman said, "Pat, take this gentleman along with you to New Haven. He wants to go there." "Oh, I won't trouble you," said the gentleman. "It will be too much bother for you, and I can go just as well by myself." "No bother at all," was the reply. "On the contrary, it's a great pleasure. Take him along, Pat, or you'll be late for your boat. If he doesn't go quietly, let your boat go, and hand him over to the police." Pat obeyed orders, and the fellow was landed in New Haven, much against his will, but he soon brought himself back again to New York. No doubt he was homesick for the great city and its resources, but forever afterwards he shunned the vicinity of the office where he fell into the trap just described. One of the worst professional beats is the Californian with the wooden leg. His costume usually consists of a closely buttoned coat and trousers very wide at the bottom. A little black silk necktie is knotted, sailor fashion, in his shirt collar. A soft hat with about a 3-inch brim is worn carelessly on his head. He leans heavily on a cane and walks with a decided limp. He never speaks to anybody who is not looking into a store window. Approaching his victim, he says in a soft, drawling voice, "Excuse me, sir, but are you a stranger in the city?" And no matter what the answer may be, he continues, "I am here from California, and I have got a wooden leg." Then with his cane he somewhat vigorously taps the wooden leg to prove its genuineness. "And I've been walking around all night and all day on it, and haven't got any money, and if you could loan me a small amount to enable me to obtain a night's lodging and a supper, I shall be greatly obliged to you. And if you will give me your address, when my sister sends me money, I will return it to you." If questions are asked, he will produce letters to prove his identity, and then will tell how he lost his leg by being bitten by a rattlesnake in Nebraska on his way east, and show that he came further east to get better surgical assistance, and finally lost almost all of his limb and has had hard luck ever since he left the hospital. Although everything about him indicates that he is what he claims to be, he is a fraud. He has not lost his leg at all. A piece of board tied to his leg sounds very wooden when rapped with his cane. He usually selects persons who look like strangers, and that is the reason why he always speaks to those who look into store windows. He has boasted of collecting $5 a day. The snake dodge seems to be quite popular. Not long ago, a colored man was in the habit of hobbling along 6th Avenue and 14th Street with a small snake skin in one hand, a cigar box to contain contributions in the other, and a card on his breast containing the following announcement: "Friends, this is a rattlesnake which had caused me to lose my leg. I was bit by him in the dismal swamps of Virginia. I have him here on exhibition, asking you all for a little help to get an artificial leg. John Rowe." When taken into custody, he demanded a pistol that he might not survive the disgrace of his arrest. He said that on losing his leg in the manner mentioned, his neighbors in Virginia raised money to send him to New York to get a cork leg by begging. He is believed to have raised enough to have bought many legs, for the cigar box he carried was full of coin when he was arrested. As he had been repeatedly warned, he was sent to the island for 3 months. Many businessmen within a mile of the post office are familiar with Old Auntie. Auntie believes that it is better to laugh than be sighing, and so she does not descend to the common whining tricks of the ordinary street beggar. She walks into offices, and her queer little nutcracker face breaks into smiling wrinkles under the frill of her old-fashioned cap. She drops a little curtsy, holds out her skinny hand, and says, "God bless you, dearie." And when the usual cent is forthcoming, she closes her withered fingers on it, wishes the giver many blessings, and walks out to visit the next man. Rain or shine, morning and night, Old Auntie walks around from one office to another and collects toll everywhere. There are many men who are superstitious enough to believe that if they meet Auntie in her old calico gown, her little plaid shawl, and white cap early in the day, give her a penny and get in return one of those smiles which breaks her quaint face into many seams, success will go with them for the balance of the 24 hours. Old Auntie's name is Connors, and she lives in 2 rooms at the top of a tenement house in Rutgers Street, and all the money she gets over and above that needed for her simple wants finds its way across the sea to the old sod, and lightens the hardships of some of her numberless relatives there. How much she receives in a day is purely a matter of conjecture, but $3 or $4 would not be an excessive guess. A blind man is considered by nearly everyone a proper object for charity, but many of them are frauds of the worst kind. The tin signs hanging across their breasts, narrating harrowing stories of misfortune, are often gotten up for the occasion, and are sometimes painted on both sides, thus giving the beggar 2 tales to help him along. He displays the side that he thinks will prove the most effective in the locality he happens to be in. A sandy-mustached blind man who sings plaintive airs all over town has his father as a confederate. The father loiters in a convenient saloon in the neighborhood while the son sings. Superintendent Hebert of the Charity Organization Society recently found father and son doing a thriving business one Saturday night, and followed them when, after stopping at several saloons on the way for refreshments, they took an elevated railway train for their home in 25th Street. On the way, the son counted the contents of his pocket, and handing them to his father, said, "There's $9.57. Pretty good for one day's work, ain't it, Popper?" The pair got off at 23rd Street and visited 2 saloons, where they paid an old score as well as drank. The next time he caught the blind man, he threatened him with arrest unless he stopped begging, and cut short his answering protestations that he was starving by telling him what he had overheard when he counted his day's receipts in the elevated railway train. The impudent beggar was disconcerted at this, and, in a desire to be funny, gave himself quite away by the remark, "That $9.50 wasn't all I made. I knocked down $1 on the old man." The foregoing are only a few examples of numerous frauds that are often perpetrated upon old residents of the city. There are many more whose special object is the fleecing of countrymen, either while they are visiting the metropolis or by corresponding with them. The name of these frauds is legion, and the aggregate amount of their revenues is very great. An old trick that has been exposed in the newspapers time and again, but which is nevertheless often and successfully played, is to accost the stranger as if mistaking him for somebody else, and during the conversation ascertain his name, residence, and business. These are quickly communicated to a confederate, who meets the stranger a block or two further on, having kept him steadily in sight, and promptly recognizes him. Perhaps I can best describe the methods of this class of swindlers, who are known as bunco men or bunco steerers, by giving my own experience. I returned to New York one morning by one of the Boston boats, and was walking towards Broadway with satchel in hand, when my hand was suddenly grasped by a man who displayed all the fervor of an old friend. "How do you do, Mr. Johnson?" said he. "I am very glad to see you." "You've made a mistake, sir," I answered. "My name isn't Johnson." "What! Isn't this Mr. Johnson of Syracuse, to whom I sold a bill of goods at our house, and Company?" naming one of the leading dry goods houses. I assured him I was not Mr. Johnson at all, and the fellow humbly begged 1,000 pardons, adding that I resembled his friend so closely that he had made a very natural mistake. Then, eyeing me curiously, as if he could hardly believe I was not Mr. Johnson, he asked my name, and I frankly told him I was Mr. Wallace, from Concord, New Hampshire, and that I was in the hardware business. He apologized again and went on, adding, before he left me, that Mr. Johnson was a leading citizen of Syracuse, and in fact one of the prominent men of the western half of the state of New York. I could be proud to have been mistaken for him, and proud I certainly was. Before I reached Broadway, another man rushed at me with the same friendly manner, and, warmly grasping my hand, greeted me as Mr. Wallace of Concord, New Hampshire. He was Mr. Blank of the hardware house of Blank and Blank, a leading one in the city, and remembered my last visit. Was I satisfied with the goods I then bought? Of course I was, and would again honor the firm with my patronage. He rattled on at a great rate, proposed that I should breakfast with him before going to the hotel, and I accepted. Then he wanted me to step down a side street a few steps, wouldn't take 5 minutes, to look at a picture he had just bought as a present for his aunt. He knew I had excellent taste in art, and wanted my opinion. By this time we had reached Broadway, and as I was in a hurry to get home, I brought the comedy to an end by asking if he had happened to meet my old friend Johnson of Syracuse lately. He did not stop long enough to make an answer. Had I gone with the scoundrel to see the picture, I should have found myself in a pretense of a shop far enough removed from the street to prevent my escaping easily. Then my money would have been taken from me by apparently fair means, if possible, such as inducing me to buy something that was going very cheap, to lend to my new-found friend or one of his confederates, bet upon a lottery or other game, or do something that would relieve them from the charge of robbery by violence. But if all these methods had failed, they would have risked the more serious matter rather than let me leave the house unplucked. Bunco men do not confine their operations to New York City. They often make tours throughout the country, visiting other cities and plying their vocation at every opportunity. Many a farmer has been victimized by them, and learned by sad experience that a bunco man is a smooth and crafty villain. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Bruce Peary. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 31 by Thomas W. Knox. Up the Spout. Pawnbrokers and their ways. A visit to the shop of my uncle. Personal experiences. If the history of every human life could be told, what surprising revelations would be made? If a list was published of the thousands of men and women who have at one time or other in their lives sought acquaintance with that interesting individual, the pawnbroker, sometimes known as my uncle, names now high in the social, political, and business worlds would be found in it, and society would stand aghast. Few there are who are willing to admit the fact that my uncle once stood to them in the relation of a friend in time of sore distress, though it must be confessed that his friendship was purely cold-blooded and measured solely by per cent and pisaness. It is a constant tendency of human nature to kick over the ladder that has helped us upward, to ignore the plank that has bridged a disagreeable stream. Occasionally, a person in the high tide of prosperity is willing to admit that the pawnbroker once upon a time rendered valuable assistance to him. A widely known and prosperous actor, now blessed with an ample fortune, in writing the reminiscences of his career, speaks of the first gold watch he ever owned. It was bought out of the profits of a remarkably successful tour, and it became a valued friend. But, he says, friends must occasionally be separated, and there were certain periods of adversity when my watch and I were compelled to stay apart. When good times came again, we were reunited, and our intimacy continued for many years. Many a watch or other valuable article of use or luxury has had a similar experience. Men whose lives are checkered sometimes provide themselves, in times of prosperity, with something easily portable and of considerable value, for the avowed purpose of spouting when adversity overtakes them. Gamblers are particularly addicted to this practice, and their proneness to diamonds, high-priced watches, and heavy chains is well known. Apart from the question of personal adornment, these gentry have a practical reason for thus investing their earnings in articles that may be convenient collaterals whenever fickle fortune frowns upon their owners. History records that even monarchs have pawned in their day, and curious matters have come therefrom. Charles the Bold, when in the Netherlands, pawned a diamond noted as being the largest in Europe. Some time afterwards he found himself in funds, and sent a page with money to redeem the diamond. On his way home with it, the page met with the misfortune of being murdered, upon hearing which Charles ordered the boy's body to be carefully preserved until he could see it. On his arrival at the scene of the assassination, Charles ordered the body to be cut open, and the diamond was found securely hidden away in a snug corner of the viscera. Pawnbrokers are not all Hebrews, though the pawnbroking business is generally supposed to be entirely in Hebrew hands. But whatever they may be, they are good judges of values of articles offered to them, and the man that cheats a pawnbroker must get up very early in the morning. Some time ago, desiring personal experience with a pawnbroker, I concluded that a spare watch would be just the thing to put in soak, so I proceeded to make a raise for the largest possible sum on the aforesaid watch. On pawnbroking thoughts intent, I wended my way to the Bowery, which can boast of far more lenders upon personal collaterals than any other part of the city. The familiar sign of 3 gilded balls hung over the door. Somebody has humorously said that these balls mean it's 2-to-1 that you never come back to redeem your pledge. The fact is that the 3 balls were the armorial bearings of the celebrated family of the Medici in Italy, who became very rich through lending money on pledges several hundred years ago. Probably very few pawnbrokers know the real origin of the sign of their trade. As I entered the establishment, a woman was at the counter, anxiously watching every expression that flitted across the countenance of a spectacled Hebrew who was closely examining some silver spoons, which appeared to be very old and were no doubt an heirloom in the woman's family. Her nervous manner and the pinched look on her face showed plainly enough that sheer want had driven her to seek for a loan at the pawnbroker's, and she impatiently waited the estimate of the sharp-nosed man on the other side of the counter. He examined the spoons with great care, and was apparently so absorbed that he seemed unaware of my entrance. He bent one of the spoons, touched it with acid, weighed it, and afterwards weighed the entire dozen, rang them on the counter, and did other things that satisfied him of the genuineness of the metal. One might think that the old-fashioned character of the spoons and the appearance of honest poverty of the woman who offered them would be a sufficient guarantee of their genuineness, but the pawnbroker takes nothing for granted. Years ago, one of the best-known and most successful pawnbrokers in New York was neatly swindled by a man who brought a magnificent diamond ring on which he wanted a loan. The usual tests were applied, the diamond proved to be genuine, and a loan was made upon it. The stone was a fine one, worth perhaps $1,000. The loan was made about the 20th of the month, and the man said he would redeem his pledge on the 1st of the following month, which he did. On the 20th he appeared again with the ring and wanted another loan till the 1st of the following month. The tests were applied again, everything was all right, and the loan was made. Month after month the same thing was done, and the pawnbroker at last regarded the man as a regular customer, and a very good one, too, as he proved a source of constant revenue. After a while the dealer took the ring without testing the stone. He had become so familiar with its appearance and that of the customer that he considered the test unnecessary. Finally, the usual day for redemption came around, but the customer did not appear. On the 3rd day afterwards, the pawnbroker began to suspect that something was wrong. He took out the ring and carefully examined it. To his utter dismay, he found that though the setting was precisely the same, the stone was a false one, resembling in size, shape, and cutting the original from which it had been faithfully copied. The man never came again, and the pawnbroker learned a lesson which has never been forgotten by him or his descendants. While waiting my turn, I glanced around the shop. One side of the room was occupied by a long counter. The other side was filled with rows of shelves and pigeonholes that overflowed with mechanics' tools, musical instruments, clocks, guns, pistols, swords, drums, boots, shoes, workboxes, a complete museum. At the farther end of the room, an iron door opened into a large vault, built entirely of iron and lit with gas. Near it was a small space enclosed by an iron railing, and over the door the word "office" was conspicuously displayed. Around the sides of the vault, which could easily be seen through the railing, were small, shallow drawers, similar to those seen in a jeweller's safe. In these drawers were placed diamonds and other precious stones, set and unset. Hundreds of watches, both gold and silver, on which sums varying from $1 to $100 each had been lent. Other drawers contained finger rings, bracelets, earrings, and almost every known article of jewelry and personal adornment, while the bundles on the floor consisted of silver cups, ladles, forks, and scores of dozens of silver spoons. Above was another room, in which was stored all kinds of furniture and clothing of every description. Here were relics of better days, odd mementos of faraway lands beyond the sea, articles of domestic use of all sorts, sometimes unmentionable, for all is fish that comes to a pawnbroker's net, if only it have a market value, or if there is, in his opinion, a reasonable prospect of ultimate redemption. Hardly an article is offered upon which the pawnbroker is not begged to advance more, but his trade hardens him, and he invariably decides in accordance with what he considers his own interests. He sees before him all day long and all the year round the improvident, the reckless, the vicious, and the victims of unutterable misfortune. To return to the woman with the spoons. The pawnbroker stated the amount he was willing to loan upon the property, and though the woman pleaded hard for more, he coldly answered that it was all that he could afford. With a sigh she accepted the offer, the pawn ticket was filled out, the money was carefully counted and handed over, and the sad-eyed woman drew a veil over her face and walked out of the place. My turn had come, and I stepped forward to the counter as the dealer looked with inquiring eyes in my direction. Extending his hand, he grasped mine and gave it a hearty shake, his wrinkled face wreathed in smiles. It was an old and cunning face, and his shiny bald head seemed to make his beady eyes unnaturally bright as they peered from under shaggy brows. "My friend, what can I do for you?" he said. I humbly made known my request, at the same time producing my watch. He took it in his hand, picked up a strong magnifying glass, which he directed upon the works, and carefully scanned the movement. Then he examined the case, touched it with acid by means of a bottle with a pointed stopper of glass, critically inspected the marks on the inside of the case, and said, with a deep sigh, "How much you want, eh?" "Well, I would like $50.
$50? He exclaimed wildly. "What? On this old watch? My friend, what for you blackguard me? I loan you $15 and no more."
"But that is a fine watch, and only 3 years ago it cost me 200 and—"
"You think I am a fool already, eh? You want to cheat and ruin me, is it? I sells you a better watch as that for $50. You see those movements, eh? Look, that is an old watch gone to pieces already, and I could not so much as get more as $40 for that same watch. Das is a fact."
And he gave the watch a contemptuous toss to one side.
"Loan me 30, I begged, with all the pathos I could muster in voice and manner, "and I will try and get along." "My friend, I want to help you, and I would never cheat you. Don't you believe it, and what I tell you shall be sacred. I tell you what I do. I give you $20, and so sure as my name is Simon Levy, that is just what that watch is worth."
"No, I'll go somewhere else," I slowly said, with a perceptible tremor in my voice as I picked up the watch and started for the door.
"Hold on, my friend," said Simon. "Hold on a little. Don't go away. I will do better by you as anybody in the business. I have been transacting business for these 40 years. Look," he said, as he waved his skinny hand toward the crowded shelves. "You see those packages from fine gentlemen and ladies just like you. Do you think they would trade mit Simon Levy if he cheated? I tell you what I do, and someday you shall say that same Simon Levy was indeed your friend. Shh." He glanced around the room to see that no one was within hearing, and putting both hands to his mouth and his mouth close to my ear, he said in a confidential whisper, "You shall have 25, but don't give it away." And with a patronizing slap on my back, he added, "And remember that Simon Levy is always your friend." I accepted his offer, but before closing the business he asked who I was and how long I had had the watch. He did not wish to run a chance of buying stolen property and run the risk of losing it with the amount he had lent upon it. He had already studied me carefully and no doubt concluded that I was an honest man,
By means of letters in my pocket, I was able to prove my identity and my place of residence. He was satisfied, and the transaction was soon completed. Among the 110 licensed pawnbrokers in New York City, there is a fair proportion who take pains to prevent lending money upon stolen goods. The reputable men in the trade will not lend money to suspicious persons, and if anything is offered that they have reason to believe or suspect has been stolen, they notify the police at once. Important arrests have thus been made through pawnbrokers, stolen goods recovered, and the thieves sent to prison. Police captains have the legal right to examine the books of all pawnbrokers when seeking to trace stolen property, and if it is found in their possession, they must give it up on the order of a police magistrate. Pending the trial of the persons accused of stealing, the pawned articles are in the custody of the property clerk at police headquarters. If the owner does not prosecute, or if there is no conviction, the property goes back to the pawnbroker, and the owner cannot recover it without paying the amount of the loan with interest. But if the thief is convicted and the ownership of the property proven, the pawnbroker is out to the amount of his loan and all charges upon it. Hence comes much of the reluctance of pawnbrokers to deal with suspicious persons. The pawnbroker is forbidden by law to ask or receive a greater rate of interest on amounts less than $100 than 3% a month for the first 6 months and 2% for succeeding months. Where the amount loaned exceeds $100, he may receive only 2% a month for the first 6 months and 1% monthly for succeeding months. He is required to keep every article not less than 1 year before selling it, and must sell everything by auction, which must be advertised in the daily papers and conducted by a licensed auctioneer. The law forbids him to buy on his own account articles that have been pawned to him, but this provision of law can be, and is, evaded by his getting a friend to make the purchase for him. A few days later I went back to the pawnshop and redeemed the watch I had pledged. I paid 3% for the loan, the law making no account of fractions of a month. Whether one redeems in 1 day or 1 month, the charge is the same, and if the time runs over a single day into the 2nd month, the charge is the same as for 2 months. If I had not redeemed the watch, Simon would have kept it a year and then sold it at auction, and quite likely, as he is no doubt an honest man for a pawnbroker, he would have obtained $75 for it at a fairly conducted sale. He would have had his loan back with interest and much more besides. By a recent law of the state of New York, the surplus remaining after the payment of the loan and interest belongs to the owner of the goods and not to the lender. In practice, it usually falls into the hands of the lender and stays there, as the general public is ignorant of the law, and the broker does not take much trouble to hunt up his creditors. The law in regard to keeping the articles a full year before selling them is very strict, though it is sometimes violated. Every person carrying on the business of a pawnbroker must pay $500 for a license and give bonds for $10,000 that he will conduct his operations in conformity with the law. But there are many men who conduct a pawnbroking business in defiance of the law, or rather by an evasion of it. The spout exists in the offices of most pawnbrokers, and is simply a spout or dumbwaiter leading to an upper room where the pawned goods of bulk are stored. My watch did not literally go up the spout, but into Simon's safe. But if I had pawned my overcoat or suit of clothes, I would have seen the bundle disappear in the dumbwaiter after being duly marked and labeled. Ladies' dresses are hung up, as they would be injured by folding. Hence arises the slang term of hung up for an article that has been pledged at the pawnbroker's. In the case of articles that are really and literally hung up, a small charge is made for the extra care required. An exorbitant rate of interest is charged, probably because the great majority of loans are in small sums, most of them less than $5. Suppose one borrows $2 on an article left with a pawnbroker and has the use of the money for a month. The dealer must issue a ticket, label the article, and place it where it can be found at a moment's notice whenever the owner calls to redeem it, and all the dealer gets for his trouble and the use of his money is 6 cents. And if the loan has been $1 instead of 2, he has the same amount of trouble, all for 3 cents. If he ventures to charge more, except for a dress or other things that must be hung up as already described, or for tar paper in which to protect woolen goods from moths, he is liable to lose the license for which he has paid $500. When it comes to the loan of large sums, the case is different, as the law fixes a lower rate of interest. There is a practice quite common among small dealers in jewelry and precious stones of pledging their goods with pawnbrokers and selling them while thus deposited. The transaction is made by selling the pawn ticket, and with it an order for the delivery of the goods on payment of the loan. In some of the daily papers almost any morning one will see offers of pawn tickets for watches, jewelry, and the like for sale. The holder of the ticket will probably ask about the face value of the ticket in cash. As the amount of the loan is supposed to be less than half the value of the goods, there is a fair margin for profit at this rate. In transactions of this sort, there is danger of the pawnbroker being dishonest, and in a conspiracy which has cheating for its object. The fellow conspirator with the pawnbroker pledges jewelry to the nominal value of $200 and receives a pawn ticket saying that the amount of the loan is $75. He sells it to me for an advance, say, of $75, and I go to the brokers and redeem the goods. They have cost me altogether $150, besides the interest on the loan. When it is too late to help myself, I discover that the precious metal is brass instead of gold, and the jewels not genuine. If I go to the pawnbroker, he expresses great surprise and denounces the other man for having swindled him, and if I press the matter, he will quite likely accuse me of having changed the goods with an intention to defraud. I am practically helpless, as I cannot prove any intentional deceit on the broker's part. If the articles in a pawn shop could speak, what stories of suffering and sorrow they could tell. Hard times come upon men and women, and a visit to the pawnbroker often becomes a necessity to keep the wolf from the door or pay the demands of an inexorable landlord. Some article that can best be spared is taken from the scanty store and pledged with the pawnbroker, nearly always with a hope of its speedy redemption. It may be an heirloom in the family, or a souvenir of early love, or something around which many tender associations are clustered. Tears are shed as it disappears up the spout, but the tears are lessened by the expectation that the cherished pledge will soon return to its place. Alas, too often redemption is impossible, and something else must be pawned to avert starvation. And so the sad story goes on, till at last there is nothing left which the pawnbroker will receive. The end is near. House, home, possessions are gone, and the street, the poorhouse, and finally the pauper's grave write "Finis" to the tale. That the pawnshop has its legitimate uses, and that it has been of material service to individuals in time of distress, cannot be questioned. The evil consists mainly in the abuses of the system, and our legislators have wisely sought to so regulate the business as to reduce these abuses to a minimum, rather than try to suppress the pawnshop altogether. The abuses come partly from the pawnbroker and partly from his patrons. It has been shown how the dishonest pawnbroker may serve as a screen for thieves and facilitate crime, a charge from which the honest and law-abiding lender is free. With a great part of the public, the pawnshop encourages improvident habits by making borrowing easy, and in 9 cases out of 10, the way to the dram house lies through the pawnbrokers. Take from the pawnbroker's business all the money that his patrons spend for drink, and the sign of the 3 gilded balls would disappear from more than half the shops that now display them, for the simple reason that my numerous uncles would be without patronage. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Bruce Peary. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 32 by Thomas W. Knox. Street vendors and sidewalk merchants, how skin games and petty swindles are played. Beaten the angels for lion. An interesting feature of metropolitan life is the army of street vendors of many names and kinds to be met on every hand. A stroll along Broadway or the Bowery or in the vicinity of City Hall brings to view many of these itinerant merchants who literally swarm in some portions of the city and manage to make a living out of the public, and some of them make a very good living, too. I remember a peddler of pocket cutlery who every evening used to haunt the corridors of hotels and stroll through beer saloons, bar rooms, and other places open to the public. He was known as Jake and was of German origin. Sometimes he was called Dutch Jake and sometimes Dirty Jake, the former appellation having reference to his nationality and the latter to his personal appearance. He was very melancholy of visage. He never asked you to purchase his wares, but the silent appeal of his beseeching look, his unwashed face and uncombed hair, his sad physiognomy, and his threadbare clothing as he stood speechless in front of a possible patron, and displayed a soiled roll of leather holding 2 or 3 dozen pocket-knives and scissors of all sizes and kinds, was enough to melt any heart not absolutely adamantine. Many a time Jake has unrolled his leather case beneath my nose and held it there without saying a word. If I paid no attention to him, he rolled it up in a minute or so, and with a deep sigh walked slowly away. If I showed an interest in his misfortune and asked the price of the knives, there was a gleam of sunshine across his face that seemed to say he was about to be saved from starvation. If I bought a knife or a pair of scissors, he was somehow never able to make change, as if he hadn't a cent about him. When he received his money, he thanked me stolidly, and the fervor with which he grasped the coin convinced me that I had performed an act of real charity to a deserving man who was too proud to beg, and had only a slender stock in trade with which to support himself and possibly a suffering family of children. Often out of a feeling of commiseration for poor Jake, my friends and I have bought things we did not want, and consequently we have more than once had an overstock of knives and scissors. One day a case came before the courts in which a supposed rich man who lived with his wife at a fashionable hotel had sought to defraud a money-lender out of several $1,000s. The money-lender proved to be no other than Dirty Jake of the sorrowful countenance and threadbare clothes, and it transpired that he had made a great deal of money by peddling knives and scissors in the manner described. His days were devoted to negotiating loans at high rates of interest, and his evenings to peddling his wares and securing customers by his abject manner and deceptive appearance of great poverty and utter despair. Jake is by no means a solitary example of the thriving peddlers who haunt the streets of New York and secure patronage through sympathy. There are beggars of all kinds who solicit alms under very thin disguises of commerce, and some of them live in a style often surpassing that of the persons who contribute to their support. On 14th Street, there has been on pleasant afternoons for many years a gray-bearded man who exhibits a model of a ship tossing on model waves, and very poor models of ship and waves they are. On the box that supports the glass case containing these nautical curiosities is a placard announcing that the ship is the work of a poor sailor. The inference is plain enough that the poor sailor is the old gray-bearded, weather-beaten, and nautically apparelled man in charge of the exhibit. A tin cup on the box receives contributions, and many are the pennies and nickels that find their way into it. It is said that the money thus received pays the rent of a comfortable apartment in a building in a respectable quarter, and also supports a family of 3 persons in comfort and even luxury. Not a stroke of work is done by any member of the family. The daily receipts of the tin cup of the poor sailor enable the family to keep 2 servants, and the wife and daughter of the exhibitor, who is neither sailor nor model builder, are good patrons of fashionable stores. Street merchants are more numerous in the lower part of the city than in the residence portion, though they are by no means unknown in any quarter. Many of them often stick to their trade from year to year. One old candy woman has for years taken up her quarters in close proximity to one of the public schools, where she patiently sits day after day beneath an old umbrella hung over the fence. The lowest grade of street merchants deal in shoestrings, which they carry in large bundles across their arms or hung by hundreds about their necks. Shoestring peddlers are mostly of Hebrew origin, and it is not unlikely that they make a large return for their industry. Of the same nationality are the peddlers of combs and collar buttons, whose stock in trade is carried in a small basket or tray, usually suspended by straps passing around the neck. The collar-button peddler is often a very convenient merchant for the ordinary citizen to encounter, for these little indispensable articles of personal use are constantly breaking or rolling out of sight, and when wanted are very much wanted indeed, and many a man can testify that the collar-button merchant has often relieved embarrassment of this sort for a very small pecuniary consideration. Side by side with a blind man who sells pencils and is almost literally covered with them, is the vendor of a little instrument for threading needles, who has been over 20 years in this business, to my knowledge, and always in the region around the post office and city hall. The best evidence that he has made it pay is the fact that he has spent nearly a lifetime in following his humble occupation. Not far away is a song vendor who sells sheets of songs of the most recent date. Iron fences in front of churches or elsewhere are often utilized by these sidewalk music dealers, who stretch strings along them on which hundreds of printed songs are fastened by clothespins. In the upper part of the city, numerous Italian girls, decked in raiment of many colors, carry small baskets full of notions and trinkets through the streets, and look with beseeching eyes at every passer-by. The tooth-powder man is a curiosity. Standing on a street corner, he vociferously offers to polish, free of charge, the teeth of any boy who wishes to be made dentally presentable. There is generally no lack of candidates, and when one offers himself as a sacrifice, his teeth are turned from black or yellow to pearly white in an astonishingly short time by using a brush covered with a white powder. The tooth-powder artist scrubs the teeth of his candidates much as he would polish a boot, and without any regard to the comfort of the patient during the operation. He convinces his patrons that there is nothing injurious in his compound by taking a spoonful of it in his own mouth and allowing it to dissolve there. Exactly what the preparation is, no one can say positively, but that it is a powerful acid is very evident from its prompt action in removing discoloration from the teeth. One of the most interesting class of peddlers are the vendors of fruits and vegetables in their season, most of whom have a peculiar way of effecting sales. A makeshift of a wagon is loaded with oranges, apples, strawberries, melons, lemons, or any fruit or vegetable that happens to be abundant, and the driver, who must first procure a license from the proper city authorities, proceeds to patrol the cheap residence streets. Before doing so, he engages a shouter, as he is technically called, a fellow with stentorian lungs who is capable of making himself audible for an incredibly long distance. While the driver directs his animal, usually nothing but skin and bones, at a slow pace, the shouter proclaims the wares that are for sale. Sometimes the shouter aids the driver in selling his goods and making change, while at others he is engaged for his voice only, like an opera singer, and disdains the manual or intellectual part of the business. These shouters are to be found around the markets and other places where the fruits are obtained by the peddlers before starting on their rounds, and their wages vary from $1 to $2 or even $3 a day, according to length of service and power of lungs. The shouter also exercises his abilities by selling extra editions of the newspapers in the evening. Half a dozen shouters, each with a quantity of extras under his arm, start uptown from Union Station at 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening and make noise enough to drown all other street sounds. All that can be distinguished is, "Extra, extra! Here's your extra evening paper! Great! Wow, 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 wow!" It is impossible to guess what has happened, and it is not the shouter's business to let you know until you have bought the paper. That something terrible has occurred is certain, and you rush to buy the extra containing the frightful intelligence. You open it nervously and find that the clamshells have beaten the lobsters at baseball, or the racehorse mudlark has outrun his rival foghorn by half a neck. The retreating form of the shouter is already far away. There are peddlers who dispense cologne water of a wretched quality. It is water with a little odorous extract in it to give a perfume, and possibly the stopper of the bottle has been dipped in a genuine cologne to give a good smell. There are peddlers of court plaster and of clothes hooks, Italian boys with pretzels strung on long poles, and there are several corners where one may find men selling small bookcases made by stringing 3 or 4 shelves upon wires. The shoe-blacking man has a section of a freshly polished boot that reflects every object near it, and the dealer in stove polish has a piece of iron that shines with the luster of a newly cast piece of bronze. Near him is a man whose stock in trade is one of the numerous preparations for mending broken china, and he exhibits a broken and mended plate or saucer suspended in a frame with a weight of 5 or 10 pounds hung to the lower half to show that the 2 sections cannot be pulled apart. The cash-paid-for-rags man may be found throughout the tenement house districts, though he is by no means unknown in more fashionable localities. He is a formidable rival of the shouter in strength of lungs. The dealer in toy balloons is not far away. The balloons are from 6 to 12 inches in diameter and inflated with gas. Occasionally, a reckless fellow who is apparently willing to be amused at the expense of the peddler, generally an Italian, slips up behind him and slyly cuts the strings of the balloons. Away they soar heavenward, and the frantic sufferer fills the air with bitter laments and impious imprecations. A crowd quickly assembles, and the sympathetic spectators show their pity for the unfortunate Italian by contributing a sufficient amount of money to pay for his lost stock in trade, and very often they leave him something more. The excitement is soon over, and the grateful balloon merchant leaves, ostensibly to buy new stock. If we follow him closely for a few minutes, we shall quite likely find him around the corner, chatting familiarly and dividing the proceeds with the man who cut the strings, and only then do we realize that the whole affair was a put-up job. So, too, is the trick of the dealer in plaster images, whose stand is upset by a drunken ruffian who staggers away quite oblivious of the ruin he has wrought, to the great dismay and consternation of the poor dealer in works of art. The ruffian and dealer are in partnership, and this method of disposing of the frail plaster is quicker and far more lucrative than the old way of selling it piece by piece to legitimate purchasers. Another trick of street trade is often successfully carried out by street dealers in kindling wood. The time chosen for its execution is usually early evening, and a side street uptown is the place generally selected. Paterfamilias, who possibly has just finished dinner, hears a tremendous shouting in the street in front of his house, and rushes to the window to see what dreadful thing has happened. Two men, with a load of kindling wood in a wagon, are in the middle of the street. Their horse has fallen to the ground, and is evidently unable to rise. The men hold a solemn consultation, and then one of them approaches the house slowly and timidly rings the bell. He explains that he and his friend had a load of kindling wood to deliver in the next street, for which they were to collect $2. The horse is old and very weak, and was suddenly taken sick. He cannot possibly draw the load, and if they succeed in getting him to his feet, they will be fortunate if they can induce him to pull an empty wagon. As for the loaded one, it is quite beyond his strength. Under these circumstances, paterfamilias is asked to buy the kindling wood as an act of charity for a suffering animal and a perplexed driver, so that the men can return to their employer with the money. To assure paterfamilias of the correctness of this plausible story, a bill for the kindling wood is shown, and his careful attention is called to the words, "Collect $2." So he buys the wood, though he did not really want it. He has storage room in his cellar, and the wood is speedily dumped through the coal hole in the sidewalk. When he looks at the wood next morning, he finds that it would have been dear at half the price paid for it. He soberly mentions the circumstance to a friend, who consoles him by laughing at the way he has been taken in by the kindling wood trick. Yes, it is a melancholy fact that he was the victim of the worst and meanest kind of swindle, because it was perpetrated in the name of kindness to men or animals, or both. It may be a slight consolation to paterfamilias to know that many another old resident has suffered by the same fraud. Another swindler, who plays upon the cupidity of mankind rather than upon their good nature, is the man who offers to sell 4 boxes of soap for $1 each. To convince spectators that the purchase will be a profitable one, he actually puts a $10 bill in one box, a $5 bill in the second, and a $2 bill in the third. In the fourth box, there is nothing but the cake of soap, and very poor soap at that. Now he tells his listeners that for $1, they can draw any one of the boxes. Whereupon, after some hesitation, a man who is apparently a stranger, but who is in reality a Confederate, steps forward, pays his $1, and of course he draws one of the boxes containing money, either $2 or $5. The other money boxes remain, and also the blank one. confidence is soon inspired in the crowd of onlookers, and an unsuspecting and bona fide purchaser, who has all the time closely watched the proceedings and is quite certain that he has a sure thing, now tries his hand. But somehow he always finds a blank in his box, and should he draw a score of times in succession, his luck will always be the same. It is a skin game, successfully executed by a skilful performance of sleight of hand, aided by confederates who do everything in their power to confuse the unlucky buyer. The man who dispenses soda water at 2 cents a glass and ice cream at 1 cent a plate is sure of liberal patronage from gamins and newsboys, a crowd of whom may generally be found about the vendor's stand. The street peddler not far off, who deals in figs and dates, and who is equipped with a handcart and a large stock of tempting fruit, is evidently a facetious fellow, for he has labelled one of his packages with the words, "Latest dates from Constantinople." He is waggish, but he nevertheless has a wonderfully sharp eye for business, and an abundance of nerve, too. As one stands a dozen yards away, he reads on a placard, "Only 15 cents a pound." The unsuspecting customer, tempted by the quality of the fruit and the low price, approaches nearer and buys a pound, for which he is charged 30 cents instead of 15. Indignantly he calls the dealer's attention to the mistake, and by way of emphasizing his remarks he points to the placard on which the price is stated. Alas, a close inspection reveals the figures 1/2 immediately following the capital A. The letters and figures forming the placard, as first read, are fully 3 inches in height, while the 1/2 is not over half an inch, and is never noticed by the hasty purchaser. Sidewalk vendors of cheap clothing and dry goods abound in the lower part of the city. Some of them do a legitimate business, though as a rule the curbstone merchant will bear watching. The street vendor has a good knowledge of human nature, and very often he does not hold his fellow men in high esteem. Some people think he relies upon the stranger for the most of his patronage, but if you talk with one of them, after getting into his confidence, he will very likely tell you such is not the case. "The city's full of muffs," said one of these fellows recently when I interviewed him. "Talk about the hayseeds from the country," he continued, "the city jay is the readiest of 'em all to be gulled. There's men standing round on every corner or passing along by here every minute, just waiting for somebody like me to come along and sell 'em anything. Nobody need starve in New York if he's got any grit about him, I can tell you that. Let me tell you what I did. One day last week I went in to play policy, just for the fun of the thing, you know, and when I came out of the place, kind of dazed like, I had just 20 cents left. Everything else was gone, and I wondered for a minute what on earth I'd do. It didn't take me more'n a minute, though, to make up my mind. I went into the first grocery I come across and bought 2 cakes of common laundry soap and 3 cents worth of blue tissue paper. I borrowed a knife and cut up my soap into thin slices and wrapped each slice up nice and tidy like, as though it had been done in a big shop. Then I went down on the Bowery just as men were coming out for their hour at noon, and grabbed hold of the first one I see with grease on his coat collar, and I didn't have to wait long to find him, you bet. I told him I'd clean his coat up nice for nothing if he'd only give me 5 minutes. Well, sir, before the 5 minutes was up, I had a big crowd around me, and I did his coat up so's you couldn't see a bit of grease on it. 'Twas just as clean as though it had come spick and span new from the tailor's. Perhaps you don't know, but you can wet a grease spot, and it won't show for 2 hours or so. Only if you give it time to dry, it'll be out again about as plain as ever. When I got the feller's coat fixed all right, I turned to the crowd and says I,
"Here ye are, gents. You see what the great chain lightnin' double refined centennial night bloomin' serious soap will do? Invented by a Frenchman who spent 20 years finding out what it ought to be made of and spoiled 13,000 coats before he hit it exactly right. A British syndicate's been after the secret and offered him £10,000 cash down and no back talk for the rights for New York City, but he refused it, and him and me's in partnership for 2 years, and nobody else hasn't any right to sell it. Here you are, the great patent grease eradicator. Make a coat or carpet as good as new, and all in 5 minutes with a twist of your wrist that anybody is only to try to find out he can do it. Only 25 cents a cake, gents, and will save you $5 in having your clothes cleaned and made good as new, no matter if they's a dozen years old." Well, sir, I kept right on talking in that style, saying anything that came into my head and just beating the angels for lying. In less than half an hour, I'd sold out my whole stock and made $8.50, and back I went to the grocery and got more soap, and was selling it like hotcakes when a cop took me up for selling without a license. I let him start off with me and a big crowd a-follerin', and then I hauled my license on him, and he let me go. I've worked the soap racket pretty well out just now, and I'm going into the cheap pocketbook and pencil line. The pocketbooks look first-rate, and they sells well, and you know why?" I acknowledged my ignorance and asked to be enlightened. "They look well, and they're cheap, and that's what catches the gulls," said the vendor. "I tell you, everybody likes to be humbugged, though there ain't many as'll acknowledge it." End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Bruce Peary. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 33, by Thomas W. Knox. Gamblers and Gambling, a midnight visit to gambling houses of high and low degree, a glimpse behind the scenes. In spite of all the laws that have been made against it, gambling in various forms continues to flourish in the great city. Gambling houses are of all grades, from the high-class and costly establishments in the neighborhood of Madison Square, down to the low-class houses of the Bowery and Water Street. Most of them are only open during the evening, but there are some which are known as day houses, where fortune can be tempted at almost any hour. Closely connected with and well known to the profession is a roper in, capper, or steerer, whose vocation is to bring business to the gambling houses. He is always well-dressed and constantly on the watch for non-residents who wish to see the sights in the metropolis, and the gambles of the tiger are one phase of life in which many strangers manifest uncommon interest. The capper expects, and will receive, a liberal commission on all money dropped by visitors under his guidance in whatever place is entered. Before starting out, the capper generally suggests a round of drinks, and leads the way to a fashionable bar-room. He always insists upon paying the bill, for while he is ostensibly doing his companion a great service in spending his time in showing him the sights, it is a part of his business to appear liberal. Besides, he intends to be paid in the end out of his visitor's pocket. The gambling house does not pay all these incidental expenses. If the visitor fails to lose any money at the gambling tables, the capper has spent his time and money to no purpose. But the principle of general average comes in here very well. What he loses on a bad customer, he makes up on a good one, as his commission is usually large.
He may spend $5 in showing a visitor about tonight and get nothing in return, but perhaps tomorrow he will find a victim who drops several hundreds or thousands of dollars at roulette or faro, of which the capper will receive from 20 to 40%. Arrived at the door of a fashionable gambling house with a visitor under his care, the capper rings the bell. A little wicket is opened, and the party is inspected by a man inside, generally a negro in faultless evening dress, who has been a long time in the service of the place and knows the faces of all its frequenters. The capper says, "All right, Charlie," and is at once recognized. The wicket closes, the heavy door silently swings open, and the party is admitted. Generally, the playroom is up one flight of stairs, though it is sometimes on the parlor floor. Wherever it is, the capper leads the way, nods familiarly to several of the habitués of the place, and introduces the visitor, who is thus ensured a cordial reception. The proprietor invites him to take something at a sideboard which is equipped with the choicest liquors in the market, and the choicest cigars as well. It is a matter of common notoriety that the very best liquors that money can buy are those which are served free of charge to the patrons of these high-class gambling houses. A visitor can drink, smoke, look on, stroll about the handsomely furnished rooms, do whatever he likes, and is never urged to play. But if he shows a desire to do so, he is readily accommodated, and his friend the capper will often set the example by taking a hand in the game just for fun. Whether the capper wins or loses, it makes no difference to his pockets, as his own winnings are secretly returned to the proprietor, and his losses, if any, are as secretly made up to him. About midnight there is a pause for supper, which is always an elegant and sometimes an elaborate repast, served hot and comprised of all the delicacies in the market. The supper is free to everybody in the house, and so are the fine wines that are served with it. The visitor enjoys the supper and wonders how the managers can afford to give away so much every night, especially as everything is of the best. If the visitor did not leave his conscience at his hotel, it begins to prick him a little as he rises from the supper table, and he is very apt to say to himself, "I must certainly play a little, for I don't like to sneak out without showing my appreciation of this elegant hospitality. If I drop $5 or $10, no matter, it will no more than pay for my supper." The visitor sits down at the roulette or faro table with that object in view. He feels kindly towards all the world, and especially to the gentlemanly gamblers who have entertained him so handsomely, with never a hint that he should patronize the game. He is warmed with the wine, at peace with the whole human race, and in exactly the mood that the gambler desires him to be. He begins to play. To his pleasure, and somewhat to his surprise, instead of losing, he wins steadily, and soon has made a handsome sum. Of course, he doesn't want to carry away the money of his host. That would be an abuse of good treatment not to be thought of for a moment. So he risks it again and again, and at last becomes wholly absorbed in the game. After a while, his luck changes, and he loses as rapidly and steadily as he won before. If he rises from the table a loser only of the $5 or $10 he was willing to give for his supper, he is far more fortunate than the great majority of players. The chances are even that he will lose $50, $100, perhaps $200 or $300 if he happens to have that amount in his possession, and then he will probably be able to understand why the proprietors can spread such a magnificent free supper with its choice wines and liquors and still make money. Should a visitor partake too freely of wine and become troublesome, he is quietly ejected, and the doorkeeper has orders to refuse him admittance in future. There is nothing so much abhorred by the high-class gambler as a row, and a gambling house such as I have described could give lessons in good behavior to many a man who considers himself altogether too respectable to be seen in its neighborhood. Decorous politeness prevails throughout the whole establishment. There may be free conversation, which is generally carried on in subdued tones among those not in the games, but it is an unwritten law that the players shall not be in the least disturbed. Enormous stakes have been played for in some of these gambling houses, and sometimes the winnings of an establishment have been $50,000 or $100,000 in a single night. But this is only a very rare occurrence, and only happens when a young millionaire, or perhaps an old one, is enjoying the lavish hospitality of the house and loses his balance through taking too much wine. Some years ago a man lost $118,000 in 2 sittings of about 4 hours each. He had recently come into possession of a large fortune, which he managed to lose in less than a year after receiving it. Ultimately, he became a capper for the very house where the bulk of his money was lost, but his dissipated habits prevented his success even at this kind of business, and he died in a garret on the east side of the city and was buried at public expense in a pauper's grave. All the high-class establishments conduct what they call a square game. That is, no advantage is taken of the player by means of apparatus, marked cards, unfair dealing, and the like. The player has against him the ordinary percentages of the game, which all may know about, and the still greater percentage of the tendency of human nature to be fascinated by the turns of the wheel of fortune and continue to play after losing heavily in the hope of retrieving losses. Dishonest modes of playing are known as skin games. The square gamblers look down upon these flayers with undisguised contempt and hold no relation with them, at least ostensibly. An intoxicated man is more satisfactory prey for the skinners than a sober one, and the rules that govern the fashionable houses do not prevail in those of lower grade. Even a sober man who enters one of these low concerns is generally unable to detect the fraud practiced upon him, and sometimes so skilfully is he swindled that he will defend with the greatest vehemence any assertion that he was unfairly deprived of his money. The fleecing or skinning is done in various ways. If the game is faro, the cards are dealt from a metal box with their faces uppermost, while the bets are placed upon the layout, a painted cloth on which all the faces of the cards are represented. The dishonest dealer at faro has a box so arranged that he can remove 2 cards at once, and the cards are sufficiently transparent to enable him to know the character of the second card from the top. The case-keeper, who keeps the tally of the cards as they come from the box, sits near the dealer and is in league with him, so that when all the cards have been dealt, the record will be correct. The fraud consists in removing 2 cards instead of 1, whenever it is to the advantage of the house to do so. Roulette is played with a wheel, whence its name, which whirls in a wooden basin in the center of the table where the game is played. When the wheel is started in one direction, a small marble or ivory ball is sent flying around the interior of the basin in the opposite course, and is kept at the outer edge for 3 or 4 minutes by centrifugal force. Gradually its speed diminishes, and so does that of the wheel, and finally the ball drops into one of 38 compartments at the edge of the wheel. A painted layout on the table receives the bets of the players, which are made while the wheel and ball are in motion. A man may bet on a single number, and if he wins, he receives his stake back and 35 times as much. If on 2 numbers and one of them wins, he receives 18 times his stake, and so on. There are 36 numbers and 2 zero compartments, and the advantages of the bank are when the ball falls into either the single or the double zero. Half the compartments are odd and half even, and they are also divided between red and black. A player may bet on an odd or an even number, and also on the winning color. Honestly played, roulette is purely a game of chance, with the advantages of bank and player exactly the same, with the exception of the zeros already mentioned. But the dealer of the skin game at roulette has a very delicate apparatus, worked by fine wires under the table, by which he can direct the course of the ball into any compartment desired. If the majority of the bets are on black, he can drop the ball into the red, or vice versa, and it is needless to say that he always manipulates the apparatus in favor of the bank. At various times the police have captured gambling apparatus that was skillfully constructed for the deception of the wary as well as of the unsuspecting. In one instance it was found that the manipulation of the wheel for purposes of dishonesty was controlled by a man who was on the floor above, and could survey the table below him through a stucco ornament in the ceiling. The dealer started the ball and wheel, and then innocently held his hands upon the table as a guarantee to any suspecting person that he was not working the wires. But they were worked all the same, and very successfully too. Electricity has been made to play an important part in managing the roulette wheel in the interest of the proprietors of the game. To convince patrons that everything is honestly conducted, the wheel and the bowl containing it are supported on legs resting in the center of the table, and before the game begins the wheel is lifted in order that the most skeptical may be convinced that there are no wires to be operated from below or above. When every spectator is satisfied, the wheel is replaced exactly where it stood before, and business goes on. The places where the legs are to rest are indicated by spots on the green cloth with which the table is usually covered, or what appear to be nothing more than depressions in the cloth, caused by the weight of the apparatus. The fact is that there is a metallic connection through these spots by means of fine points of copper or steel, invisible to the naked eye, and when the wheel is restored to its former position, the points come in contact with the feet, which are also metallic. By the skillful manipulation of electric keys performed on the floor above, or by a spectator at the end or side of the table, the little ball can be directed into the black or red compartments at will, or made to avoid numbers on which the heaviest bets have been placed. In all gambling places of the lower grades, it is a rule of the establishment not to allow a man to leave until he has parted with his money, with the possible exception of a few dollars to enable him to leave the city and so get out of the way of complaining. If he is too wary to risk all at the table, he is plied with liquor, and the liquor is generally drugged so that it will speedily accomplish its work. If this does not induce him to be reckless in his play, the drugging is continued until he is in a state of insensibility, and then his pockets are rifled of everything valuable. The next step is to be rid of his company. A carriage is called, and he is led or carried to it by two men who represent to the driver that their friend has taken a drop too much, and they are taking him home. The carriage is not called to the door of the house, but waits on the corner, or perhaps a full block away, in order that, in case of unpleasant results, the driver cannot testify that he took the man in at any particular house. The carriage is driven to a secluded street and halted on a corner. The driver is paid off and dismissed, and after he goes away, the victim is deposited on a doorstep and left there. Sometimes he comes to himself after a time, but more often he is arrested by the police. In either case, he is unable to tell how he happened to be in that street and on that particular doorstep. The last that he remembers is that he was in a gambling house, but as he was taken there by a friend, he cannot say where it was. If he is brought before a police justice in the morning, it is quite likely that he will get 10 days or a longer period on Blackwell's Island, in default of being able to pay his fine. But every victim of the gambler does not escape with a short imprisonment. The motto that dead men tell no tales is not unknown to the gambling fraternity, and if the water that surrounds Manhattan Island could speak, it could make revelations that would fill every reader with horror. Every year there are dozens of mysterious disappearances, and every year there are scores of unrecognized and unclaimed bodies found floating in the harbor. If all these could be traced to their origin, it is pretty certain that the majority of the mysterious disappearances and drownings would prove to have been the work of the gambling houses. It is a little more difficult and a little more risky to throw a man into the harbor than to leave him on a doorstep in a drunken debauch, but when a victim has been robbed of so much money that he is liable to make trouble about it, the risk is sometimes considered worth taking by these desperate men. A form of gambling that depended upon publicity for its profit was formerly very prominent in New York. In fact, it became so prominent as to attract general attention to its nefarious character under the guise of fairness, and was suppressed by law in consequence. This is what is known as pool selling, a system of mutual betting on the result of any forthcoming event, a horse race, a yacht race, baseball match, a municipal, state, or national election, in fact, any kind of event to occur in the near future. The seller of the pools occupies the position of a banker. He receives the money of any or all comers who wish to purchase tickets, and as soon as the result of the contest has been declared, he pays over the money to the winners, after deducting his commission, which is always a liberal one. Nobody objects to the liberality of the commission. The loser doesn't care, as he will get nothing back in any event, and the winner is satisfied with the returns upon his investment and looks upon the dealer as a liberal gentleman. Before the pool rooms were suppressed, they were always thronged on the evenings previous to important races or elections, and thousands of dollars were paid for tickets. Men and boys joined in the excitement of the occasion, and the ranges of the pools were such that sums as low as $1 or even less could be staked upon a race or an election. It was found that many boys were tempted to rob their employers in order to buy tickets in the pools, or to make up their losses after finding that they were unsuccessful. But the law finally laid its heavy hand on this nefarious business, and though still carried on in some localities, it is only to a small extent. A recent investigation shows that there are more than 50 regular gambling houses in the city, not counting the policy shops and kindred establishments. One of the oldest and most aristocratic is the one that was run by the late John Morrissey. It is close to a church on Broadway and has good surroundings, and though the occupants of the neighboring buildings have tried hard to cause it to be closed, they have been unable to do so. It is open only at night, and is run in connection with a day gambling house within pistol shot of the corner of Broadway and Ann Street. One of the difficulties in prosecuting the managers of the place is to ascertain their names. The place is called a clubhouse, and to all inquiries as to who its members are, the parties addressed return the invariable answer, "I don't know." The games played at both these houses are principally faro and roulette, though anyone who wants a hand at poker can generally be accommodated. If a citizen makes a complaint and the police come to make a raid in consequence, the faro and roulette tables suspend operations the moment the warning sound is heard from the man at the peephole in the outer door, who is always on the alert. By the time the police can reach the gaming rooms, They are deserted, and the lights are low, while the people in the house are found seated at the card tables on the second floor, indulging in quiet games of poker. The members of a club may play poker to their heart's content, and as this is a club, and nothing that the law calls gambling is going on there, the police have no chance for arrests. The proprietors of this gambling house and those of another fashionable resort of the same kind on 29th Street have several times been defendants in suits to recover money lost at their tables. 2 or 3 suits of this kind are now in the courts, one of them for $80,000, which was lost there by the cashier of a large business house. Another suit is by a woman who had entrusted her husband with $6,000 in bonds, which he was to sell on her account. He sold the bonds, and then took the money to the gambling house, where he expected to win a large amount and be able to have a nice allowance for himself after giving his wife what belonged to her. It was the old story, and the wonder is that he came away with $600 in his possession, having lost $5,400. The great majority of these suits are compromised where compromise is possible, and the gamblers find they are hopelessly within the clutches of the law. But they fight as long as they possibly can, and employ some of the ablest lawyers for their defense, as they can well afford to pay large fees. The majority of the patrons of the gambling houses are men under 40 years of age, and very many of them are between 20 and 30. Now and then a gray-haired veteran can be seen trying his luck with the tiger, but it is the exception rather than the rule. Men of mature years have either learned caution and ceased to play at the fickle games, or been cleaned out long ago and have nothing left with which to play. Hundreds of young men in New York can trace their downfall to the gambling tables, and within the past 10 years there have been more than 50 defalcations of trusted employees on this account. If a photograph of the party at play on a full night in any of the fashionable houses could be taken about 11 o'clock or a little later and displayed in a public place, it would create a sensation, as there would be a goodly proportion of faces that are well known in political and business circles, and other faces whose exposure would cause speedy vacancies in banking and other commercial houses. Boys are not admitted at these fashionable places, but there are gambling resorts on 6th Avenue and in its neighborhood where youths are enticed by the prospect of winning the money of the keepers of the game and may freely enter. Most of these places are in the rear of cheap cigar stores or other establishments of an apparently legitimate character. One place is ostensibly an express office, but if you should wish to leave an order for the transport of your trunk or any other express work, you will be told that the expressman has been laid up 2 or 3 days with the grippe. His horse has gone lame, his wagon has broken down, or something else has happened that will prevent his doing the desired service. At these games, checks or chips are sold at varying prices according to their colors, the lowest prices being 5 cents each. They are generally sold in stacks of 20 chips, so that a patron can take a hand in the game if his entire possessions amount to only $1. The patrons of these houses are mostly young clerks, boys employed in offices, shops, or working at trades. Occasionally a newsboy or bootblack who has been driving a good trade ventures inside and risks his hard-earned wages. There is always a crowd of confidence men about, and if by a run of fortune in his favor a patron manages to win a few dollars and starts to leave, he is immediately beset by these fellows who try to entice him to visit other houses in the neighborhood, in the promise of winning more. So earnestly do they press their arguments, and so flushed is the young gambler with hope, that they generally succeed. And so it usually happens that not one young man in 10 who goes into this locality to win his fortune at the gaming tables reaches home with a penny in his possession. These low gambling houses are frequented by men who are technically known as sleepers. They have no money to play with, but they are allowed to sit at the tables, and whenever a patron is careless about picking up his winnings, these fellows step forward and claim the stake. If the owner objects, the thieves show a great deal of assurance, and it generally happens that the young man submits to their demands rather than have a fight. In the best class of gambling houses, this kind of stealing is not allowed, as there are lookouts whose business it is to see that no bet is wrongfully appropriated. But in the cheap houses, the rule is every man for himself. The sleepers are tolerated there for the reason that whenever they have money, no matter how obtained, they generally drop the most of it at the gambling tables. Playing policy is a cheap way of gambling, but one on which hundreds, if not thousands of dollars are risked every day in New York. Sums as low as 3 cents can be risked upon it, and there are policy shops where bets of 1 cent are taken. The play is upon numbers which are drawn daily, usually in Kentucky or Louisiana, and sent by telegraph. The numbers are from 1 to 78. The room where the game is played is, like those of other cheap gambling dens, usually at the rear of a cigar store, bar room, or other place where it does not rouse suspicion if many persons are seen entering. A long counter extends the entire length of the room, and behind this counter, near its center, sits the man who keeps the game and is called the writer. He is not the proprietor, but simply a clerk on a salary, and his duties are to copy the slips handed up by the players, mark them with the amount of money paid, and watch to see that no fraud is practiced. There are 25 plays every morning, and the same number in the evening at the regular shops, and they all get their winning numbers from a central office in Broad Street. Near the writer is an iron spike or hook on which are the policy slips. Each slip contains the winning numbers and is placed face downwards so that nobody can see what it is. Let us now see how the scheme is worked. I am about to try my luck at policy, and for this purpose enter a shop and pass through to the rear. If there are 10 people in the room, it is an even chance that 3 or 4 of them will be Negroes, as the colored brethren are very fond of this game of chance. The assemblage is promiscuous and not at all select. Along the counter are numerous slips of paper for general use. I take one of the slips and write upon it 5 pairs of numbers, using any numbers from 1 to 78. I give this slip to the writer with 15 cents and say, "Put me in for 5 gigs at 3 cents." 2 numbers are called a saddle, and 3 numbers a gig. There are numerous combinations in the game, but gigs and saddles are the most popular. I wait until the other players have put in their bets, which the writer copies and records and then hands back to the players, just as he copies and returns mine. When all the bets are in, he takes the first policy slip from the spike or hook aforesaid, writes upon a slate the numbers he finds on the slip, and then hangs it up where everybody can see it. He writes them in 2 columns of 12 numbers each, and if I have guessed 2 of the numbers in either column in one of my gigs, I walk up to the counter and present my ticket for payment, receiving 10 times the amount of my wager. But a man stands as good a chance of being struck by lightning as he does of winning at this rate. Nevertheless, the game is full of seductiveness on account of its possibilities, and also on account of its cheapness. Some of the shops have telephone connections, and a customer who is known to the establishment can play policy without leaving his office by simply telephoning his guesses. That a large amount of money may be lost at policy is shown by the circumstance that quite recently the cashier of an important law firm in New York City embezzled $125,000 of the money of his employers. When the defalcation was discovered and investigated, it was found that this enormous sum had been spent in playing policy in a notorious shop on Broadway. End of chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by John Brandon. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 34 by Thomas Byrnes. Low lodging houses of New York. Places that foster crime and harbor criminals. Dens of thieves. It is undeniable that the cheap lodging houses of New York City have a powerful tendency to produce, foster, and increase crime. Instead of being places where decent people, reduced in circumstances or temporarily distressed for want of money, can obtain a clean bed for a small sum, these places are generally filthy beyond description, and are very largely the resorts of thieves and other criminals of the lowest class, who here consort together and lay plans for crimes. But this is not the worst feature of the matter. Take the case of a youth who runs away from his home in the country, or who for any reason finds himself homeless or stranded in the great city. In searching for a cheap place to sleep, he naturally, and it must be said, innocently, drifts into one of these lodging houses. Here inevitable association with those who make these places their headquarters will corrupt him in a wonderfully short time. In 9 cases out of 10, I am quite confident that this proportion is not too large. He is graduated a petty thief, often develops into a burglar, and may sooner or later become a murderer. Numerous instances of this kind occur every year. The cheap lodging house in New York is a modern institution. It was started by a man named Howe, who came here from Boston about 15 years ago. His first lodging house in Chatham Street, now Park Row, was a success, and he soon extended the business. When he died a few years ago, he left a large fortune as the result of shrewd management of a new enterprise. The number of lodging houses and dormitories has increased rapidly since Howe made his first venture, and there are now 270 such places in the city, containing in all 12,317 rooms. Some of these lodging houses have as many as 300 beds. There is one class in which 15, 20, or 25 cents are charged for a night's lodging, while in another and lower class the prices range from 3 to 10 cents. In the very cheapest houses, the lodgers generally sleep on the floor or on narrow wooden benches, and in some places on strips of canvas suspended by ropes, after the fashion of hammocks. According to the report of the Police Department of New York for 1890, the enormous number of 4,823,595 cheap lodgings were furnished during the year in these resorts. If tenement life tends to immorality and vice, certainly the 64 lodging houses in the 11th precinct, furnishing 1,452,020 lodgings in 1 year, must have the same or a worse tendency. Reflection upon the figures contained in the table will lead to the conclusion that New York has a large population of impecunious people who ought to be regarded with some concern. An average of 13,626 persons without home and family influences lodge nightly in the police station houses and in these cheap lodging houses or poorly provided dormitories, an army of idlers, willingly or enforcedly so. Social reformers can here find a field for speculation, if not for considerable activity. There are a few Italian lodging houses in the city. They are very low and dirty, and give the police the greatest trouble of all. The cheapest class of lodging houses are generally the resort of drunkards and vicious people of the lowest type, though all of them are infested with thieves, idlers, and loafers of every description. It is no exaggeration to assert that these places are hotbeds of crime. More than one murder has been committed in them. I recall the case of a desperado who not long ago stabbed and killed a young man in a lodging house in Chatham Street. The victim was the son of respectable parents, but had fallen into dissolute habits and was accustomed to spend his nights in these resorts. One night, the murderer got into an altercation with him. Blows followed, and the result was that the young man received fatal wounds. Another man was killed in the Phoenix lodging house in the Bowery. He applied for a lodging, which for some reason was refused. He quarreled with the clerk, and the clerk killed him, being subsequently acquitted on the ground of justifiable homicide. It was at this Phoenix house that I and my men arrested the notorious Greenwall and Miller on the charge of murdering Lyman S. Weeks in Brooklyn. There is little doubt in my mind that this murder, a most dastardly crime, Mr. Weeks being shot down in his own house by a burglar who had invaded it, was hatched in this house or in some other of like character. In the very same place, 3 men were subsequently arrested for a burglary committed in a residence in Mount Vernon. In the lodging house at number 262 Bowery, we secured a gang of thieves who had been engaged in a series of robberies at Kingston, New York, who were afterwards sent up for punishment. Hundreds of instances of criminals who made their abode in houses of this sort may be mentioned. A case somewhat out of the ordinary run was that of a man who was convicted of forgery on the complaint of a well-known business firm. The forger had only been a year in this country, and for some months he had been out of employment. During this time he lived at a cheap lodging house in the Bowery. There he became imbued with criminal ideas and planned to follow letter carriers while making deliveries. When letters were deposited in small boxes in front of stores and lofts, and a great opportunity presented itself, the thief would attract them by means of long keys and a piece of steel wire. In this way, a letter from a Philadelphia house, containing a check for a large sum, fell into his hands. He forged the endorsement of the New York firm and obtained the money. Subsequently, he was arrested and sentenced to a long term in prison. Within the last few years, crime has increased very rapidly in these cheap lodging houses. A large number of young fellows hailing from these places have been arrested for petty thefts, such as stealing blankets from horses whose drivers have been compelled to leave them for a minute or two, or for picking up anything else of trifling value that they could lay their hands on. These are beginners in crime as a rule, and they undoubtedly associate with older and more experienced men, who for a small sum of money tell them how to proceed and where to dispose of their booty. In this way young men often receive their initiation in crime. I personally have arrested a considerable number of men in lodging houses for carrying burglars' tools. Hundreds of criminals are made every year through associations formed in these breeding places of lawlessness. Lying on my desk are 2 tintypes of the cheapest sort, evidently taken in the Bowery. They represent 2 young toughs, each holding a pistol at the head of the other. They were taken from the pockets of the young fellows who were brought into my private room on charges of robbery. These photographs interested me, and I asked the boys how they came to be taken in that style. "Oh," they answered, "we held a pistol up to the head of a man one night and got his money, and we just thought we would like to see how we looked when we did it." They seemed proud of their achievement. I mention this as an illustration of the sort of young criminals the cheap lodging houses of New York turn out. During the last 2 or 3 years, hundreds of young men have been arrested for small crimes that originated in these places. In many cases, it was the first step in wrongdoing. Observation in the courts convinces me that 3/4 of the young men called on to plead to various charges are under 20 years of age. They are poorly clad and generally without means. Their crimes are petty ones as a rule, and they seem to have no realizing sense of their misdeeds or whither they are leading them. It is the customary thing when they are arraigned in court for the judges to assign counsel to defend them, since these young criminals have no money to pay for professional advice. It has been frequently stated to me by thieves that a large number of foreign criminals have had their passage paid to this country by the authorities of their native place, or by somebody else. When they land here, they have no money or very little, and they immediately seek a cheap lodging house where they can live for almost nothing, meet people congenial to them, and be put in the way of again engaging in criminal pursuits. I remember the case of a boy who came here from Antwerp not long ago and secured employment. His employer, noticing that the boy acted strangely, questioned him, whereupon the lad confessed that in Prussia, his native country, he had had a quarrel with another boy, and in a moment of passion had dashed his brains out. The boy was arrested by detectives from this office, and the matter was brought to the attention of the German consul. But the consul had no official advices about the boy or his record, and as no charges were pressed against him, he was discharged. He then went to live in one of the low lodging houses, where I suppose he was in due course instructed in crime. At all events, in a short time, he was detected in the act of committing a burglary in the store of his former employer. Only recently, I arrested a man who is engaged in robbing private houses in the upper part of the city. He told me that he had been sent here on account of being caught in thieving operations in his native land. He had no money when he arrived except a few shillings, and almost the first place he got into was one of the cheap lodging houses. He soon became acquainted with the inmates, who were mostly thieves, and in a little while they took him out over the city and set him to stealing. I have not the least doubt that there are numerous cases like this. But the evils that have been already mentioned are not the only ones that are produced by the cheap lodging house system. It is notorious that these houses are used every year for the colonization of voters. A large number of men register regularly from these places, and they have not the slightest hesitation about swearing in their votes in case they are challenged. Now and then somebody comes to grief through this practice, but it still flourishes. Not long ago, the proprietor of the Windsor, a lodging house on the Bowery, was sent to prison for colonizing voters. But usually this work is done in the interest of some local political boss, who stands by the owner of the house, in case the latter gets into trouble. This alone is certainly an evil of large dimensions. I might cite many other cases that have come under my personal observation, where crimes have been the direct offspring of life in lodging houses. Take the case of Mike Drohan, a notorious thief who lived at the Windsor, to which reference has just been made. Drohan went to Johnstown after the recent horrible disaster, and were shot and killed while engaged in the fiendish work of robbing the dead bodies of the victims of the flood. Assuredly, there was a case where a criminal got something like his just deserts. Again, these low lodging houses become the dwelling places of many of the convicts who are released from prison. These men have little money, and they naturally gravitate to these places at a critical time in their career, where they are likely to find people they know. There they soon fall in with old companions, and sooner or later renew their acquaintance with crime. Lodging houses thus play an important part in causing ex-convicts to resume their former vocation. It may be asked whether these resorts do not serve any useful purpose. Undoubtedly, there are frequently worthy people who are glad of an opportunity to get a night's lodging for a trifle. But these are a small minority of the habitués of such houses. In the course of my professional duties, I have found among the patrons of these places a sprinkling of professional men who once held good positions in society, lawyers, doctors, civil engineers, and even authors. First, they have become drunkards and have gone down the ladder step by step until they have been abandoned by their friends and have become sots in the lowest lodging houses, presenting no difference in their personal appearance from the vilest patrons of such places. Only conversation with these people betrays their education and former standing in society, and the fact that they have sunk from a lofty position through a lack of willpower. I remember one who was brought before me on suspicion, who belonged to a family that had held an exalted social position. He was the black sheep of the family, and had at length sunk so low as to consort with the worst class of people that are to be found in the cheapest lodging houses. There seemed to be no possibility of reclaiming him, and I suppose he will spend his days there. Such is the evil, a menace to good order, and the well-being of society of rapidly enlarging proportions. And the remedy? That I conceive to lie outside of my province as a police official, but I am convinced that a remedy ought to be applied, a drastic, searching remedy, and applied without delay. This is not the case for a palliative. As Emerson would say, it is a case for a gun, for the knife, the blister, the amputating instruments. I will venture to offer one or two suggestions only, which philanthropists who endeavor to solve the problem may care to take into account. There is no law which governs or applies to these low places except certain sections of the sanitary code of the Board of Health, which give the Health Department the right to exercise supervision over them in the matter of cleanliness. This legislature should enact stringent laws by which these houses should be placed under police supervision, and their records and books laid open at all times to inspection. The police are the officials who practically enforce the laws, and they have better opportunities than any others for ascertaining the characters of persons and places. It should be a misdemeanor for the proprietor of such a house to mutilate or destroy his books, and he should be compelled to keep an accurate record of all his lodgers. No person who is not of good character should be permitted to own or maintain a lodging house, and bonds should be required of, and licenses issued to, those who desire to carry on this business. End of chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York. Chapter 35 by Thomas Byrnes. scientific burglars and expert cracksmen. How bank vaults and safes are opened and robbed. The tools, plans, operations, and leaders of highly bred criminals. The ways of making a livelihood by crime are many, and the number of men and women who live by their wits in New York City reaches into the thousands. Some of these criminals are very clever in their own peculiar line, and are constantly turning their lawless qualities to the utmost pecuniary account. Robbery is now classed as a profession, and in place of the awkward and hangdog-looking thief of a few years ago, we have today the intelligent and thoughtful rogue. There seems to be a strange fascination about crime that often draws men of brains, who have their eyes wide open, into its meshes. Many people, and especially those whose knowledge of criminal life is purely theoretical, imagine that persons who adopt criminal pursuits are governed by what they have been previously, and that a criminal life once chosen is, as a rule, adhered to. Or, in other words, a man once a pickpocket is always a pickpocket, or once a burglar, always a burglar. Hardly any supposition could be more erroneous. Primarily there are, of course, predisposing influences which have a certain effect in governing choice. A man of education, refined habits, and possibly a minimum of courage, would not be likely to adopt a criminal pursuit requiring brute force and nerve. Such a one would be far more likely to become a forger or counterfeiter than a highway robber. Still, under certain circumstances, he might be either, foreign as they would be to his nature. Criminal occupation, however, is, like everything else, progressive. Two things stand in the way of the beginner in crime who seeks to reach what he considers the top rungs of the criminal ladder. The first is lack of experience and skill. The second, lack of confidence in him or knowledge of him by the older and more practiced hands, whose cooperation is generally necessary to the commission of a great crime. But the confidence of more experienced criminals is gained slowly. The few very successful rogues who have attained exalted rank in the criminal profession despise the thousands of other criminals who live by the commission of petty crimes. Aware of their superiority, these old and experienced rascals are overbearing to a last degree when chance brings them in contact with thieves of a lower order. Hence, if the novice in crime cannot by the force of his own genius strike out for himself some new line of forgery, confidence operations, embezzlements, or others of the class of crimes dependent upon brains, adroitness, and address for their success, he generally enters the arena of crime as a common thief, one of the class who will steal anything from a needle to a ship's anchor. With increased knowledge of the practice of crime gained by experience, aided by natural adaptability for special methods of preying upon the community, and sometimes assisted by the advice and cooperation of older criminals with whom he comes in contact, whose confidence he gradually acquires, a petty general thief may become one of a gang of pickpockets, and from a pickpocket, in course of time, may suddenly come to the front as a first-class bank burglar. Cracksmen of this class head the list of mechanical thieves. It requires rare qualities in a criminal to become an expert bank safe robber. Thieves of this high grade stand unrivaled among their kind. The professional bank burglar must have patience, intelligence, mechanical knowledge, industry, determination, fertility of resource, and courage, all in high degree. But even if he possess All these, they cannot be utilized unless he can find suitable associates or gain admission to one of the already organized gangs. Sometimes the arrest of a single man belonging to an organized gang will put a stop to the operations of the remainder for a long time, simply because they need another man and can find nobody they can trust. Bank burglars have been known to spend years in unwearied preparation for the commission of a great crime, gleaning necessary information of the habits of bank officials, forming advantageous acquaintances, and making approaches to the coveted treasure all the time, but with patience to wait until everything was ready before striking a blow. The construction of a massive bank safe, provided, as they now are, with electric alarms, combination and time locks, and other protective appliances, is such that none but a mechanical genius can discover its weak points and attack it successfully. There is not a safe in use today that is absolutely burglar-proof, notwithstanding the fact that many manufacturers advertise and guarantee those of their build as such. Every now and then, safe makers quietly alter the internal construction of their vaults, and these changes are brought about by the achievements of some scientific robber. Just as soon as a safe builder learns that burglars have discovered a defect in vaults of his make, new designs are made to make them secure against like attack. The wrecking of every safe, therefore, by burglars, reveals a weakness in its construction, and necessitates alterations which, of course, later on, make the work of the vault opener more difficult. A large number of safes are turned out of the factories weekly, and a calculating burglar, when he has discovered a defect in a certain pattern, will delay exposing his secret to the manufacturer until thousands of the seemingly strong, yet frail, vaults have been made and are in use. That ensures him something to operate upon, for he well knows that after his first success is reported at the safe factory, improvements in the construction of that particular safe will be in order. The proficiency attained by bank burglars, and the apparently comparative ease with which they secure the contents of massive vaults, are the results of constant and careful study. All the resources, ingenuity, and cunning of the cracksmen who make bank wrecking a specialty are put to the test in such an undertaking, and plans follow plans until at last one is matured which circumstances may warrant as safe, feasible, and profitable. Then the accomplishment of the scheme only depends on nerve, daring, and mechanical tools. Some burglars make their own outfit, but almost any blacksmith will furnish any tool he is called upon to make, if its construction is within his capacity, without asking any questions about the uses to which it is to be put, provided he gets his price for it. It is more than probable that he guesses the use for which it is intended, but that, he thinks, is not his business, and he is not given to asking questions when he is well paid for his skill. The making of such implements is, as a rule, confined to those mechanics who are actually in league with the criminals who expect to use them. The heavy and unwieldy tools of years ago have been abandoned by modern bank robbers for newer inventions. Some bank thieves use the spirit lamp and blowpipe to soften the hardened metals and take the temper out of the steel vault doors or cases, while others use only a small diamond-pointed drill. Others, who do not care to spend time in manipulating the intricate combination of a lock, use simple machines technically called the drag and jackscrew. The drag, simple as it looks, is extremely powerful and very quiet. By means of a bit, a hole is bored through a safe door. A nut is set inside. The point of the screw passes through the nut, which rests inside the surface that has been bored. Then the screw is turned by a long handle, which 2 men can operate. As the screw turns, the nut is forced farther and farther forward. It is a power that hardly any safe can resist, no matter how well constructed. Either the back or the front must give way. The jack screw is rigged so that by turning it, will noiselessly force into the crack of a safe door a succession of steel wedges. First one as thin as a knife blade, soon one as thick as your hand, and so on, increasing in size until the hinges give way. Where the size or location of the safe or vault to be forced precludes the use of these machines, and an explosion becomes necessary, dynamite and nitroglycerine are used with the greatest skill, and with such art in the deadening of sound that sometimes an explosion which rends asunder a huge safe cannot be heard 20 yards away from the room in which it takes place. The patient safe robber is aware of several ingenious ways of picking combination locks. In following their nefarious calling, these men acquire a delicacy of feeling by which they are able to determine to a nicety the exact distance necessary to raise each tumbler of the lock. The burglar masters a combination with almost mathematical accuracy, and manipulates the complex machinery of the lock with the same dexterity and precision that a music teacher touches the keys of a piano. He is trained to detect one false note in a swelling chorus produced by the click of reverberating ratchets within the lock, and marks the period and duration of the drops. When he comes across some new kind of lock, he will manage to get possession of one, whatever its cost, and whatever roundabout means may be necessary to get hold of it, and taking apart, will study its construction until he knows its strong and weak points, and how to master it just as well as its inventor or maker could. He is always on the alert to utilize every new appliance of power and the furtherance of his nefarious purposes. The combination lock picker is the cleverest of all the fraternity of lock workers. His is a life of study and careful experimenting. He proceeds to fathom the mystery of a new and intricate piece of mechanism with the same enthusiastic yet patient attention and study that actuates a scientist in search of more useful knowledge. Having acquired the mastery over any combination lock, the burglar guards his secret jealously. Gaining access to the bank or building, he can tell at once the character of the combination lock he has to deal with, and that with him is tantamount to opening the safe or vault. Having rifled the safe of its contents, he closes the door and begins to make arrangements to deceive the officials of the institution and the detectives. The crevices of the safe doors are filled with putty, with the exception of a small orifice in the upper or horizontal crevice, through which powder is blown into the safe by means of a small bellows. The hole is then closed. A slow fuse which is inserted into the crack is set on fire and the building is vacated. Half an hour or so later, the fuse ignites the powder, and the safe door is shattered from its strong fastenings. For 15 years, the manner in which a celebrated combination lock was picked by thieves was involved in mystery, during which time many honest bank employees suffered in reputation, and not a few were imprisoned. The criminals who operated so mysteriously upon the safes never took all the money or valuables. In many cases they helped themselves to but a small percentage of the proceeds, and it was this ruse that threw the officials off their guard and brought the employees into disrepute. The burglars familiarized themselves with the make and patterns of the locks, and then bored a hole within a short distance of the spindle that held the tumblers. With the use of a common knitting needle, the tumblers were then dropped one after another, and the safe door opened. The secret of another ingenious method of opening safes at last leaked out. The paying teller of an Eastern bank, having been absent at lunch, returned earlier than was his custom and discovered a strange man on his knees, tampering with the dial of the combination. The man turned out to be a member of a successful and dangerous gang of burglars. His arrest was the means of leading to the knowledge of the fact that the gang had been systematically picking a patent combination lock by removing the dial and placing a piece of paper behind it, so that when the safe was opened, the combination registered its secret upon the paper. The thieves next watched their opportunity to gain possession of the paper, and when this was accomplished, the safe and its contents were entirely at their mercy. Every gang of bank burglars has its recognized leader, whose word is law. He is a man of brains, possessed of good executive ability, sleek and crafty. The care with which he arranges plans for getting into bank vaults, often spending years in preparation, illustrates the keenness of his perception and his depth of thought. Every little detail is considered and followed, so as to allay suspicion and permit him to get closer to his prize. The inception of a bank burglary invariably dates back for a long time before the consummation of the crime, and in some cases the interior drawings of the building and plans of the vaults made at the time of their erection have for 20 years passed through the hands of several gangs of burglars as the sole legacy of some crafty leader. If provided with such important information, and the plundering of the institution is decided upon, the standing of the concern and the value of the securities kept in the vault are first ascertained. Should these prove satisfactory, the conspiracy gets under way. Next, some inquiries are necessary as to the mechanical part of the work to be done. The name of the maker of the vault, the size of the lock by which it is protected, and if electrical appliances guard it, must all be known and are very easily learned. The burglars generally hire a store adjoining the institution, from which they can operate the better, and in some instances they have gone so far as to rent the basement of the bank, or rooms overhead. They may fit up the place as an oyster saloon, billiard room, shoemakers, barbers, or tailor's shop, or start a dental establishment. While thus ostensibly managing a legitimate business, the leader of the gang employs none but the best workmen, sells fine goods, pays his rent regularly, seems anxious for custom, is pleasant to all, and makes himself a most desirable tenant. And his landlord has in more than one instance been the president of the bank against which this bland and good-natured tenant was secretly plotting. After a few weeks' steady attention to business, he naturally becomes acquainted with the bank clerks, and passes much of his spare time in conversation with them, and thereby manages to gain their confidence. Being a good judge of human nature, he is thus able to survey the institution, obtain all the inside information he desires, and sometimes gains an important ally in his nefarious undertaking. If he can tamper with or corrupt one of the clerks or watchmen, the job is plain sailing. As soon, however, as the scheme becomes known to an outsider, the leader, fearing treachery, hastens matters as rapidly as possible. Should the mechanical part of the work have been figured down, and the combination be at the mercy of the robbers, the final work is generally completed between Saturday night and Sunday morning. By cutting through the dividing partition wall, ceiling, or floor, aided by powerful jimmies, the bank burglar and his assistants find no difficulty in getting into the bank. Then the wrecking of the vault begins, and in a short time the treasure that it contains is in the possession of the cracksmen. The task completed, the burglars carry their booty into the adjoining store, or perhaps the basement below the ransacked institution, and at a proper time remove it to a much safer place. Almost simultaneously with the discovery that the bank vault was not as secure as it was supposed to be, it is learned that the affable businessman who ran the oyster saloon or billiard room next door, or made changes in the barber's or shoemaker's shop in the basement, or superintended the extracting of teeth overhead, has suddenly abandoned his expensive fixtures and stock and left for parts unknown. He has realized thousands for every dollar that he invested, and in most cases he leaves in the lurch the mean tool who betrayed his trust in the hope that he will reap a rich reward by revealing to a professional robber the secrets of the institution that honored him with its confidence. Some bank burglars devote most of their time and attention to the cashier of the bank that they have made up their minds to rob. They track him to his home, gain access to his sleeping room at night, either by collusion with one of the servants, or by picking the door locks or springing a window, and having obtained the keys of the bank, take impressions of them in wax. Duplicates are easily made from these casts, and at the first opportunity the bank is safely plundered. Should, however, the cashier be disturbed by the intrusion of the cracksman into his apartment, the burglars will be forced to make an attempt upon the bank at that night. Securing possession of the keys by threats, a couple of men will be left to guard the cashier, while the other members of the band would proceed to the bank and rob it. In several instances, desperate robbers, under threats of instant death, have compelled the cashier whom they have surprised to accompany them to the bank and open the vault. Although ordinary store safe robbers are a grade below the bank burglar, an expert one is always regarded as an important acquisition by an organized band of cracksmen. When the store safe burglar ascertains that a certain business firm is in the habit of keeping a large sum of money in its safe, it does not take him long to decide to rifle it. Before the establishment closes on Saturday, one and sometimes two members of the band manage to conceal themselves in an empty room, sometimes hiding in a packing box within the premises, and when the building has been closed for the night, they admit their confederates. The door is locked again, and the cracksmen lose no time in getting to work. The most reckless of the safe robbers use explosives, but the patient and careful operator either manipulates the combination or noiselessly wrecks the vault by leverage. The men who resort to explosives are known to their associates as blowers. They are daring and desperate fellows, and acquainted with the use of the drill and high explosives. It is a hazardous undertaking to shatter a safe in a large city, but in country towns where there is no police patrol system, these men still manage to make an occasional haul. The rattle made by a train on the elevated railroad one night, a few years ago, deadened the noise made by blowing off the doors of two safes in a post office station along that line. The noise made by the jolting of a lot of empty milk cans on a cart, which was purposely driven at a furious pace through the street, led to like results. In a neighboring city, but a few years ago, on a 4th of July, a gang of blowers undertook to shatter a safe in a jewelry store, while a Confederate was exploding several packs of large firecrackers for the amusement of a number of children who had assembled in front of the place. Too large a charge of powder had been placed in the safe, and a tremendous explosion followed. Large panes of glass were blown out of the front windows, and the vault was badly wrecked. The explosion instantly attracted attention, and the robbers ran away in the hope of escape. They were pursued and captured. The breaker requires in his work a good assortment of tools, and as they are all made of the hardest steel, a complete outfit is quite expensive. He is generally a cool, calculating criminal, who quietly and deliberately perfects his plans, and, after securing the booty, takes great pains to destroy all evidence that might lead to his detection. With the aid of diamond-pointed drills, he is able to bore holes into the hardest known metals. Through these small openings he inserts the pick, but if the lock cannot be sprung in that way, a ponderous jimmy is inserted. Then the tearing begins, and, the leverage being immense, the safe is unable to stand the strain, and finally yields. Some of the leading store safe burglars use tools known as the puller and the hydraulic jack. A gang of breakers recently made thousands of dollars robbing post office and store safes in all parts of the country. Their manner of operating demonstrated that they were an expert cracksmen. In all their robberies they drilled a small hole through the door of the safe near the combination, and through the narrow opening they inserted some instrument which never failed to slide the bolts back. The entire operation was marvelous for its neatness and dispatch. It has been said of a successful criminal at present serving out a term of imprisonment that, given 20 minutes alone with a safe, he can open the most intricate lock that was ever devised. And, given merely the name of the safe maker, he can tell you instantly all the parts in the lock and give a diagram of its mechanism. He never breaks a lock, he simply finds out the combination inside of 20 minutes, opens the safe, and takes out what he wants, and relocks it. And when the owner returns, he finds the safe apparently just as he left it. To accomplish his work, this expert criminal uses 3 ordinary wires, which he forces into the lock about the handle in such a way that the number of the combination is reduced to 24. He reasons that all persons in locking a safe make a certain number of moves, and a knowledge of this fact enables him to reduce its probable combinations to 2 or 3 movements. These 2 or 3 movements he finds out by actual trial, which consumes the greater part of his 20 minutes. Should the safe stand in an apartment that is in full view of the street, he drops a little quicklime on the floor, pours water on it, and the steam that arises effectually cloaks the windows. In 3 instances, he unlocked safes, abstracted the contents, relocked them, and made off in the time that the men who were in charge of them were at their dinner. In several of the principal cities of this country, there are old criminals who have become tired of operating, and now occupy their time experimenting and teaching young thieves the art of safe robbing. These men are practical machinists who have learned the mysteries of the craft and the weak points of safes while in the employ of money vault manufacturers. They plan many, if not all, of the out-of-town jobs, for which they receive a percentage of the proceeds. They are thus able to live well and keep beyond the reach of the law. They never permit any of their pupils to operate in the city in which they dwell, but direct their movements throughout the surrounding country. Whatever plunder the young rogues secure has to be converted into cold cash before they are allowed to return to their old haunts. There are other men who spend their time in taking impressions of store locks, and for a duplicate key to a business establishment, demand a percentage of the plunder. Some years ago, one of these men learned that the confidential clerk employed in a bank was infatuated with gambling, and he made his acquaintance at the gaming table. One night the crafty rascal said that he had forgotten his keys, and was anxious to unlock the drawer of a desk standing in one corner of the room. On the top of the desk lay a thick sheet of blotting paper that had been thoroughly saturated with water. The unsuspecting clerk loaned his keys, and while he was wholly absorbed in the game, his companion pressed the flat part of the key into the blotting paper, and also pressed it sideways, thus securing a perfect impression of the key and its thickness. Then he handed the keys back to the clerk, who thought no more of the matter. From the impression thus secured, a duplicate key to the safe was manufactured, and with it, a month or so later on, the vault was easily plundered. A large haul was secured in this case, and for years suspicion pointed to the confidential clerk as the thief. Store burglars who make a business of stealing goods are generally men of fair education, and in planning and committing a theft they often display considerable shrewdness. To this class, thieving seems to be a natural gift, and they are not ordinarily anxious to rise to the higher grades of crime. They vary in their manner of operating. Some prefer to steal silks or velvets. Others have a fondness for silverware, jewelry, and diamonds, and others take anything they can lay their hands on. The sort of plunder taken indicates the standing of the thieves. In the carrying off of bulky booty, great risks are run, but the men who steal cash have but little to fear except discovery just as they are leaving the scene of their crime. This rarely happens, and should they be afterwards arrested for the burglary, there is but little chance of ever legally fastening the offense upon them. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York. Chapter 36 by Thomas Byrnes. Bank sneak thieves and their characteristics. Plots and schemes for robbing moneyed institutions. A daring lot of rogues. For many years, sneak thieving from banks flourished to an alarming extent in New York City, and under the old detective system it seemed impossible to put a stop to this form of robbery. In those days, notorious thieves were permitted to loiter unmolested about the streets, and on more than one occasion it was alleged that well-filled cash boxes disappeared from bankers' safes in Wall Street while detectives were on watch outside. All this has changed. Well-known thieves no longer haunt that famous locality, and since the establishment of a sub-detective bureau there, a few years ago, not a dollar has been stolen by professional criminals from any of the moneyed institutions in this great financial center. The inauguration, also, of a patrol service by experienced detectives during business hours, and the connecting by telephone of banking institutions with the detective bureau, have been the means of putting a stop to the operations of bank sneak thieves. Still, in other cities where these precautions have not been or cannot be adopted, sneak thieves still carry on their operations and often reap rich rewards. As a rule, bank sneak thieves are men of education, pleasing address, good personal appearance, and are faultless in their attire. They commit the most daring thefts with astonishing coolness. Their exploits are necessarily made in daylight, in busy public places, and these robbers are really more daring and possess more nerve than the bank burglar who prefers to work quietly under the cover of night. The successful bank sneak is not an adept with the picklock, but he possesses great presence of mind, a quick eye, and unlimited cheek. Generally, not more than 3 or 4 of these thieves are engaged in a preconcerted robbery, and each of them has his allotted part to perform. One must be a careful lookout, another must be an interesting conversationalist, and a third, generally a small-sized man, is the sneak, who stealthily steals behind the counter and captures the cash box or a bundle of bonds. While some robberies are carried out in a few minutes after the conception of the scheme, others have been planned months beforehand. The rogues who prowl about bankers' and brokers' offices day after day are ever on the watch for an opportunity to make a daring dash for plunder. Their dress and manner are so like those of an honest merchant or stockbroker that their appearance awakens no suspicion as to their real character or calling. They sometimes have the faculty of worming themselves into good society, and they often spend their evenings in the lobbies of the leading hotels or other places where those foremost in financial circles are in the habit of assembling to discuss the events of the day. Information gathered in chance chats afterward proves of valuable assistance to the cunning sneak thief and the carrying out of his operations. It is during these brief conversations that the sneak learns what topic will most interest his intended victim. All men have their hobbies, and just as soon as the sneak thief knows that a certain banker, broker, paying teller, or cashier has a weakness for discussing any one thing in particular, he devotes considerable time to studying the subject until he is able to talk upon it properly and interestingly. This is one of the preliminary steps in a well-planned robbery. Next, the thieves make themselves thoroughly familiar with the manner in which business is conducted in the bank they are plotting to pillage. They never neglect any point, no matter how small or apparently trivial it may be. The exact time that the clerks are in the habit of leaving their desks for dinner, the restaurants they dine at, and the time they are allowed for meals are all noted. These are necessary for the success of the undertaking, and when at last all the plans have been perfected, the prize is captured at a time when there are but few persons around. There have been exceptions to this rule, however, and cash boxes have been successfully spirited away just at the moment of the receipt of some astounding financial intelligence, and while the office was thronged with merchants and brokers discussing the startling news. Thefts of this sort require but a moment for inception and execution, and frequently a daring scheme has been carried out simultaneously with the opportunity that made the theft possible. I recall an instance of the great presence of mind of this class of criminals from the record of one of the most successful sneak thieves I ever saw. There was a heated discussion in a broker's office one day about the location of a town in Ohio. The noted robber, on mischief bent, slipped into the place just in time to overhear several gentlemen declare that the town in question was located in as many different counties in that state. While the argument progressed, the wily thief hit upon a plan that enabled him to capture the cash box, which temptingly rested in the safe, the door of which was open. Silently and quickly he left the office unperceived and, meeting his confederate outside, sent him in all haste to a stationery store, with instructions to buy several maps, and one especially showing the counties and towns in Ohio. Then the rogue returned to the broker's office to await his opportunity. A few minutes later he was followed by his companion in the role of a map peddler. Being at first told that no maps were wanted, the cunning accomplice, in a loud voice, said, "Can I show you a new map, giving the boundaries of all the towns and counties in Ohio?" The appeal was overheard by one of the men who had been involved in the recent discussion. Telling the peddler to stop, he at the same time turned to the other gentlemen present and said, "Now, boys, I'll bet whatever you like that the town in dispute is in the county I said, and as chance has brought us a map of Ohio, the bets can be settled without delay." Several bets were made, and for a few minutes the broker's office was in a greater state of excitement than it had ever been before, even in panic days. As the peddler slowly unrolled his bundle of maps, the brokers and the clerks crowded about him, anxious to learn the result. The sneak took advantage of the excitement and the crowd around his confederate, and made his way, unnoticed, to the safe. He captured the cash box, containing $20,000, and escaped with it while his partner was exhibiting the map. Another professional sneak, known as a man of great coolness and determination, and possessed of no small degree of courage, is credited with having entered a bank early in the morning, and going behind the desk he divested himself of his coat, donned a duster, and installed himself as a clerk. He coolly waited there some time, watching for a chance to steal a roll of greenbacks, bonds, or anything valuable that he could lay his hands on. One of the clerks requested the intruder to leave, but the impudent thief retorted by telling the former to mind his own business, and also intimating that as soon as his friend, the president, arrived, he would have what he pleased to call a meddlesome fellow properly punished. The clerk, however, insisted upon the rogue's vacating the desk, and he finally did so under protest. In a seemingly high state of indignation, the robber left the place, and later on, the cashier, to his great surprise, discovered that he had suddenly and mysteriously become $15,000 short. Of course, the thief never called a second time to explain the mystery. On another occasion, a bundle of bonds vanished from one of the rooms in a safe deposit vault, and the theft was not discovered until 3 months after the robbery had been committed. One of the depositors, an old gentleman, had called at the bank for the purpose of clipping off his coupons. He had taken his box out of the compartment in which it was kept, and had gone into a side room that contained a table, where he might clip off the coupons undisturbed. No one was in the room excepting himself, but just as he had finished his pleasant and congenial task, a man whom he believed to be one of the clerks of the bank entered the room for a second. Quietly tapping the old gentleman on the shoulder, he suddenly said, "Oh, excuse me, sir, I have made a mistake," and immediately passed out again. While the aged depositor had turned to see who it was that had tapped him on the left shoulder, the supposed clerk, who was a professional sneak, picked up the bundle of bonds, which lay near the former's right hand. It happened that the lid of the tin box was down, and having no suspicion, and supposing that he had replaced the bonds in the box, the old man returned the empty receptacle to his compartment. 3 months later, when he again called at the bank to clip another set of coupons, he discovered that his bonds were missing, and no one was able to account for their disappearance. The robbery, it has been asserted, was effected in this way. In the safe deposit vaults was employed a clerk who was in the habit of wearing a buff-colored duster, much dabbled with ink. On the day of the robbery, the clerk was sent out on an errand, and was away from his desk for nearly half an hour. During his absence, a sneak thief of his build, somewhat like him in his general appearance, and, like him, wearing an ink-stained duster, ran quickly down the steps, and without exciting any suspicion, passed the watchman on guard at the entrance to the vaults. No one paid any particular attention to the robber as he passed with brisk, business-like air through the several rooms, all supposing him to be a clerk. After he had captured the old gentleman's bonds, from which the coupons had been freshly cut, the thief passed out unnoticed with his booty. In robbing country banks, where the clerks are few, and where, during the dinner hour, the cashier or paying teller is often the only man left in the institution, sneaks have a simple and easy scheme for plundering. One first enters the bank and engages the cashier or teller in conversation upon a subject in which the latter becomes deeply interested. While this is going on, a carriage halts at the door, and the driver is sent in to tell the official inside that a gentleman who has hurt his leg and is unable to walk desires to speak to him outside on a matter of business. The unsuspecting cashier or teller excuses himself to his first visitor and quickly goes out to speak to the injured man, and in his absence the bank is ransacked. Gangs of sneak thieves often travel all over the country with a circus or wild beast show. In the towns and small cities, the parade of the performers creates a considerable excitement, and when the cavalcade passes a bank, the clerks, cashiers, and paying tellers seem to forget themselves and run to the windows to look out. The sneak thieves take advantage of the opportunity and quietly slip into the institution. In a twinkling, their work is complete, and before the procession has passed, they have escaped with whatever they could lay their hands on. If, while watching about a bank, a large check is cashed and the customer turns aside to a desk to count the money, the rogues generally succeed in getting a portion of it. The thief will drop a bill on the floor near his victim, and just as the man has nicely arranged his pile of bills, the thief will politely tell him that he has dropped some of his money. While the latter stoops to pick up the greenback, the sneak will deftly steal a portion of the cash upon the desk and walk off unquestioned. They are not greedy adventurers of this sort, but they manage to secure the booty with almost comparative safety, and are content. Heated altercations invariably follow thefts of this kind. After counting his money, the customer hurries back to the teller and insists that a mistake was made and that he is short. The teller is equally positive that he paid out the proper amount, and in most cases, a disruption of commercial relations is the culmination of the dispute. Bank sneak thieves are not, however, confined to these systems. They are men of adaptability, and act at all times according to circumstances. They have been known to rob messengers in the street while on their way to a bank to make a deposit. Some messengers always carry the bank book in their hand, with the bills placed between the covers. The ends of the greenbacks may extend beyond the length of the book, and these will instantly catch the quick eye of an experienced rogue. While the messenger is passing through a crowd, he will be thrown off his guard by an exclamation of surprise or a laughable remark. During that unguarded moment, the entire amount in the book has been abstracted, and when the messenger reaches the bank and finds the cash gone, he cannot imagine how it was he lost it. End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Colleen McMahon. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 37 by Thomas Byrnes. Common housebreakers, thieves who laugh at locks and bolts, receivers of stolen goods, how offense is conducted. The housebreaker and house sneak are the most numerous of the thieving fraternity. Locks and bolts cannot be relied upon as protection against these men, and there are but few dwellings that are proof against their assaults. It is a popular belief with most people that their homes are perfectly secure when the doors and windows are fastened. The average sneak thief laughs at the flimsy barriers and can undo every one of them with a few simple instruments which he carries in his vest pocket. Even the chain bolt, which has been considered so formidable, is no protection at all when pitted against the skill and science of this class of rogues. When massive bank vaults offer no serious obstacles that the trained and experienced burglar cannot overcome, how can it be expected that ordinary contrivances for the security of houses should be effectual? While the operations of bank burglars are comparatively few and infrequent, on account of the multiplied risks and difficulties to be encountered, a well-organized army of sneak thieves and housebreakers carry on their operations with a confidence born of repeated success. In this army are some daring and desperate rascals, who often enter dwellings in the night time in search of plunder, with masks on their faces and murder in their hearts. Sometimes night robberies are planned beforehand, but many are committed at haphazard. From servants or others employed in or about a residence, confederates of these thieves collect the information they desire. The manner of entering the premises depends upon its internal arrangements. In some cases, the front basement door is entered by a false key. In others, the rogues climb up the front of the house and enter the second-story window, and still in others, an entrance is effected from the rear. Once inside, the burglar ransacks the apartments in which he expects to obtain the most booty. He works expeditiously, going through an occupied chamber as carefully as he would an unoccupied one. Often these criminals disturb the sleeper, but the latter is generally so frightened at the presence of the robber that no resistance is offered. Housebreakers are not brave men by any means, and only when cornered do they become bold and desperate in their anxiety to evade a long sentence. The noise made by rats has on more than one occasion scared burglars away from silverware worth hundreds and thousands of dollars, which they hastily abandoned after having collected and packed it, ready for removal. 3 or 4 of these men have been known to band themselves together, but it is not uncommon for a desperate man to work entirely on his own hook. Such a thief was killed by falling through a house in Brooklyn a few years since, who for years before his death took no one into his confidence, but planned and executed his own robberies. He gathered all the information that he desired from the columns of the morning newspapers. He made a specialty of robbing young married couples of their jewels and wedding presents. A marriage notice or report of a wedding was the only news this rascal cared to read, and he gloated over the announcement that the pair had received costly presents from their friends. When he ascertained where the couple had taken a house, either while they were off on their wedding trip or had returned to housekeeping, he hired an attic room on the same block and soon paid the newly wedded pair a midnight visit. He invariably secured the prize he was in quest of, but after a long career of crime he died, as most thieves do, a violent death. Becoming reckless by his success, he undertook to ransack a house while in a state of intoxication. He secured property worth several $1,000s, and as he was carrying it over the rooftops, he fell through a new building into the cellar. The groans of the thief attracted attention, and he was found with the stolen jewelry lying beside him. He was seriously injured and was removed to a hospital, where he died the next day. Another well-known housebreaker was in the habit of attending all the fashionable balls. He never went there for pleasure, but always on business. The rogue, with envious eyes, watched the ladies bedecked with expensive jewelry and wearing necklaces and pins set with brilliants. When the ball was over, he would, with the assistance of a companion, dog his intended victims to their homes. He would keep a constant watch upon the house or its inmates for several days, and if in the meantime the jewels had not been taken to a safe deposit vault, the robber would conclude that the lady was in the habit of keeping her valuables in the house. When the opportunity offered, the thief, under some pretext or other, would make his way into the premises in search of the diamonds or jewelry he had first seen in the ballroom, and he generally succeeded in getting them. Second-story thieves are another order of criminals. After locating a house that they intend to rob in the early evening, they watch until the family are downstairs at dinner. Then a young man with the agility of a cat crawls up the front of the dwelling and enters the second-story window. He rifles all the rooms in the upper part of the house in a few minutes, and with the booty noiselessly descends the stairs and leaves the house by the front door. In several cases, however, the robber has been known to drop the property out of a front window to his confederates on the street. This is only done when he has become alarmed by hearing footsteps on the stairs and is forced to retreat in the same manner that he entered the premises. Other thieves, who also pillage houses during the supper hour, pick the lock of the front door and steal in without making any noise. They wear rubbers or woolen shoes and occasionally succeed in making large hauls. Then there are the several types of sneaks who, under all sorts of pretexts, manage to get inside of a dwelling for a few minutes without attracting attention, and remain just long enough to steal whatever they can lay their hands upon. Some of these go about as peddlers, piano tuners, health and building inspectors, sewing machine or insurance agents, and in various other roles. They do not confine their operations to apartment houses or dwellings, but also rob business buildings in the daytime. Cash, jewelry, and valuables is the plunder most sought by the leading professional rogues of this class, but those of the lower grades seem to be satisfied with more bulky plunder. Young men make the most daring house thieves, but in the ranks may be found old criminals who have passed the best years of their life in crime. The class of thieves devoting themselves to robbing rooms in hotels and in fashionable boarding houses operate according to circumstances, and always have their wits about them for any unexpected emergency. The successful ones are men of respectable appearance, good address, and cool and daring fellows. Some follow their nefarious vocation only in the morning, others in the afternoon, and still others operate at night. In their methods of procedure, each of the subdivisions has other distinguishing peculiarities. A great deal of ingenuity in getting into rooms is not infrequently shown by these men, who are ever ready to take desperate chances. Until he has accomplished his purpose, the hotel thief pursues his prey from one hotel to another with a persistency that knows no faltering. When he has squandered his ready cash in riotous living, and his treasury needs replenishing, he makes it his business to scan the newspapers carefully and keep himself posted on the latest arrivals, the rooms they occupy, and other data of interest. The coming and going of professionals, particularly female theatrical stars, salesmen, bankers, and bridal parties, and all persons likely to carry valuable jewelry and trinkets, or a large amount of money, are objects of his special solicitude. When the unsuspecting prey, fatigued by travel, gives proof of his unconsciousness by deep, stertorous breathing, the hotel thief steals silently from his hiding place. A slight push may let him into the apartment, or it may be necessary to use a gimlet and a small piece of crooked wire to slide back the bolt, or a pair of nippers to turn the key left in the lock on the inside of the door. Sometimes as many as a dozen rooms in the same hotel have been plundered in one night, and none of the watchmen saw or heard the thief. The hotel thief can carry his entire outfit in his vest pocket, and can laugh in his sleeve at the common bolts and bars. The shooting back of the old-fashioned slide bolt from the outside of the apartment was, for many years, a bewildering mystery. A piece of crooked wire inserted through the keyhole by the nimble rogue made the bolt worthless, and a turn of the knob was all that was required to open the door. It takes only a few minutes for an expert hotel thief to enter a room. After he has reached the door of the apartment in which the weary traveler is sleeping soundly, he takes from his pocket a pair of small, slender nippers, a bent piece of wire, and a piece of silk thread. These are the only tools some thieves use. Inserting the nippers into the keyhole, he catches the end of the key, then a twist shoots back the lock bolt, and another leaves the key in a position from which it can easily be displaced. Should the slumber of the occupant of the room be disturbed by the falling of the key on the carpet or the floor, time is given him to fall asleep again. By pressing on the door, the thief next locates the bolt. A piece of thread is attached to the bent point of the wire, making a sort of bow, and after crooking the wire to suit, it is pushed through the keyhole and carried up or down to the bolt. The looped head throws the pin of the bolt into place. The string is moved sideways until it grapples the pin, and the bolt is slid back out of the nosing. The door yields to a slight pressure, and the completion of the task is deftly and expeditiously performed. Some thieves always stop to lock the room door behind them. Many of them spend their leisure time in fixing rooms in hotels. This is necessary in first-class establishments where the room doors are provided with improved locks and bolts. One of these, known as the thumb bolt, requires to be tampered with beforehand. The shrewd robber, while occupying a room as a guest, prepares the lock so it will aid him in his future operations. Removing the screws, he takes off the thumb plate and files a slot in the spring bar. Then he replaces the plate and screws and marks on the outside of the door by a slight indentation in the woodwork or by some other sign the exact point at which to strike the filed slot when the door is locked. Returning on the night of the robbery with the only tools necessary, a common bradawl and a pair of nippers, he pierces the soft wood at the proper point, and then, by pushing the awl further in, strikes the slot and is able to noiselessly turn the bolt. He then uses his nippers to unlock the door. The thief watches the hotel register and awaits his prey. If some well-known person, in the habit of wearing costly jewelry, is registered as occupying one of the fixed rooms, then the thief engages an apartment on the same floor and during the nighttime consummates the long-planned crime. Another plan, and the one that is generally adapted by rogues who prowl about hotel corridors in the daytime, is to draw the screws of the nosing of the bolt and lock. The screw holes are then bored larger. The screws are replaced after being thoroughly moistened and maintain a sufficient grip not to be displaced by any ordinary jar. When the wood becomes dry, the door can be easily forced in without trouble or the least danger from noise. The boarding-house thief is always a smooth and entertaining talker who invariably makes acquaintances in new quarters in short order. In a pleasant chat with the inquisitive landlady, he generally succeeds in gleaning all the information he desires about the other guests of the house. Most women are fond of displaying their jewels and valuables at fashionable boarding-houses. While amusing his newly made acquaintances with his laughable stories, the astute robber is at the same time making a thorough survey. His covetous eyes never miss the flash of diamonds, and should he be in doubt as to their genuineness, he is only to speak of the matter to one of the friends of the wearer, and he will be told when and where they were bought and the price paid for them. After the rogue has secured a full inventory of the jewels and valuable trinkets kept in the several rooms of the house, he is ready for business and simply awaits opportunity. While the other guests are at breakfast or dinner, he remains upstairs, and the thorough manner in which he rummages the several apartments in so short a time is surprising. Before his victims have finished their morning or evening meal, the thief's work is complete, and with well-filled valise, he slips unnoticed out of the house. Probably before the robbery is discovered, he is on board a train speeding his way to some other city, to dispose of his plunder and resume his career of crime. Thieves of this sort are troublesome to track, but when run down at last, there is no end to the number of complainants that come forward to prosecute them. Without a safe market for his ill-gotten property, the business of the burglar and thief would be unprofitable. The buying of stolen goods is not a crime of recent origin, but dates back to the very beginning of thievery. A receiver of stolen property is known among criminals as a fence. Receivers have their grades and classes. Some make it a business to purchase only bonds and securities. Others purchase diamonds and jewelry. Others buy silks and costly dry goods, and still others buy plunder of any description. The receiver in the habit of handling bonds and securities could not be induced to risk a speculation in bulky plunder. These offenders are extremely careful in their negotiations with professional rogues. They place but little faith in the word of a thief, and are naturally suspicious of all persons with whom they have any dealings. After a large robbery, the burglars do not, as is generally supposed, cart the plunder to the house or store of the receiver. Instead, they quietly remove it to a safe place of storage, generally in some neighboring city or town. Wives whose husbands are undergoing imprisonment are invariably made the custodians of loot. The burglars have confidence in these women, and so have the receivers. The booty is conveyed to their apartments in trunks and does not attract any attention. When it has been placed in charge of the wife of an imprisoned confederate, the fence is notified, and samples of the goods are submitted for the receiver's inspection. Should he desire an examination of all the property, he sends a trusted appraiser to look it over, and should it prove to be as represented, a settlement is effected and the trunks are reshipped to the rooms of another thief's wife. The latter's unlucky husband, who is doing time, was perhaps a favorite with the receiver, and the woman is always a willing party to transactions of this sort. Receivers, while they rarely pay more than 1/4 of the value of the stolen article, run no risks. They never make a settlement with the thieves until the proceeds of the robbery have been removed a second time, and to a place, the location of which the gang they are dealing with knows nothing at all about. There are two reasons why the receiver is so careful and keeps the final hiding place a profound secret from the rogues. One is because he fears treachery at the hands of the robbers, and the other because he does not desire to incur any loss. In event of the stolen goods being seized in transit from the storage place of the thieves to that of the receiver, the loss falls upon the former. The other reason is to prevent them, should there be any bickering as to the price, from betraying the buyer. The simple testimony of the self-confessed thief that he sold the stolen goods to a certain person would be of no value in a legal sense without the corroborative proof of the seizure of the plunder. On account of the receiver's guarded manner of doing business, this is never possible, and the moment that the goods come into his possession, all tags and marks that would lead to their identification are removed and destroyed. Receivers in large cities are able to conduct their nefarious transactions without much danger of detection. To conceal their shady speculations, they engage in some legitimate business and conduct a fancy goods or jewelry store in a business district and on apparently strict and honest business principles. These are the class that purchase from shoplifters, pickpockets, and dishonest employees. To watch the patrons of these stores would be a task that would yield but meager results. Professional criminals shun these places, and the men and women who sell the proceeds of their pilferings to such receivers are only petty thieves. While seemingly purchasing some article and earnestly talking with the proprietor about its price, the thief is really making a bargain for its sale. He never carries on his negotiations in the presence of a stranger. The goods bought by the receiver under such conditions are never offered for sale in these places, but are disposed of to other unscrupulous shopkeepers and peddlers who loudly and constantly boast of their own honesty. There is a class of receivers that is constantly on the lookout for bargains, to whom pickpockets and sneak thieves can safely dispose of stolen watches and trinkets at prices much below their intrinsic worth. The establishments of pawnbrokers, who advance loans on jewelry and clothing, are generally patronized by young rogues with whom my uncle drives sharp bargains. Old rogues, by melting watch cases, run but little chance of detection and net a large profit by the sale of the metal to reputable firms. A smart receiver who deals in stolen jewelry reduces all small articles of jewelry into metal as soon as bought. The most annoying class are the second-hand dealers, who buy and sell stolen wearing apparel. They invariably have friends in another city, so that as soon as plunder has been bought, it is at once shipped away to be disposed of elsewhere. End of chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 38 by Thomas Byrnes. The Rogues Gallery. Why Thieves Are Photographed. Telltale Signs. Peculiarities of Criminals. Where, it does not matter, but in a fashionable place of amusement, which blazed with light and was radiant with the shimmer of silks, the flash of jewels, and the artificial glories with which wealth and fashion surround themselves, a tall, well-dressed man was standing with a lady on his arm, waiting till the outgoing throng gave him exit. A judge of the Supreme Court was just behind him, and at his elbow was a banker whose name is powerful on Wall Street. With suave manners, a face massive and intelligent, and apparel in unexceptionable taste, there was yet something about the man that recalled other and strangely remote associations. It certainly was not the dress or attitude or air that seemed familiar, nor was it the quick, sharp eyes that lighted up and seemed indeed the most notable features of the countenance, nor could it be the neatly trimmed whiskers or the somewhat sallow cheeks they covered. and certainly no suggestion of recognition could lie in the thin hair, carefully brushed back from a forehead that bulged out into knobs and was crossed by some deep lines. But yet, as that same forehead was bowed for a moment, what was there in it that recalled something? A man, or a statue, or a picture? In a moment the head was erect again, the face smiling, and in the change the fancied familiarity melted, but did not die away. It was still there, and for a moment it was intensified as a sudden look of recognition, a look that had a flash of malice in it, came into the sharp eyes which had caught mine, as I stood by the entrance watching him. This elegant and courtly gentleman was a professional criminal, and was last sentenced for burglary. A burglar! This prim, genteel, thoughtful-looking personage. He would be a minister or merchant or physician at the first glance to 9 men out of 10. Here in the flare of the gaslight, in the heart of fashion, with a judge at his back and a millionaire at his elbow. A burglar? Not low-browed, sullen, with a stealthy glance and hunted air. Not at all as fancy and romance have pictured him, but holding his head as high as his judicial and capitalist neighbors. And with that recognition, memory, faithful to the impression that bulging forehead and its deep lines had wrought, recalled a wooden frame with a photograph enclosed in it, a photograph of a bowed, distorted face, through whose half-closed eyelids 2 small specks seemed to glare maliciously, surmounted by a forehead with 2 knobs and some black lines upon it. That was it. The photograph was this man's portrait, and the place where it hung was the Rogues' Gallery. In that does the usefulness of the Rogues' Gallery lie. There are people who look at the pictures and say, "Of what good can these twisted and unnatural faces be?" Were their owners met in the streets, their countenances would be composed and altogether free of these distortions by which they have tried to cheat the purpose of the police in photographing them. It is a mistake to suppose that no one would know them. The very cleverest criminals who have distorted their features into a false physiognomy for the camera have made their grimaces in vain. The sun has been too quick for them, and has imprisoned the lines of the profile and the features, and caught certain peculiarities that could not be disguised. There is not a portrait in the Rogues' Gallery but has some marked characteristics by which, if studied in detail, one could identify the man who sat for it. A general idea of the looks of a person derived from one of these pictures may be very misleading. The criminal himself will try to make it so, by resorting to every possible means to alter his appearance. He can grow or shave off a beard or mustache. He can change the color of either, or he may become full-faced or lantern-jawed in time. But the skilled detective knows all this, and looks for distinguishing marks peculiar to his subject. It was the bulging brow and the deep lines of the forehead that revealed the identity of the well-dressed burglar in the fashionable throng. It did not matter much what disguise he assumed. These ineffable peculiarities would remain as telltale signs that could always be recognized. Detectives frequently succeed in singling out criminals who have tried every device to deceive the camera, and often the very men who have gone to the most trouble to make their pictures useless have been betrayed by them. But photographs must not be considered merely as portraits when criminals are to be identified by them. In some cases, however, they are quite sufficient. The old dodge of distorting the features is not often attempted nowadays. When we have a man with a strong case against him, he knows that his portrait, in some shape or other, must be added to the gallery, and he also knows that it is absurd to try and defeat the purposes of justice. That makes him resign to his fate, and all our recent photographs are good ones. We always aim to have the best we can get, for photography has been an invaluable aid to the police. The Rogues Gallery and Criminal Directory in New York is the most complete in the country. There are numbers of instances where a criminal appears in public under circumstances far different from those under which he is brought to police headquarters. The burglar before mentioned is a good example of what a swell cracksman may look like when he has the means and taste to dress himself in fashionable clothes. There are scores of men and women whose appearance in the streets gives no hint of their real character. Deception is their business, and they study its arts carefully. It is true there are criminals brought to headquarters who, even in sitting for a photograph for the Rogues Gallery, show a weakness to appear to advantage, and adjust dress, tie, and hair with as much concern as if the picture was intended for their dearest friends. I have seen women, especially, whose vanity cropped out the moment the camera was turned on them, but that is infrequent, and one must look for the faces seen in the Rogues Gallery in other shapes and with other accompaniments than those that appear in a photograph. All criminals have their weaknesses. The lower class of them spend their money in the way their instincts dictate. Some are slovenly hulks of fellows who pride themselves on shabbiness, and to them shabbiness is a part of their business. Then there are others of the flashy order who run into extremes in dress and copy the gamblers and variety theater performers in their attire. But there are many, and they are of the higher and more dangerous order of criminals, who carry no suggestion of their calling about them. Here is where the public err. They imagine that all burglars look like Bill Sikes and Flash Toby Crackit, whereas the most modest and most gentlemanly people they meet may be faithful representatives of these characters. Nearly all great criminals lead double lives, strange as it may appear. It is a fact that some of the most unscrupulous rascals who ever cracked a safe or turned out a counterfeit were at home model husbands and fathers. In a great many cases, wives have aided their guilty partners in their villainy, and the children, too, have taken a hand in it. But all suggestion of the criminal's calling was left outside the front door. The family of a notorious and dangerous forger lived quietly and respectably, mingled with the best of people, and were well liked by all who met them. Another equally dangerous criminal who was found dead near Yonkers, probably made away with by his associates, was a fine-looking man with cultured tastes and refined manners. Others would pass for honest and industrious mechanics, and more than one of them has well provided for his old mother and his sisters. I recall one desperate fellow who paid for his two little daughters' education at a convent in Canada, from which they were graduated, well-bred and bright young ladies, without ever a suspicion of their father's business reaching them. This same thing has been done by some of the hardest cases we have to contend with. One of the most noted pickpockets in the country had children whose education, dress, and manners won general admiration. There is nothing to mark people of that stamp as a class. Nor is the physiognomy a safe guide, but on the contrary it is often a very poor one. In the Rogues Gallery may be seen photographs of rascals who resemble the best people in the country, in some instances sufficiently like personal acquaintances to admit of mistaking one for the other, which, by the way, is no uncommon occurrence. It is easy for a detective to pick up the wrong man. Time and again, I have seen victims of thieves, when called upon in court to identify a prisoner, seated among a number of onlookers, pick out his captor or a court clerk as the offender. Thieves generally dress up to their business. I do not mean that they indicate their business by their dress, but just the opposite. They attire themselves so as to attract the least attention from the class of people among whom they wish to operate. To do this, they must dress like this class. If they are among poor people, they dress shabbily. If among well-to-do folks, they put on style. If among sporting men, they are flashy in attire. It is a great thing to escape notice, to meet a man in conversation, and yet leave no distinct impression of face or personality. I remember one man whose scarred cheek and missing eye would mark him anywhere, but he managed to be so sober in his dress that no one seemed to notice his personal peculiarities. Another, a railroad pickpocket, excels in gaining confidence, and yet leaving scant recollection of his dress and features. One scoundrel known as the Mourner and his wife had faces thoroughly adapted for their business, which was to pick pockets at wakes and funerals, and they were the most solemn-looking pair I ever saw. River thieves and low burglars fill the popular idea of criminals' appearance, and they are as hard-looking brutes as can be found. So are a good many of the more desperate fellows. Nugent, the Manhattan bank burglar, carried a good deal of his old business of a butcher in his appearance, but there was something about him that suggested the criminal. There are numbers of the confidence men, too, who, in spite of their gentlemanly dress and conversational powers, look the very incarnation of sharpers. In fact, it is unwise to judge by appearances, and it is not always safe to judge against them. A long experience of men and their ways is always needed to place people where they belong. End of chapter 38.
Chapter 39 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Piotr Natter. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 39, by Thomas Byrne. Cunning shoplifters and skillful pickpockets. Female operators and how they work. Yielding to sudden temptations. Holiday week in New York City is the shoplifter's harvest. The ladylike and gentlemanly pilferers of the city know that Christmas offers abundant opportunities for plying their wicked trade. So the shoplifter sallies forth, and the pickpocket wends his way with keen eyes and ready hands among the throng. Of the shoplifters who infest the city, the large majority are females. There are various reasons for this. The work of shoplifting is comparatively easy, it is often remunerative, and above all it is congenial. There are few ladies to whom a visit to the stores and the handling of the rich and beautiful goods displayed are not joys which transcend all others on earth. The female shoplifter has that touch of nature left in her which makes a dry goods store, variety bazaar, or jewellery establishment a most delightful spot to exercise her cunning. In the last few years, professionals of this order have wonderfully multiplied, but their increase has been no more than commensurate with that of the metropolitan bazaars. These places are most preyed upon, and in them the temptation to larceny is most freely offered. The general exposure of the goods on the counter or floor, the unceasing throng, the constant diversion for eye or ear of watchers, all serve to prepare an easy way for the shoplifter. The clerk's duties are generally manifold. Salesmen or saleswomen, it is all the same, they must take down and display wares for customers, extol the quality of the goods, wait on half a dozen customers at one and the same time, and through it all answer 1,000 idle questions, while all the time the endless throng are whirling past, and one can have no eyes for individual loungers. Shoplifters infest these places and have ample opportunity to ply their vocation. Even those who are merely not strong in resisting temptation are only too liable to pick up some stray trinket or bundle and walk off with it. Articles of value are seldom captured by the shoplifter. Dried goods, lingerie, or cheap jewellery are more often taken. But it is in the great number of such petty larcenies that the losses to shopkeepers chiefly lie. The ordinary female dress may be skilfully constructed so as to be an expansive receptacle for plunder of all kinds, and the professional shoplifter takes good care that she is prepared for her trip with just such a dress. Into it she gathers her booty, safely stores it, and if suspected, or even detected in the act of picking up an article, she becomes highly indignant, boldly subjects herself to an immediate search, and 9 times out of 10 the employee, who is not familiar with criminal methods, misses the false pockets and is forced to admit the offender's innocence in spite of the evidence of his own senses. The cloak is also a useful article of attire for the shoplifter, and women have concealed large quantities of goods under a sweeping outer garment. Stolen rolls of cloth, costly dresses, and even sealskin sacks have been found under them. One clever professional carried under her arms numerous articles of various sizes which it would puzzle a man to carry about with his outstretched arms. Not long ago a woman wearing a large cloak was noticed leaving one of the bazaars on 14th Street, and a moment later a clerk came out saying that a number of valuable bonnets were missing. A detective elbowed his way through the crowd and overtook the amply clad lady. Afraid of making a mistake and thereby subjecting himself to merited censure by making an improper arrest, he conceived the ruse of stumbling, and at the same instant raising one of the suspected stranger's arms. The trick worked admirably. The arm went up like a flash, and the ground forthwith was strewn with bonnets. She had nearly $200 worth in the collection. There are occasions when the shoplifter need not convert herself into a migratory storehouse. She sometimes has a confederate possessing ready fingers and a fluent tongue who makes the circuit of the counters. The other presses along after her, gazing vacantly around and keeping severely distant from any of the goods exposed. When her confederate has slipped something out of sight, she conveys it adroitly to the other, and the pair go on again. If the more clever operator be detected, no more than a single article will be found on her, and she can generally brazen her way out of the predicament by alleging an absent mind or some uncommon distraction elsewhere in the store. There are generally but 2 classes of shoplifters, the regular criminal professional and the kleptomaniac. The very poor classes seldom take a hand in it. Poverty is held by the world to be the badge of crime, and the poor slattern who enters a store is sure to be so carefully watched that larceny is next to impossible. The shoplifter is always a person of fair apparel, and she generally has a comfortable home. If she be a professional, she may be one of a criminal community, and her home may be shared by others engaged in equally evil ways. If she be a kleptomaniac, and in shoplifting the word has peculiar significance, she is possibly a woman whose life in other respects is exemplary. It does seem strange that a wife and mother, whose home is a model one, who attends religious service regularly, and who seems far removed from the world of crime, should be so carried away by her admiration of some trinket or knick-knack as to risk home, honour, everything to secure it. But the annals of metropolitan offences are full of instances of just this kind. It is her fondness for finery that 9 times out of 10 gets her into trouble. A woman leaves a happy and well-provided home for a shopping tour. She buys the necessary articles she wants after much careful selecting and sharp bargaining. Then she looks about her and goes counter-gazing. This is the fatal moment. Some taking article, it may only be a trifle, catches her eye. She has already spent the contents of her purse, but the new object absorbs her attention, and every moment it becomes more fascinating. She must have it. Then comes temptation. The trinket is exposed. There is no one about. It would be such a simple thing to take it. Conscience, stifled by cupidity, is dormant, and the desire of possession completely absorbs her. A moment more, and the article is under her cloak, and all of a tremble she edges her way to the door, half frightened, half regretful, yet wholly swayed for the time being by the possession of the moment's idol. Then comes detection. Everything rises to betray her. Her frightened glances, her sneaking attitude, the closer clutch she has upon her cloak. She is accosted, questioned, and then every thought of home, family, and the disgrace that she has brought upon herself rushes before her, and she summons all the pluck there is in her poor fluttering heart, and denies. Fatuous soul! She forgets that the sanctity which a moment since surrounded her as an honest woman is now stripped from her. She is searched. The stolen article is found upon her, and she stands there drooping and despairing, a proven thief. Every year, over and over again, is this sad scene enacted. Among the real criminal set of shoplifters may be found some who are skilful in picking pockets. They are a dangerous class, for at no place are opportunities for plying their trade more frequent than in a shopping bazaar. The shopper's attention is deeply engaged by a bewildering display of goods dear to female hearts. Minds are full of purchases and heedless of pockets. Satchels and purses are laid carelessly upon the counter. The shoplifter is always on the alert for these opportunities, and is ever ready to take advantage of them. Not long since, a lady placed on a counter beside her a well-filled purse. A moment afterwards she mechanically picked it up again to pay for a purchase. She opened it. There was a wad of paper in it. She looked at it again. It was not her own, but one that had been adroitly substituted for it. An unusually cunning male shoplifter successfully operated for several years by means of a scheme that he had devised himself. He travelled through England, France, and other European countries, leaving a trail of mysterious thefts behind him. Upon his return to the United States he was detected in the act of committing a robbery, and his plan was exposed. Cloth and silk houses were his chosen fields of labour. He invariably carried a large-sized valise. The bottom of the bag, which parted in the middle, was movable, and was hinged at the sides. Near the handle was a spring arrangement, which connected with the movable bottom. His plan was to enter a store while the clerks were engaged in the rear. Going boldly up to a counter, he would apparently, in the most careless manner, set down his valise upon a pile of goods. As he did so he would spring the bottom, and thus adroitly bag a roll of silk or fine cloth. Having secured his booty, he would make a small purchase, and ask one of the clerks for the address of another firm in the same line of business. His appearance never caused the slightest suspicion, and the thief, until his methods were discovered, always managed to leave a store with his gripsack full of plunder. 2 or 3 shoplifters have been known to enter large cloth, dry goods, or feather establishments in the morning just before opening time, while the porter or clerk were sweeping the store. One of the rogues would then engage the single unsuspecting guardian of the store in conversation, and invariably succeed in luring him to the rear of the place. This was the thief's opportunity, and when the clerk's back was turned, the shoplifter's confederates were busy. In a twinkling they would conceal as many goods as they were able to stuff into false pockets in their clothes and quietly make off. Then the first man would innocently tell his dupe that he would call again. A few skilful male and female shoplifters occasionally succeed in making rich hauls by substitution. They operate solely in jewellery stores, and have a fondness for handling and pricing diamond rings and pins. In carrying out their scheme, they visit a jewellery store and examine goods. A lapidary who manufactures paste rings and pins is next visited. He is employed to make a substitute for the piece of diamond jewellery which the shoplifter intends stealing. A good description of the article wanted is given, and is soon finished by the obliging lapidary. 2 or 3 of the shoplifters acting in concert now call at the jeweller's store. While the diamonds are again being closely examined, the spurious article is deftly substituted for the genuine one. After an extended and critical examination, the purchase is reluctantly deferred, the jewellery case is returned to the showcase or safe, and it is often days before the fact is discovered that a costly diamond ring or pin has been stolen, and a paste one left in its place. Shoplifters who make a practice of stealing unset diamonds and other precious stones sometimes substitute spurious stones to cover the theft. They have been known to swallow the gems, and when arrested on suspicion were able to escape conviction by the clever manner in which the trick was performed. But while the shoplifters' numerous depredations have made people wary, and in the aggregate have entailed great losses on merchants, their operations have frequently injured unblemished reputations and subjected tender feelings to great suffering. Most of the large jewellery establishments and great bazaars now employ detectives, while others employ floor walkers. Many of these do not possess the intelligence and cunning their position demands, and serious mistakes often occur. Ladies of high social position have time and again been accused of larcenies of which they were entirely guiltless. Some really absent-minded shoppers have carried articles away from the counter utterly unconscious of the fact at the time. Of course it would require an adept in psychological art to tell the really absent-minded but honest woman from the one who pleads temporary aberration of mind as excuse for actual crime. The guilty have again and again secured immunity from punishment by a well-concocted story of forgetfulness, and it is equally certain that the innocent have more than once suffered for the guilty. Pickpockets are an interesting class of thieves, and among the men and women who follow this particular line of crime there are many grades. The male operators generally dress well and display abundant jewellery, but the females, while pillaging, generally appear in humble attire. Professional pickpockets are naturally great rovers, and are continually travelling from one end of the country to the other to attend large public gatherings. It is in such crowds that these desperate rascals most successfully practise their nefarious calling. They are to be found one day among the assemblage present at the inauguration of the President of the United States, another day at the funeral obsequies of some distinguished person, and the next week at a country fair. At the funeral of General Grant in New York City, an army of the light-fingered fraternity flocked from all parts of the country, expecting to reap rich harvest among the vast throng. However, the best laid schemes of mice and men ganged after glee, and notwithstanding the fact that there were hundreds of thousands of people that day along the route of the funeral procession, not a single watch or pocket-book was stolen. Never before in the history of the police department had there been such a clean record. The day before the funeral, all the professional pickpockets then in the city were arrested upon suspicion, and the police magistrates held the rogues as prisoners. The alarm was then raised, and hundreds of criminals on their way to New York gave up the project, left the trains, and scattered in other directions. A few, however, who were reckless enough to persist in their schemes, found detectives awaiting them at the several depots. They were taken in charge and were kept safely housed at the police central office, the various precinct station houses, and the Tombs prison until the funeral was over and all the strangers had departed for their homes. When there was no one to prey upon, the disgusted rogues were liberated. The effort made to thwart the pickpockets upon that occasion was a bold one, but the end certainly justified the means. Of professional pickpockets there are many types. Odd are the notions that some people entertain of the personal appearance of criminals of this class. Some believe them to be a forbidding and suspicious-looking lot of cutthroats, but on the contrary they are very like ordinary individuals, and unless their faces are known, their appearance or dress would never excite curiosity. Still, between the several classes of operators there is a striking difference. The pickpocket, either male or female, who dexterously abstracts a purse, or captures a watch or diamond pin on any of the principal thoroughfares, in a streetcar, railroad train, or church, does not in any way resemble the person who will perform the same operation in a side street or at a public gathering. Those who seek only large plunder are entertaining conversationalists and easy in their manners. They are generally self-possessed fellows, and are dexterous and cautious operators. Women make the most patient and dangerous pickpockets. Humble in their attire, and seemingly unassuming in their demeanour, without attracting any notice or particular attention, they slip into an excited crowd in a store or in front of a shop window. Their quick eye and delicate touch will without difficulty locate the resting place of a well-filled purse. That discovered, they follow the victim about until the proper opportunity presents itself to capture the prize. Sometimes they go off on thieving excursions in pairs, but an expert female pickpocket invariably prefers to work alone. The latter class are difficult to run down. Men, after committing a large theft, are in nearly all instances extravagant and reckless, but women are generally the reverse, and are careful of the money they have stolen. Should they have reason to feel that they are suspected, they will remain concealed for a long time. There is on record the case of a female pickpocket who, after capturing a pocketbook containing thousands of dollars in greenbacks, became aware that she was suspected and succeeded in eluding arrest until the only witness against her had died. The day following the robbery, the thief, who was well advanced in years and was possessed of an excellent education, entered a religious institution under an assumed name. After telling a plausible and sad story of her unhappy marriage to a drunkard, she finally gained admission to the home. Her conduct there was exemplary, and she remained for years. At last she read of the death of the wealthy lady whose pocketbook she had stolen, and the cunning pickpocket, aware that the danger of conviction for the larceny had passed, vanished from the home and returned to her old trade. There are other instances illustrative of the care with which women avoid detection that are on a par with the one mentioned. Pickpockets who pursue their calling under cover of a shawl or overcoat carried carelessly over one arm, invariably the left one, generally take a seat in the car on the right side of the person they intend robbing, and operate under the coat or shawl. In case the pocket is high or too small to admit the hand freely, a sharp knife is used to cut the side of the dress or trousers of the victim. Others of the light-fingered fraternity wear light overcoats with the large pockets removed. Entering a crowded car, a thief, while standing up, selects a woman who, while paying her fare, has displayed a well-filled purse. The thief, when the opportunity occurs, carelessly laps his coat over her dress, and by inserting his hand through the outside opening of his false pocket, quietly proceeds to do his work. Female pickpockets who operate in cars and boats invariably use cloaks, which shield them while stealing. They press against the person whose pockets they are rifling, and the cloak completely hides the movements of their hands. Some expert male pickpockets ply their vocation alone. One of this class succeeded in stealing a valuable watch from the vest pocket of a distinguished jurist some time since, while the latter was viewing a procession from the front of a leading hotel. Another class of pickpockets frequent churches and funerals. Women generally do the stealing, and they pass the plunder to their male confederates, who disappear with the watch or pocketbook the moment it has been captured. The men, as a rule, are old thieves, who have lost their nerve and no longer dare to work for themselves. Those that operate with an assistant always require the latter to do the crowding or engage the attention of the intended victim, while his pocket is being plundered. A mob is always composed of not less than 3 men working in harmony. Just as soon as a watch or pocketbook has been stolen by one of these men, the thief hands the plunder to one of his accomplices, who passes it to the 3rd or 4th man, as the case may be. This style of thieving is to protect the actual thief, and only yields small profits on account of the number engaged in the crime. Should the victim discover on the spot that his pocket had been picked, and cause the arrest of the robber standing alongside or in front of him, the failure to find the plunder upon the prisoner would create a serious doubt as to his guilt. Cunning old professionals, veritable Fagins, are the brains of these mobs. They delegate a daring young man with quick hands to do the stealing, and the instant the purse, watch, or jewel has been passed to them, they disappear. If it is a purse that has been taken, it is promptly rifled, and the empty wallet thrown into an ash barrel or sewer. The veteran first allots to himself the lion's share of the booty, and afterwards splits up the remainder with the other members of the gang. Serious trouble, sometimes resulting in bloodshed, occurs over quarrels concerning the division of spoils. Should a newspaper item announce that the stolen pocketbook contained a large sum of money, when the leader of the gang had said he found but a few dollars in it, the thieves' co-partnership would be summarily dissolved by a sanguinary affray, the cause of which, for the protection of the others, would not be revealed. Sidewalk committees, at the time of military parades or political processions, have a couple of young men who are known as pushers. These go in advance of the thief and locate the whereabouts of the plunder for him. They rush and push to and fro in the crowd, or at a street crossing, jostling against everyone with whom they come in contact. When the pusher discovers the pocket in which plunder is sure to be found, the fellow signals to the pickpocket indicating the victim and just where the purse or wallet is carried. Then the robbery follows. Some nervous people, while carrying large sums, betray themselves to a shrewd thief by their actions, and afterwards think it strange that the rogue should have known the very pocket that contained the roll of greenbacks. If they had remained cool while riding in a car or passing through a crowd, and had not clapped their hands every few minutes on the outside of the pocket in which they carried the money, to feel if it was still there, they would doubtless have avoided loss. Pickpockets, like other individuals, are not gifted with second sight, and they always watch for signs to guide them in their operations. If their mode of working was better understood by the public and properly guarded against, their vocation would in a short time become unprofitable. When a mob of pickpockets start out to work a crowd on a horse car or a railroad train, they break into twos. The part of one is ascertain the location of the victim's money. He gets alongside the man whose pocket is to be picked, and with rapid movement he dexterously passes his fingers over every pocket. His touch is so delicate that it enables him to locate the prize and to ascertain its character, whether a roll, a purse, or a pocketbook. The surging of a crowd, especially on a railroad train, accounts to the suspicious traveller for the occasional jostling he receives. The most common receptacle for the pocketbook is the left trousers pocket. When the victim is selected, the second man plants himself squarely in front of him, while the other crowds up behind him on the right side. The operator in front, under cover of a newspaper or coat thrown over his arm, feels the pocket, and if the victim is a straight-backed man, in standing position, he finds the opening of the pocket drawn close together. In such a case it is dangerous to attempt the insertion of the hand. A very low-toned clearing of the throat, followed by a guttural noise, is the signal to his confederate to exert a gentle pressure upon the victim's right shoulder. This is so gradually extended that the traveller yields to the pressure without knowing it, and without changing the position of his feet. This throws the lips of the pocket conveniently open for the operator in front, who does not insert his hands to draw the book out, but works upon the lining. He draws it out a little at a time, without inserting his fingers more than half-way. Should this process of drawing the contents of the pocket to its mouth be felt by the victim, another low clearing of the throat gives the sign to the confederate, and the game is dropped. If the victim's suspicions are not aroused, the pickpocket continues at his work of drawing the lining out until the roll of bills of pocketbook is within reach of his deft fingers. The successful completion of the undertaking is indicated by a gentle chirrup, and the precious pair separate from their victim to ply the same tricks upon the next one. Stealing watches and pins by gangs of pickpockets who ride in street cars is of frequent occurrence. In taking the watch, the same system of jostling and crowding is resorted to, while the wire, the one who actually does the work, is stealing the watch. He raises it out of the pocket by means of the chain, with his left hand, which is concealed by a coat or shawl. After the watch has been taken from the pocket, the thief drops it into the palm of his right hand, and by a quick turn of the wrist the ring is twisted off. The chain, which is seldom taken, is quietly allowed to drop down, and usually the first intimation a person has that his watch is gone is when his attention is called to his dangling chain. The moment that the watch has been stolen, the man who takes it passes it to an associate, who leaves the car at once, and the others comprising the gang ride a square or two before getting out. Some people wonder how pickpockets succeed in stealing a watch without first unscrewing the snap at the end of the chain, not knowing that the ring has been twisted out. To capture a diamond pin the method is slightly different. Rogues of this class, when at work, generally lift one arm above the height of the pin, and while the owner's attention is attracted by something started for the purpose, the jewel is abstracted by an exceedingly quick and clever movement of the thumb and forefinger of the other hand. As the pin starts from its place, it is caught in the palm of the thief's hand, and before the owner has discovered his loss, the jewel has passed out of the possession of the man who stole it. It is a good plan for persons carrying large sums of money or valuables not to allow their attention to be suddenly diverted by seeming disturbances or other attractions. They are the pickpocket's opportunity, and are often gotten up by them for the purpose. End of chapter 39.
Chapter 40 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Mike Manalakis. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 40 by Thomas Byrnes. Forgers and Their Methods. Wily devices and brainy schemes of a dangerous class. Tricks on banks. How businessmen are defrauded. A distinguished and learned criminal jurist tersely described forgery as the false making or materially altering, with intent to defraud, any writing which, if genuine, might apparently be of legal efficacy in the foundation of a legal liability. The crime, in a general sense, is the illegal falsification or counterfeiting of a writing, bill, bond, will, or other document, and the statutes generally make the uttering or using the forged instruments essential to the offense. The uttering is complete, however, if an attempt is made to use the fraudulent paper as intended, though the forgery be discovered in season to defeat the fraud designed. The intent to deceive and defraud is often conclusively presumed from the forgery itself. If one forge a name, word, or even figure of a note, and cause it to be discounted, it is no defense whatever to the charge of forgery that he intended to pay the note himself, and had actually made provisions that no person should be injured. Forgery, attended as it is with such ruinous consequences, is easily perpetrated, and detected with much difficulty. It was one of the capital offenses years ago, and the Penal Code of the State of New York makes the sentence, upon a second conviction for forgery in the first degree, imprisonment for life. As compared with the other criminal classes, the number of professional forgers in the United States is very small. All told, there are not more than 24 expert penmen and engravers who misuse their talents by imitating the handwriting and workmanship of others. Few as are these swindlers, they occasionally launch forth some gigantic scheme, flooding the principal cities with their spurious and worthless paper. The operations of American forgers are not by any means confined to this country. The bankers of Europe have been fleeced by them, and conspiracies hatched here have almost caused financial panics in England and on the continent. The professional forger is a man of great natural ability, and a cunning and suspicious individual. Cautious in the extreme, he prefers to work in secret, and probably never more than 2 of his most intimate companions know what he is about, until the counterfeits he has produced are ready to be put in circulation. So guarded is he, in fact, that while imitating the signature of a banking firm, duplicating the bonds or securities of a large corporation, or printing the delicately executed notes and currency of a country, he never permits any of his friends to enter his secret workshop. It is the proud boast of one of the most notorious of these swindlers that while at his nefarious work, no man, woman, or child ever saw him with a pen in his hand. By the aid of a mixture of acids, they are able to completely erase figures in ink from the face of notes without in the least destroying or damaging the paper. Thus, genuine orders upon banks or brokers for a few dollars are easily raised into the thousands. Others have a talent for imitating handwriting, especially autographs. and filled out blank checks and notes to suit themselves. Photography has also been successfully applied as a means for transferring fine tracing, delicate engravings, and even signatures. Although plotting and planning daring work for others to execute, the forger keeps himself well in the background, and by following a system calculated to protect himself against the annoyance of arrest or the danger of conviction, he runs but few risks. He keeps aloof from the several members of his band, and in most cases is known only to his manager, who is the go-between and guiding spirit of the gang. This system is one of the forger's best safeguards, for no matter what slip there may afterwards be in the effort to secure money upon his spurious paper, he is able to baffle all attempts to fasten the foundations of the crime upon himself. He employs as his manager only a man in whom he has the utmost confidence, who is generally a person of such notoriously bad character that no jury would accept his uncorroborated testimony should he prove unfaithful. There have been instances, however, in which the manager has also been the capitalist and leading plotter. Such men are to be found in the best walks of life, and their means of existence is often a mystery to their friends. They have carefully guarded ways of putting the forged notes into the hands of the agents of the layers down, the title by which those who finally dispose of the fraudulent paper are known. The organization of a forger's gang is unlike that of any other class of thieves. It has many subdivisions, all working in concert, and yet but few of the operators have any acquaintance with the leading spirits in the conspiracy. The poor tools who risk their liberty never know the penman or engraver whose work they handle, and the forger, on the other hand, does not wish an acquaintance with them. He knows them simply by reputation as good or ordinary layer down, just as their standing may be. Then there are the quiet agents, who gather information and rarely appear in any criminal proceeding. These have a wide circle of acquaintances, many of whom are reputable merchants and brokers. During pleasant chats in the bars and reading rooms of hotels and at fashionable resorts, much useful information for the carrying out of large plans is gleaned. A banker's clerk, fond of billiards or horse racing, and living above his salary, while in bad luck, meets an agreeable friend at the racetrack or around the gaming table. The forger's secret and most dangerous agents grasp the situation at a glance, and hidden behind their apparent good nature is a plot for plunder. The clerk's losses make him desperate, and he never declines the proffered loan. It may be only a small sum, but it is the first step toward his downfall. He has become entangled in the clutches of a sharper, and at short acquaintance stands ready to follow the advice of his generous friend. When it is suggested that blank checks, or better still, checks filled out, if procured by him, no matter by what means he obtains them, will bring him a supply of ready cash, he grasps the opportunity. Rarely does the firm suspect, when at last forgeries are scattered broadcast, that their fast-living clerk is really responsible for the counterfeits. The reckless young man, tempted by the success of others, will in a short time attempt to imitate signatures himself. Not having served a proper apprenticeship in wicked ways, the forgery is apparent. Caught in the act, he is sent to prison, and forever afterwards is an outcast from society. The clerk's experience demonstrates but one of the insidious methods of the crafty forger and his agents. He has other schemes, most prominent among which is using the dishonest broker. Under cover of a legitimate business, they dispose of considerable worthless bonds and securities. It often happens that stolen, forged, and counterfeit bonds are hypothecated for loans by some tottering firm and are never redeemed. Bankers duped in that way, rather than make public the fact that they have been taken, prefer to bear their losses and make no effort to prosecute the swindler. The men who, for a small percentage, dispose of forged paper or handle counterfeits are mostly ex-convicts or novices in crime. Some of the check passers operate according to system, and others depend upon circumstances. Not long ago, a forger, only one of whose spurious notes was ever refused, always furnished his operators with duplicate drafts. One of these, simply endorsed upon the back, would be presented at the bank by the layer down. The latter being a stranger, the teller would naturally decline to honor the note without proper identification. Then the layer down, after remarking that he was not well acquainted with financial matters, would take the check and leave the institution. The second note, properly certified and endorsed with the signature of the firm whose genuine check had been imitated, would be handed to the operator by an accomplice on the street. After a brief absence, the man would return to the bank and get the money, the teller supposing the identification to be freshly written. The presentation of the identified check first would not have been regular, and the wily leader never permitted any of his tools to run such risks. In one instance, a forger used 3 layers down. His plan was this: if the first man came out all right, a second was sent in, and if he succeeded, a third followed. Here the operations ended for the day, and afterwards a watch was kept upon the bank until it was closed, and also upon the office of the broker whose signature was being forged. If no unusual commotion was observed at either place, it was taken for granted that the victim's account was large enough to be drawn from still further. A day or two later, other checks previously prepared were presented in the same way. Upon the slightest sign of discovery, the layer down and his lookouts disappeared as quickly as possible, one covering the escape of the other. In the selection of the men who obtained the cash on the notes, old favorites were sent in first, as the chances of detection were then at a minimum. As the account was more and more freely drawn upon, and was likely to give out at any moment, and as disagreeable questions might be asked, the last men were required to possess plenty of nerve. The amount of a firm's account in bank is always a matter of guesswork, and therefore risky, though the forger's rule is to select wealthy concerns, leave a wide margin, and draw from the account gradually. The forger has but little trouble in ascertaining the correct numbers for the checks he intends using. Just before the close of business on a Saturday afternoon, one of his agents calls at a broker's office and sells some genuine bonds, and in payment asks that he be given at least 2 checks, explaining that he desires to send them by letter to friends in the country. Such checks are rarely ever refused, and the forger thus manages to get the numbers of the last checks issued by the firm. This gives him all day Sunday to fix the figures on the forgeries, and he is then ready to operate on Monday morning. The genuine checks, several days later, reach the bank through some reputable business firm, but in the meantime they have passed through so many hands that it is next to an impossibility to trace them. A common yet dangerous scheme, which has been carried out many times with success by check raisers, is this. A member of the gang is first sent to purchase 2 drafts payable at a bank in another city. One is made out for a small amount, and the other for a considerable sum. In a few days, the purchaser returns the large draft to the bank, saying that he was unable to use it as he had intended. The amount it calls for is refunded to him, and the redeemed draft is in most instances destroyed. Then, having a clear field before him, the forger forwards the small draft, raised the corresponding number, date, and amount to the large one, to some distant city for collection. As the genuine draft has in the meantime been torn up, there is rarely any difficulty in getting the raised one cashed, and sometimes the deceit is not readily discovered at the bank of issue. Many cashiers have spent hours going over their books on account of a shortage due to a raised check. The photolithographic process of check counterfeiting first came to light in this city a few years ago. The checks were presented by a smart lad who invariably succeeded in getting them cashed. He was caught at last laying down one of the worthless notes, and had it not been for an accident, he might have escaped. The cashier to whom the note was presented noticed that it was blurred, and on submitting it to experts, his suspicions that it was a forgery were confirmed. It had been prepared with such accuracy that the stamp on it could not be distinguished from a genuine one. The forger, however, had not been satisfied with his work, and essayed an improvement by the use of chemicals, which in the warmth of the carrier's hand had blurred and discolored the paper. The lad, when cornered, made a clean breast of it, and said that his brother-in-law had employed him to procure genuine checks and carry forged paper to the bank. Not long ago, a man who appeared to be extremely prudent and careful, conducting his business transactions after the most approved methods and on strict business principles, opened an account with one of the city banks. He soon won the confidence of the bank officials. At first, he deposited only moderate sums of money, thus creating the impression that he was engaged in legitimate business, and he only drew on his account as any ordinary merchant might do. He always kept a balance in the bank, and the money he deposited was usually in certified checks of another bank. Thus his credit was soon established on a very comfortable basis. Suddenly the checks began to assume alarming proportions. They came, too, in unusually rounded figures, $4,500 and $6,500 looming up on their faces. The suspicion of the cashier was aroused, and an inquiry was instituted. The new customer's dealings had jumped to such proportions that it was thought that something must be wrong. The officials of the bank that had issued the certified checks were at once consulted, the checks were examined, and they were pronounced forgeries. Both banks were amazed. Their consternation increased the more closely they examined the checks. It was clear that the forgeries were not ordinary ones, and it was more than likely that they were being perpetrated on other institutions and probably for large amounts. These checks, so many of which had passed current at the Bank of Certification, had been printed and stamped on specially manufactured paper and signed with specially prepared ink. The writing was done in a bold, free hand that challenged detection by its freedom and similarity to that of the treasurer of the Western Union Telegraph Company. They were lithographed imitations of the genuine checks of the bank, with a slight difference in the safety test, the numbering, and the ink, but in the rush of business these defects escaped notice. The forgeries were admitted to be exceedingly clever, and no fault was found with the teller for certifying to the genuineness of the notes. In this instance, the layer down was a poor youth whom the bogus merchant had employed in his sham office at a salary of a few dollars a week. Forgers who make a practice of defrauding banks of smaller cities first establish confidence with the officials of the institution they intend to plunder. This is done in a very simple manner, but one that generally proves successful. Several weeks before the forgery is attempted, the advance agent of the gang opens an insurance or real estate office in the vicinity of the bank. He opens an account with the bank, makes bona fide deposits, and transacts ordinary business matters, generally involving, however, the transfer of money from one city to another. When at last he feels perfectly sure that he is beyond suspicion, he deposits for collection a draft on another bank for a large sum, which bears the forged signature of a genuine depositor at a bank in a distant city. Upon presentation of the draft, the officials telegraph to the bank it is drawn upon, inquiring if the person or firm whose signature it bears is a depositor in good standing there. The answer being satisfactory, at least 3/4 of the amount called for by the check is willingly advanced by the bank of deposit to the forger's trusted agent. In due time, the counterfeit is forwarded for collection through the regular business channels, and when it finally reaches its destination, its character is discovered. The insurance or real estate office has in the meantime disappeared, and the forger and his tools have vanished. A smart gang with a dozen or more advance agents have been known to dupe in a single year over 40 banks, netting with a small outlay about $160,000 by their operations. Storekeepers and business firms have been swindled time and again by a peculiar class of forgers who seem to be satisfied with a few $100s, and sometimes less. In all large cities, these men succeed in operating extensively with raised or worthless checks. After a small purchase, the layer down presents a bank draft or a check in payment, and should he be questioned, he generally gives some ready reference. His offhand and frank way of dealing allays suspicion, and not an inkling of his true character is revealed until scores have fallen a prey to his deceptions. When one of these criminals is run down, hundreds of complainants generally appear to prosecute him. Sometimes it happens, in altering checks, that the chemicals leave a blur upon the paper that cannot be erased. As the notes, however, for small amounts are genuine, the forger, who is seldom willing to lose money even in experimenting, has been known to burn off the portion of the paper that he had unsuccessfully tampered with. Then one of his friends will write to the bank that issued the draft, stating that it had accidentally been partially burned, given the date of issue and the amount it called for, and requesting that a duplicate be forwarded to the writer. To confirm the accident story, the fragments of the check are enclosed in the envelope. The duplicate asked for is generally received by return mail. The craftiness and audacity of the professional forger is well illustrated by the following incident. A few years ago, a band of international criminals left this city for the purpose of robbing foreign bankers by means of a large supply of well-executed counterfeit notes. The men were scarcely upon the high seas before the conspiracy was known in New York. Without delay, cablegrams were flashed across the ocean, warning the European authorities of the entire plot and giving the names and accurate descriptions of all the operators. Notwithstanding this warning, the forger and his assistants landed without detection and made their headquarters in one of the largest cities. In the course of a few days after their arrival, the chief conspirator, who was traveling as an American tourist, desirous of becoming familiar with the faces of the detectives, secured a letter of introduction to the chief of the Bureau or Department of Criminal Investigation. He was well received, all the workings of that branch of the police service were explained to him, and he was pleasantly entertained for half an hour or more by the head of the force himself. During the chat, the conversation turned, apparently, incidentally, to forgers and counterfeiters. The detective, thrown completely off his guard, unbosomed himself to the bogus tourist. On the desk before the former lay the important message sent from New York concerning the band of forgers. It was an official secret, but the detective had no scruples in confiding it to his visitor. Telling the latter that his department was in communication with similar institutions in the United States, the chief of one of the largest detective forces in Europe picked up the message and read it from beginning to end to the sham tourist. It was startling and unexpected news to the forger, but he controlled his feelings, and without the slightest nervousness or agitation resumed the conversation. At its close, the noted criminal warmly shook the hand of the police official who had unconsciously and gratuitously furnished him with so much valuable information, and drove back to his hotel. The forger and his band disappeared that night. End of chapter 40.
Chapter 41 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by John Brandon. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 41 by Thomas Byrnes. Frauds exposed. Accomplished adventurers and fashionable adventuresses. People who live by their wits. Getting a living by hook or by crook. Odd and many are the ways of earning a living that are resorted to by numerous adventurers and adventuresses in the metropolis. For society in its varied and complex phases affords a profitable field for a large army of wily men and women who live by their wits. There are hundreds of ingenious money-making schemes, which, though by no means legitimate, cannot be dealt with as precisely criminal. And there is, therefore, a certain class who, though not professional criminals, nevertheless, like them, obtain a living by preying upon their fellow creatures. I recall the case of a lady, middle-aged but still pretty, who kept many boarding-houses one after another, all of them popular and well patronized while they lasted. She was a woman of education and refinement, of gentle disposition and confiding nature, and she easily inspired unbounded confidence in all who knew her. She always managed to interest some rich old bachelor or widower in her business affairs, with the almost certain result of inducing him to pay a large sum of money in advance for board. Then suddenly her affairs would become involved, and with many tears and well-simulated expressions of sorrow and deep distress, she would reluctantly announce to her boarders that she was obliged to give up her house. She would then disappear until she was satisfied that the confiding boarder, who had made the loan, had abandoned all hope of ever getting his money back, when she would reappear in a new street, occasionally under a new name, and the routine of borrowing from unsuspecting boarders and giving up the house would again be gone through with. She has been known to obtain an advance of $1,000 from a boarder, and not one of her numerous loans was ever repaid. Whenever she vacated a house, she was generally more or less in debt to all her patrons, whom she treated so kindly that they were often only too glad to relieve her temporary embarrassment by paying for board in advance, and were sincerely sorry when financial disaster at length overwhelmed her. As a rule, boarders generally victimized their landladies, but in this instance the rule was reversed. Another woman who lived in elegant style in a fashionable part of the city acquired a snug fortune by using her social influence in furthering questionable money-making schemes among capitalists. She had a large circle of acquaintance among moneyed men, possessed keen perception, an exceedingly glib tongue, and instinctive knowledge of human nature. These qualities she constantly turned to her own pecuniary account. She and her husband kept house in a sumptuously furnished brownstone front uptown, where they received evening calls from numerous bankers, brokers, and others, whom the accomplished wife elegantly and pleasantly entertained. When necessary, she talked, coaxed, or argued them into investing or lending their influence to any money-making scheme she had a pecuniary interest in. She did a paying business for a long time. She never undertook any but large and plausible schemes, and generally succeeded in carrying them through. Not long ago, she became interested in a mine and got most of the stock subscribed for through her own unaided exertions, for which she received in advance a large roll of greenbacks as her reward. It was characteristic of her never to depend upon commissions for her services. She demanded so much money down, and nothing else would answer, and she generally got it. In this way she supported her family in great luxury, and clothed herself and her daughters in fashionable style. She is still widely known by Wall Street and Broad Street magnates. Now and then in New York one comes across women who, though they cannot be properly styled adventuresses, yet have adopted petty and ingenious ways of adding to a slender income. There is, for instance, a young lady in society who is locally famous for obtaining all her gloves and jewelry as gifts from her gentlemen escorts to parties and theaters, gifts which she does not hesitate to hint for if they are not speedily volunteered. There is another woman who resides in a handsomely furnished suite of rooms, who invariably takes her meals out, always managing so that at least 2 meals shall be taken at the invitation of some gentleman friend, thus saving the fair dame at least $10 a week. Another woman contrives to fasten herself on some rich and fashionable lady as a companion, living at the expense of her friend, to whom she attaches herself as closely and with as much persistence as a barnacle to a ship. One fair creature has made a practice for years to become engaged to some rich young man, receiving from him, meantime, as many presents as he can be tempted to bestow. Finally, she quarrels with her betrothed, breaks the engagement, and retains the presents. A really clever woman who, according to her own statement, engineers beggars, hires a number of poor, homeless children and a number of old and decrepit men and women, selecting with an artist's eye all the most wretched specimens of humanity she can procure. The halt, the maimed, the lame, and the blind, the dirty, the ragged, the sick, and the sore. These wretches are stationed singly or in small squads around the hotels, churches, or places of amusement. When there is a ball at the Academy of Music or a fashionable opera or select gathering of any kind, she stations her wretched squad at convenient points, and hiding herself in some convenient place, grins with unfeigned satisfaction as her hatless and shoeless brigade whiningly receives alms. Her percentage of the receipts generally consists of by far the greater part of the money her beggars have extracted from the charitable. Of late years, this woman's operations have been materially curtailed by the police. Dancing attendants upon dowagers who are rich seems to be growing in favor among the would-be fashionable but impecunious youths of the city. Among the most curious cases of gaining a livelihood without working for it is that of a certain young man who, young, rather handsome, and of good family, devotes himself almost exclusively to playing the cavalier to old and very rich widows. There are men about town who have the entree to fashionable society, who are really card sharpers and gamblers, who live upon the money they make by cheating at cards at their clubs or elsewhere. They are society men, too, who live in luxury, dress well, and spend money lavishly, who depend upon their skill in manipulating cards for means to keep their appearances and meet their liberal expenditures. They do not hesitate to cheat, and if detected, the matter is hushed up for their family's sake. But in the majority of instances, their social position saves them even from suspicion, and defrauded victims pay their losses without suspecting the author of their misfortunes. Levying literary blackmail is often practiced upon a certain class of wealthy and vain people. Proof sheets of glowing biographies of well-known men and women are sent to the selected victim. A polite and carefully written personal note accompanies the proof sheets, informing the party that the proofs are specimens of the contents of a forthcoming book of great national importance, which the publishers are preparing to issue, in which they design to insert the biography of all the distinguished persons of the times. A request is then made for a biographical sketch of the person addressed, to be written in a similar style and sent to the publishers. Sometimes the proof sheets of what purports to be one's own biography are sent, with a request to correct the unavoidable mistakes. Not a word is said about money matters. The distinguished party generally feels flattered, falls into the trap, and either writes his biography as desired, or corrects and returns the proof. In due time, a revised proof of the article is sent to the subject, and with it a bill for $200, $300, or $500, as the case may be. The victim's eyes are now opened, but it is too late. He has committed himself to complying with the original request, or by correcting and returning the proof sheets, and rather than publicly reveal his own weakness and folly, he pays the bill or compromises the affair with the swindler. Thus the rascal contrives to make a good living, though the book itself has never been published and never will be, for the reason that all the illustrious men have not yet contributed their biographies. Matrimonial advertising is another successful enterprise that thrives on the credulity of others. Rich widows who advertise for husbands and wealthy gentlemen who are pining for wives are daily advertisers in the metropolitan newspapers. Some of these matrimonial advertisements are inserted as a joke. A very few of them are undoubtedly sincere, but the greater number are inserted for improper purposes. At one time there was a matrimonial bureau that did a thriving business, and its victims were numbered by hundreds. On the other hand, divorce detectives, male and female, are numerous, and their number and pecuniary prosperity afford a suggestive commentary on the ills and mistakes of modern married life. Many of these bogus detectives do all they can to upset marriages already made, doing so in the interest of one or the other, and sometimes of both, of the unhappy wedded pair. Divorce detectives of this order will sneak, spy, lie, and swear to a lie, and will not hesitate to put temptation in the way of those against whom they are employed. They will not scruple to do anything to procure evidence for their employers that will be considered sufficient grounds for divorce. There are about 30 men and some 50 women in New York who are thus almost constantly engaged in working up divorce cases, procuring or manufacturing evidence, and so forth. Some of them have grown rich. Not more than 5 or 6 of them can be relied upon as thoroughly honest. On several occasions, Some have taken pay from both sides in a divorce suit by pretending to watch a husband in the interest of a wife, and to spy upon a wife in the interest of a husband, and have thus lied to and cheated both. Professional divorce detectives are about the meanest and most unscrupulous of all people who live by their wits, and they are at the same time among the sharpest. There are hundreds of petty swindlers who get their living by hook or by crook in many ingenious and curious ways. Not the least numerous and successful are the bogus agents for charitable societies, and meek, long-faced professional philanthropists who are supported with their families by the carelessness and credulity of the charitable public. Then there are shyster lawyers, who solicit their own clients and roundly fleece them when once they are in their clutches. There are numerous parties who compound elixirs and costly cosmetics that make all who use them beautiful forever. Men who make money by issuing bogus diplomas for doctors and charlatans who practice medicine under them, and no end of quacks who cure all diseases by a magic touch. The vanity of the newly rich or other people is catered to by enterprising gentlemen who prepare coats of arms and heraldic insignia for the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker to order. The list of petty swindlers might be lengthened indefinitely. It might properly include false pretenders who hire wedding presents in order to make a grand display at a marriage feast, and those who borrow diamonds and plate for fashionable dinners. There are street boys and men who haunt entrances to ballrooms, theaters, etc., for the sole purpose of picking up cigar stumps that are forthwith chemically treated and made over into fragrant Havanas, and thrifty hangers-on at the market stalls, who eagerly pick up the scraps and bones and sell them to poorer and less enterprising wretches who live upon them. There are a few curiously disposed persons who have a penchant for sitting up with sick people, or watching insane patients or drunken men for a consideration which must invariably be paid in advance. Free lunchers are a well-known and numerous class, who know how to evade the eye or to mollify the wrath of barkeepers who seek to increase their trade by offering tempting free lunches to all who enter. There is a large and persistent army of floaters to be found at all hours of the day, haunting the reading and writing rooms of first-class hotels, in which they never spend a cent. But those seats, fires, papers, stationery, etc., they use with the utmost freedom and without so much as saying thank you to the landlord. As for fortune-tellers and clairvoyants, their number is large and is on the increase, but their ways have been so often and so thoroughly ventilated that none but very stupid persons can be caught by their transparent stratagems. End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Colleen McMahon. Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life. Chapter 42 by Thomas Byrnes. Sharpers, confidence men, and bunco steerers. Wide-open traps. Tricks of sawdust and green goods dealers. Unfortunately, the temptation to take a hand in a seemingly innocent game of chance can scarcely be resisted by most people. Men of standing and respectability, including authors, politicians, divines, and even famous generals of America and Europe, have thus become easy prey for sharpers and have been roundly fleeced by confidence men and bunco steerers. The desire to beat the sharper at his own game often leads the stranger on to his ruin. The skillful and accomplished operator hunts his dupe among those of high life, while a lower order of these criminals select the ignorant, and especially the gullible countrymen, for their victims. It is a singular fact that while the rustic is often a trifle suspicious in his dealings with thieves, men of education and long experience are easily taken in by the glib-tongued, nattily dressed young men who shake hands with them so cordially on the street corner. The leading confidence men and bunco steerers are an industrious set. They are usually men of education, glib talkers with no end of assurance, gifted with a good knowledge of human nature, and quick, fertile, and ingenious in resource. The few who are proficient in all these attainments find no difficulty in helping themselves to other people's money. This form of roguery has been said to be the safest and most amusing way for a shrewd thief to make his living. The rascals who follow it take a fiendish delight in outwitting men illustrious in the higher walks of life. A noted bunco operator once said in my hearing, "Talk about trout fishing. Just think of the fun of hooking a man that's worth anywhere from $500 to $5,000. Of course, it takes a man of education and refinement to do this sort of business, but there are several college graduates among our fellows who can do it. There certainly must be a strange fascination about this form of swindling, for the ranks of these sharpers have boasted of an ex-governor and of others who once filled high and responsible positions and figured in good society. Some of these sharpers ply their vocation in the vicinity of hotels and railroad depots, and others along the riverfront, particular attention being paid to incoming steamers from foreign ports. Of all the different types of rogues, a successful confidence or bunco man is the most accomplished. It is a criminal calling that an unpolished man cannot successfully follow. Its success entirely depends upon the skill with which it is played, and in the selection of a victim, and in the subsequent skinning process, all the resources of the cunning operator are brought into play. Few of the gangs of these men exceed 4 in number, and the majority of them do not exceed 3. The operators are very careful in their personal appearance. They never dress in conspicuous style, but aim to appear eminently respectable, rather than assume the airs and apparel of a man of fashion. Professional confidence men have more than once declared that a tinge of gray in their side whiskers would be a great advantage to them, and a bald head a fortune. Their methods of obtaining a victim's money vary as the circumstances require. The man who loiters about hotel offices and corridors awaiting his prey appears as the best-natured person in the world. He invariably has a smile on his face, and in moving out of the way of the guests and porters passing to and fro, politely bows at every turn. He eagerly scans the freshly written name in the register, and, when that has been obtained, he patiently awaits the chance to practice his threadbare tricks upon the new arrival. Those who operate on the river fronts or at railroad depots are generally in search of a man to take charge of their stock farm, etc. Their numerous schemes have been exposed so often that it seems strange that these men should be able to eke out a livelihood. But it must be admitted that they do, and a good one too. They have boasted that a fool is born every minute, and that they are able to find more subjects than they can take care of. A veteran confidence man who died recently in an Eastern prison was credited with having made over $1 million during his long career of swindling. His wonderful cheek and coolness once enabled him to succeed in robbing the same man twice. Early in his criminal life, the confidence man realized $30,000 upon some worthless notes, which he induced a wealthy gentleman to cash. 30 years later, the sharper returned in the role of a penitent and promised to make restitution to his old victim for his past misdeeds. So well did he manage to gain the confidence of his former victim that in the course of a few days he borrowed from him $3,000 on another set of worthless notes. The headquarters of bunco men are generally in side or out-of-the-way streets. They usually hire a furnished apartment on a lower floor, and in nearly all cases there is no question about the nature of the business they intend to carry on in the place. The payment of a week's rent in advance satisfies the average landlord, and for the first week at least everything goes on all right. Having comfortably settled themselves in a suitable apartment, the rogues are ready for business. The handshaker then sallies forth, and at the first opportunity grasps a stranger by the hand and exclaims, "Why, how do you do, Mr. Brown? How are all my friends in Greenville?" The stranger, surprised at the warmth and unexpected friendliness of the reception, invariably responds, "You've made a mistake, sir. My name is not Brown. I'm Mr. Jones of Oshkosh, Wisconsin." Then the rogue apologizes, hurries off, and reports to his confederate, the steerer, who hurriedly produces a book from his pocket and hunts up Oshkosh, Wisconsin. The book is a banknote reporter and gives a list of all the banks in the country with a complete list of their officers. From the list, the bunco man instantly learns that Mr. Thomas is the president of the Oshkosh Bank and that Messrs. Black and White are among its directors. Then he hastily follows Mr. Jones, accosts him in the street, shakes hands with him, calls him by name, and saying he is President Thomas's nephew, asks with much solicitude about the health of the blacks, whites, and other prominent people. The stranger is flattered by the attention of the bank president's agreeable nephew, and he is soon decoyed, without the least suspicion, into the room where the boss bunco man is waiting to play his part. There are desks and maps in the apartment, and an air of business about the place, which to all appearances is the office of some commercial concern. The dupe is lured to the bunco men's shop by the usual story about a valuable painting drawn in a lottery, or some other equally plausible story, and he is made to believe that a few dollars will secure an article easily worth hundreds, etc. The stranger usually bites. He is anxious to get $500 for 100. He puts down his wad of bills, which the bold operators forthwith capture by fair means or foul, and the victim walks out in a brown study, not knowing exactly how he was done up, but quite sure that he has been swindled. The bunco men immediately leave their office. The victim does not generally complain to the police because he is ashamed to confess his folly, and fears that if he makes any complaint, the newspapers will learn of the robbery, and all his friends in Oshkosh will hear of his mortifying experience. Another form of the bunco game was introduced into this country some years ago by a noted sharper who successfully operated throughout the West. He called the game a lottery, notwithstanding the fact that there is no lottery about it at all. The game is so simple and apparently honest that even the shrewdest are readily induced to take a hand and are as readily fleeced. There are 43 spaces upon a layout, 13 of which contain stars, conditional prizes. One space is blank, and the remaining 29 represent prizes ranging from $2,000 to $5,000. The game can be played with dice or cards. The latter are numbered with a series of small numbers ranging from 1 to 6, 8 of which are drawn and counted, the total representing the number of the prize drawn. Should the victim draw a star number, he is allowed the privilege of drawing again by putting up a small amount of money. He is generally allowed to win at first, and later on the game owes him from $1,000 to $5,000. This is when he draws the condition prize, number 27. The conditions are that he must put up $500, or as much as the dealer thinks he will stand. This is explained to him as necessary to save what he has already won, and entitle him to another drawing. He draws again, and by skillful counting on the part of the dealer, he draws the blank and loses all. The notorious Hungry Joe is a most persistent and impudent bunco steerer who has victimized more people by the bunco game than any other 5 men in the profession. One of his exploits was the robbing of Mr. Joseph Ramsden, an elderly English tourist, out of $250 in the following manner. Among the passengers on board the steamship Gallia from Liverpool was an English gentleman past the prime of life, of fine appearance but somewhat in ill health. He stopped at a first-class hotel uptown. One afternoon he strolled downtown on Broadway and was sauntering leisurely along when he was accosted by a well-dressed stranger who warmly grasped him by the hand and said, "Why, how do you do, Mr. Ramsden?" The latter expressed his inability to recognize the stranger, but the affable young man soon put the old gentleman at ease by adding, "Oh, you don't know me, I forgot. But I know you from hearsay. My name is Post, Henry F. Post. You came over in my uncle's steamer yesterday. Captain Murphy of the Gallia is my uncle, and since his return has been stopping at my father's residence. He has spoken of you to us. Indeed, he has said so much about you and of your shattered health that it seems to me as if I had known you a long time. I could not help recognizing you in 1,000 from my uncle's perfect description of you." Mr. Ramsden had had a very pleasant voyage on the Gallia, during which Captain Murphy and he had become very friendly, and thus he was not surprised that the gallant skipper should speak of him. Mr. Post walked arm in arm with his uncle's English friend, chatting pleasantly and pointing out prominent business houses until they reached Grand Street. "I'm in business in Baltimore, in ladies' underwear and white goods," said Mr. Post, "and have been home laying in a stock of goods. I should much like to remain a day or two longer and show you around, but I am sorry that I must return to Baltimore this evening. In fact, I'm on my way now to get my ticket, and my valise is already in the ticket office." It needed but a few words to induce the elderly gentleman to accompany Post to the ticket office in Grand Street, and the two soon entered a room on that street. There the young man bought a railroad ticket of a man behind the counter. "And now my valise," said Post to the ticket seller. Throwing the bag on the counter, the young man opened it, saying, "Here are some muslins that can't be duplicated in England," and exhibited to the old gentleman some samples of that fabric. Near the bottom of the bag he accidentally came upon a pack of playing cards, seizing which he exclaimed, "Oh, that reminds me. Don't you know that last night some fellows got me into a place in the Bowery and skinned me out of $400 by a card trick in which they used only 3 cards? But I've got on to the game, and I know just how it's done. They can't do me any more." At that moment a man showily dressed emerged from a back room and said, "I'll bet you $10 you can't do it." "All right, put up your money," responded Joe. The cards were shuffled by the deft hands of the stranger, and Joe was told to pick up the ace. He picked up a jack and lost. He lost a second time and offered to repeat it, but the stranger said, "I don't believe you've got any more money." "Well, but my friend here," pointing to Mr. Ramsden, "has." "I don't believe he has," sneeringly retorted the stranger. "Oh, yes, I have," interrupted the venerable Englishman, at the same time pulling a roll of 10 crisp 5-pound notes from his inside vest pocket and holding them to the gaze of the others. The temptation was too great for Hungry Joe, who so far forgot himself and his uncle's friendship from the English merchant that he hastily grabbed the roll from Ramsden's hand. The latter tightened his grasp on the notes, but Joe violently thrust the old man backwards, and getting possession of the money ran out of the place, followed by his confederates. Ramsden notified the Detective Bureau that evening, giving an accurate description of Captain Murphy's nephew, which resulted in Hungry Joe's arrest. Joe was sitting in his shirt sleeves in the basement of the house, quietly smoking a cigar and resting his slippered feet on a chair. He tried his old game of bluff, as is his custom, but finding it useless, donned his coat and boots and accompanied me to headquarters. Mr. Ramsden was at once summoned and was confronted in my room by Hungry Joe and 8 other men and asked to select the swindler. "There's the man," he quickly said, pointing to Hungry Joe. "I never saw you before, sir," coolly replied Joe. "You scoundrel!" excitedly exclaimed Mr. Ramsden. "You are the fellow that robbed me of my money." The evidence against Joe was conclusive, and in court he pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 4 years in state prison. Another equally notorious character succeeded in swindling an Episcopal clergyman by handing him a forged letter of introduction from another minister in Cleveland, whose name he had discovered in a church almanac. The letter read, "My brother is buying books for me. Please honor his draft for $100 and thereby do me a great favor." The preacher thought it was all right and said he was glad to meet the Reverend Mr. Watt's brother, and gave the desired check, only to discover a little later on that he had been neatly swindled. Not long ago, fraudulent bankers flooded the country with circulars showing what great profits could be made by speculating in stocks. If the bait was taken, it was quite possible that the victim would be notified that he had made a handsome profit on his first investment, but the money was not sent to him with the announcement. It was retained, subject to order, and an inducement of still greater profit was held out if the money was reinvested. This was generally the case, and not infrequently the victim added new money to the original investment. This went on until it was certain that no more could be obtained from him, and then he received a statement showing that his last investment proved very unfortunate, and that not only had all his money been lost, but he was in debt to the firm. He was generally brought pretty heavily in debt too, not that he was expected to pay, but the victim was very likely to repudiate the whole transaction, drop all further correspondence, and consider himself lucky if he was not prosecuted for his obligations. A recently popular form of swindle was known as the panel game, and was successfully worked by swindlers known as sawdust men or green goods dealers. Their first move was to secure a list of the names of people who were regular subscribers to lotteries and various gift concerns. People who go into those things will be pretty sure to bite at other well-baited hooks. When the list had been duly studied, agents were sent all over the country to look up the history of the most promising candidates. This done, a circular was mailed to each man, which read as follows: New York City, blank, blank, 1890 blank. Mr. Blank, Dear Sir, I will confide to you through this circular a secret by which you can make a speedy fortune. I have on hand a large amount of counterfeit notes of the following denominations: 1, 2, 5, 10, and 20. I guarantee every note to be perfect, as every note is examined by myself carefully as soon as finished, and if not strictly perfect, is immediately destroyed. Of course, it would be foolishness for me to send out poor work, as it would not only get my customers in trouble, but would break up my business and ruin me. So for personal safety, I am compelled to issue nothing that will not compare with the genuine. I furnish you with the goods in any quantity at the following low prices, which will be found as reasonable as the nature of the business will allow. For $1,200 in my goods assorted, I charge $100. For $2,500, I charge $200. For $5,000, I charge $350. For $10,000, I charge $500. You can see from the above price list the advantage of buying largely. You cannot make money as rapidly in any other business, and there is not the slightest danger in using my goods, one of the best proofs being that not a single person doing business with me has ever been in any trouble. On the contrary, all making money rapidly. I have no connection with any other firm in this country, and every dollar of my money is manufactured under my own personal supervision. So in dealing with me, you get the goods from first hands. Do not call at the address given here, as I do not receive visitors at my office, merely use it to get my letters. Write to me 2 days before you start to come on here to New York, saying exactly when you will be here, and tell me what hotel you will stop at, so I will know where to meet you. I will call on you at your own room, where we can transact our business without anyone knowing anything about it. As soon as you arrive in the city, go straight to this hotel and register your name. Go up to your room and stay in your room until I call on you. Have nothing to say to any person who cannot show you your last letter to me, and when you see your own handwriting, then you will know you are dealing with the right party. Should you conclude to send for samples before coming to New York, I will send you a sample packed in book form containing $300 in assorted sizes on receipt of $30. Should you send for goods, follow these instructions carefully. Send all money in a thick envelope by mail, well sealed, with my name and address plainly written. Do not send by registered letter or by express, as such letters cause suspicion, and I will not receive or notice them. Enclosed you will find my name and address, with a card of a good hotel as convenient as any in New York. Should you order goods, send your express address. Yours confidentially. The green goods dealer is a swindler who preys upon the cupidity and dishonesty of mankind. An honest man receiving such circulars or letters destroys them or sends them to the police. The dishonest man writes cautiously to the address given and receives a cautious reply, usually containing nothing but hints that are not explicit enough to sustain a charge of fraud. A personal interview with his correspondent is what the swindler seeks. These sharpers never have any counterfeit money about them under any circumstances. If a case appears promising, they sometimes risk a few dollars as samples of their green goods, but these samples are invariably genuine notes of the United States Treasury, which have been obtained quite new at a bank. The old saw about throwing a sprat to catch a will is not unknown to this gentry. If the victim conducts his business through the mails or through express companies, he is fleeced very easily. He sends his genuine money and receives in return either nothing at all, or else an envelope or a box whose contents are sawdust or other valueless things. If he prefers to come to the city to pay his money and obtain the green goods in person, he is instructed to send word 2 days before his expected arrival in the city, to go to a hotel the name of which is given, and to remain in strict seclusion in his room until the manufacturer calls upon him. After his arrival at the designated hotel, An agent sends up his card and devotes an hour to sounding the man, to see if he is fair game or an emissary from the police in disguise. If all promises well, the man leaves, appointing the next day as the time for the bargain. On the following day, the agent drops into the hotel and escorts the stranger to the factory. In a roughly furnished office, before a high desk at a wall, sits the principal operator, busily counting out a huge pile of crisp bills. They are genuine bills, fresh from the government treasury and of all denominations. The countryman is introduced, and the process by which the money can best be disposed of is explained, and general directions are given as to the best means to avoid suspicion. Then the genuine bills are exhibited. The operator always protests that they are poor counterfeits and would never deceive him, but on the whole he thinks they will do. The amount desired is carefully counted out and handed to the stranger to recount. The bills are then nicely done up in packages, each denomination by itself, and the whole carelessly tossed into a small leather gripsack. This done, the bag is laid on top of the desk, while the manufacturer holds the attention of the stranger and lifts the lid of the desk in front of, and so as to completely hide, the bag. Half a dozen genuine bonds are shown as specimens of good counterfeiting, and the suggestion is made that after the money just purchased has been used, the customer may take a fancy to handle some bonds also. While the two men are busy looking at the bonds, a confederate in the next room opens a noiseless slide or panel in the wall, swiftly changes the satchel for one precisely like it, but with the important difference that the contents are nothing but old newspapers instead of thousands of dollars in genuine money, fresh from the government printing presses. The victim is escorted to the railway station under promise to go straight home and not to open the satchel on any account until he gets there, lest the detectives may see what is in his possession. When he reaches home and retires to his most secret room or shed or barn, he eagerly opens the satchel and discovers what? Dashes and exclamation points will best indicate his remarks. He is pretty sure to preserve silence, as he does not wish his neighbors to know that he has designed to pass counterfeit money upon them. He dare not complain to the police, for he would criminate himself by so doing. If he does complain, and seeks to prosecute those who have defrauded him, he gets little satisfaction. He cannot prove the substitution of the satchel, for the very obvious reason that he did not see it, and altogether his case is very weak. Since the panel trick became known, the sawdust men have invented other devices. They recently issued a long circular, which contains a clipping supposed to be cut from a New York newspaper, announcing that a full set of dies and plates had been stolen from the sub-treasury. It is claimed that the dealer has obtained the stolen plates, from which the greenbacks he offers for sale are struck off. This interesting circular ends with the following statement. The newspaper quotation will show you that our officials in high standing have used my bills for their own purpose and benefit, and why not everyone in need? Address in confidence, etc. The purpose of the letter is to lead the one addressed to believe that the money offered is really genuine, being printed from the plates claimed to have been stolen from the treasury. Then the same old scheme of inducing a man to go to a certain hotel from whence he is duly conducted to the office is successfully worked. The green goods business has grown and prospered. The operators work carefully, their only fear being lest some detective be entrapped. The police have tried over and over again to get at the swindlers, and although they are known, and occasionally some of them are caught, it is not easy to obtain direct proof against them. Their victims refuse to testify, for the very fact of having had dealings with these swindlers closes their mouths. Moral: honesty is the best policy. The end. End of chapter 42. End of Darkness and Daylight, or Lights and Shadows of New York Life, by various authors.